Preface to the Life of Nelson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. Preface. When Southey died in 1843, he was known as the Poet Laureate and a voluminous writer in prose. Now, at the end of less than 50 years, he is scarcely remembered, except by the virulent abuse which Byron lavished on his name and works, and by his Life of Nelson. This life has had a strange fortune. Written originally in 1810 as a mere ephemeral article in the Quarterly Review, it caught the public favour, and at the suggestion of Mr. Murray was expanded into the 2 small volumes published in 1813. Though nearly 8 years had then passed since the death of Nelson, his memory was still green in the hearts of his countrymen. The war with France was still raging, Napoleon still dominated continental Europe, and the thunders of Trafalgar still rang in the ears of a people gratefully conscious of the priceless boon which the hero, in his death, had secured for them. They had been ready to welcome any memoir, even when written in defiance of all canons of taste, style, or proportion, and the admirable little life which Southey furnished them with had an immediate and distinguished success. Almost at once it was recognized as an English classic, and this position it has held ever since, through now close on 80 years, to such a degree, indeed, that, whilst on the one hand we know that it is mainly the grandeur of his subject which has given this lasting repute to Southey's work, and to Southey's name, it might, on the other, be maintained without any extreme paradox that some part of Nelson's enduring fame is due to the fact that Southey wrote his life. Vixere fortes ante Agamemnona multi. And there have been in the English Navy commanders whose deeds are worthy of being named even in comparison with those of Nelson. Sed omnes illacrimabiles urgentur, ignotique longa nocte, carent quia vate sacro. Nelson's naval contemporaries were doubtful whether, in the future, his fame would overtop that of St. Vincent or of Howe. But to most readers of the present time, these two, and Hawke, earlier and greater than either of them, are little more than names, while Nelson's glory remains greater, grander than ever, and his name is established as the synonym for loyalty, devotion, and naval achievement. We may, then, admit that the reputation of each, of writer and of hero, owes something to the other, a mutual reaction which has given rise to a very general opinion that the book is to be ranked as a nearly, if not absolutely, perfect biography. And so, in fact, it has been described by some of the greatest writers of the century, notably by Lord Macaulay, who was better qualified to speak of its literary than its technical merit. But this very high estimate is not accepted by those who, by professional knowledge or special study, are best able to form an independent judgment. We have in it, it is true, a cultivated style, a lucid arrangement, a glowing enthusiasm, but these are by no means the sole requisites of a perfect biography. Full knowledge and a correct appreciation of the subject must be added. These we have not, and the want of them, while it allowed the author to slip into many trifling errors of fact or inference, so also it led him at one time to magnify and extol his hero as a faultless monster, and at another, with equal exaggeration, to disparage him when he found him transgressing the simple code of everyday morality. There are many, more familiar than Southey was with the ways of this wicked world, to whom the fault will rather endear the memory of one who, while a hero, was still a man, but Southey, horror-struck at the lapse of his idol, was ready to believe any further iniquity which spite or malice could suggest. He seems to have argued that, as Nelson was capable of adultery, he was capable also of falsehood, treachery, and murder. The difference in the conditions of the two men was, in fact, excessive. The retired scholar, eminently respectable in his private life, and as free from passion as from genius, whose daily routine ranged between his study-table and a walk on the slopes of Blencathara, had little in common with the restless sailor, whose life was spent in the turmoil of war, whose every thought, whose every action was aglow with the fire of passion and of genius. Of the world in which Nelson lived and worked and died, Southey knew nothing except by hearsay, and that very imperfectly. The circumstances under which he wrote intensified the effect. He was reviewing a number of early biographies, differing only in their degree of clumsiness, ignorance, and misrepresentation, and with all his literary instinct, he had not the knowledge required to guide him in the selection of his material from the inchoate heap before him. He had neither time nor opportunity nor means of obtaining more exact information, but took what came readiest to hand, and where something else seemed wanted, he found it in Miss Williams's Sketches of the State of Manners and Opinions in the French Republic, and in Captain Foot's Vindication, both of which, as might be expected from the character or the situation of their authors, are replete with falsehoods and misstatements. These Southey has accepted as authentic history, and has given their calumnies and lies a currency which they could never have otherwise obtained. It must therefore be stated plainly that whatever Southey has written about the conduct of Nelson at Naples is from a tainted or polluted source, and is unworthy of credence, except so far as it is substantiated by other evidence. And notwithstanding what he has said on the surrender of the Neapolitan forts, there is an alternative, a plump and positive denial. This is not the place for a lengthy examination of what actually took place, but those who would note the practical workings of a moot point of international law, in accordance with which the capitulation of the forts was annulled, and Caraccioli, or rather as the name would be spelled, Caracciolo, hanged, will find a very full discussion in the appendix to Volume 3 of Sir N. Harris Nicholas's Dispatches and Letters of Lord Nelson, which in an abridged and lighter form has been reproduced in a chapter on Caracciolo in Mr. John Paget's Paradoxes and Puzzles. But when all this has been said, and although Southey walked among sea terms as carefully as a cat does among crockery, although he wrote in ignorance of naval discipline, naval routine, naval tactics, and naval strategy, and above all, without the assistance of Sir Harris Nicholas's truly monumental work, the fact remains that in spite of many attempts to supersede it, this Life of Nelson is still pre-eminently the popular favourite, is still, to English people, the best interpreter of Nelson's character, and, not unworthily, the herald of Nelson's glory. J. K. Lawton. End of the Preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Nelson's birth and boyhood. He is entered on board the Raisonnable, goes to the West Indies in a merchant ship, then serves in the Triumph. He sails in Captain Phipps's voyage of discovery, goes to the East Indies in the Seahorse, and returns in ill health, serves as acting lieutenant in the Worcester, and is made lieutenant into the Lowestoft, commander into the Badger brig, and post into the Hinchinbrook. Expedition against the Spanish Main. Sent to the North Seas in the Albemarle. Services during the American War. Horatio, son of Edmund and Catherine Nelson, was born September the 29th, 1758, in the parsonage house of Burnham Thorpe, a village in the county of Norfolk, of which his father was rector. The maiden name of his mother was Suckling. Her grandmother was an elder sister of Sir Robert Walpole, and this child was named after his godfather, the first Lord Walpole. Mrs. Nelson died in 1767, leaving 8 out of 11 children. Her brother, Captain Maurice Suckling of the Navy, visited the widow upon this event, and promised to take care of one of the boys. 3 years afterwards, when Horatio was only 12 years of age, being at home during the Christmas holidays, he read in the county newspaper that his uncle was appointed to the Raisonnable of 64 guns. "Do, William," said he to a brother who was a year and a half older than himself, "write to my father, and tell him that I should like to go to sea with Uncle Maurice." Mr. Nelson was then at Bath, whither he had gone for the recovery of his health. His circumstances were straitened, and he had no prospect of ever seeing them bettered. He knew that it was the wish of providing for himself by which Horatio was chiefly actuated, and did not oppose his resolution. He understood also the boy's character, and had always said that in whatever station he might be placed, he would climb, if possible, to the very top of the tree. Accordingly, Captain Suckling was written to. "What," said he, in his answer, "has poor Horatio done, who is so weak that he, above all the rest, should be sent to rough it out at sea? But let him come, and the first time we go into action, a cannon-ball may knock off his head, and provide for him at once." It is manifest from these words that Horatio was not the boy whom his uncle would have chosen to bring up in his own profession. He was never of a strong body, and the ague, which at that time was one of the most common diseases in England, had greatly reduced his strength. Yet he had already given proofs of that resolute heart and nobleness of mind which during his whole career of labour and glory so eminently distinguished him. When a mere child, he strayed bird-nesting from his mother's house in company with a cowboy. The dinner hour elapsed. He was absent, and could not be found, and the alarm of the family became very great, for they apprehended that he might have been carried off by the gipsies. At length, after a search had been made for him in various directions, he was discovered alone, sitting composedly by the side of a brook, which he could not get over. "I wonder, child," said the old lady when she saw him, "that hunger and fear did not drive you home." "Fear, grandmamma," replied the future hero, "I never saw fear. What is it?" Once, after the winter holidays, when he and his brother William had set off on horseback to return to school, they came back because there had been a fall of snow, and William, who did not much like the journey, said it was too deep for them to venture on. "If that be the case," said the father, "you certainly shall not go, but make another attempt, and I will leave it to your honour. If the road is dangerous, you may return, but remember, boys, I leave it to your honour." The snow was deep enough to have afforded them a reasonable excuse, but Horatio was not to be prevailed upon to turn back. "We must go on," said he. "Remember, brother, it was left to our honour." There were some fine pears growing in the schoolmaster's garden, which the boys regarded as lawful booty, and in the highest degree tempting. But the boldest among them were afraid to venture for the prize. Horatio volunteered upon this service. He was lowered down at night from the bedroom window by some sheets, plundered the tree, was drawn up with the pears, and then distributed them among his schoolfellows, without reserving any for himself. He only took them, he said, because every other boy was afraid. Early on a cold and dark spring morning, Mr. Nelson's servant arrived at the school at North Walsham with the expected summons for Horatio to join his ship. The parting from his brother William, who had been for so many years his playmate and bedfellow, was a painful effort, and was the beginning of those privations which are the sailor's lot through life. He accompanied his father to London. The Raisonnable was lying in the Medway. He was put into the Chatham stage, and on its arrival was set down with the rest of the passengers, and left to find his way on board as he could. After wandering about in the cold, without being able to reach the ship, an officer observed the forlorn appearance of the boy, questioned him, and happening to be acquainted with his uncle, took him home and gave him some refreshments. When he got on board, Captain Suckling was not in the ship, nor had any person been apprised of the boy's coming. He paced the deck the whole remainder of the day, without being noticed by any one, and it was not till the second day that somebody, as he expressed it, took compassion on him. The pain which is felt when we are first transplanted from our native soil, when the living branch is cut from the parent tree, is one of the most poignant which we have to endure through life. There are after griefs which wound more deeply, which leave behind them scars never to be effaced, which bruise the spirit and sometimes break the heart. But never, never do we feel so keenly the want of love, the necessity of being loved, and the sense of utter desertion, as when we first leave the haven of home, and are, as it were, pushed off upon the stream of life. Added to these feelings, the sea-boy has to endure physical hardships, and the privation of every comfort, even of sleep. Nelson had a feeble body and an affectionate heart, and he remembered through life his first days of wretchedness in the service. The Raisonnable, having been commissioned on account of the dispute respecting the Falkland Islands, was paid off as soon as the difference with the court of Spain was accommodated, and Captain Suckling was removed to the Triumph, 74, then stationed as a guard ship in the Thames. This was considered as too inactive a life for a boy, and Nelson was therefore sent a voyage to the West Indies in a merchant ship commanded by Mr. John Rathbone, an excellent seaman who had served as master's mate under Captain Suckling in the Dreadnought. He returned a practical seaman, but with a hatred of the King's service, and a saying then common among the sailors, "Aft the most honour, forward the better man." Rathbone had probably been disappointed and disgusted in the navy, and, with no unfriendly intentions, warned Nelson against a profession which he himself had found hopeless. His uncle received him on board the Triumph on his return, and, discovering his dislike to the navy, took the best means of reconciling him to it. He held it out as a reward, that if he attended well to his navigation, he should go in the cutter and decked longboat, which was attached to the commanding officer's ship at Chatham. Thus he became a good pilot for vessels of that description from Chatham to the Tower, and down the Swin Channel to the North Foreland, and acquired a confidence among rocks and sands of which he often felt the value. Nelson had not been many months on board the Triumph when his love of enterprise was excited by hearing that 2 ships were fitting out for a voyage of discovery towards the North Pole. In consequence of the difficulties which were expected on such a service, these vessels were to take out effective men instead of the usual number of boys. This, however, did not deter him from soliciting to be received, and by his uncle's interest he was admitted as coxswain under Captain Lutwidge, second in command. The voyage was undertaken in compliance with an application from the Royal Society. The Honourable Captain Constantine John Phipps, eldest son of Lord Mulgrave, volunteered his services. the Racehorse and Carcass bombs were selected as the strongest ships, and therefore best adapted for such a voyage, and they were taken into dock and strengthened to render them as secure as possible against the ice. 2 masters of Greenland men were employed as pilots for each ship. No expedition was more carefully fitted out, and the First Lord of the Admiralty, Lord Sandwich, with a laudable solicitude, went on board himself before their departure to see that everything had been completed to the wish of the officers. The ships were provided with a simple and excellent apparatus for distilling fresh from salt water, the invention of Dr. Irving, who accompanied the expedition. It consisted merely in fitting a tube to the ship's kettle, and applying a wet mop to the surface as the vapour was passing. By these means, from 34 to 40 gallons were produced every day. They sailed from the Nore on the 4th of June. On the 6th of the following month, they were in latitude 79 degrees 56 minutes 39 seconds, longitude 9 degrees 43 minutes 30 seconds east. The next day, about the place where most of the old discoverers had been stopped, the Racehorse was beset with ice, but they heaved her through with ice anchors. Captain Phipps continued ranging along the ice, northward and westward, till the 24th. He then tried to the eastward. On the 30th he was in latitude 80 degrees 13 minutes, longitude 18 degrees 48 minutes east, among the islands and in the ice, with no appearance of an opening for the ships. The weather was exceedingly fine, mild and unusually clear. Here they were becalmed in a large bay, with 3 apparent openings between the islands which formed it, but everywhere, as far as they could see, surrounded with ice. There was not a breath of air. The water perfectly smooth, the ice covered with snow, low and even, except a few broken pieces near the edge, and the pools of water in the middle of the ice fields were crusted over with young ice. On the next day the ice closed upon them, and no opening was to be seen anywhere, except a hole, or lake as it might be called, of about 1.5 miles in circumference, where the ships lay fast to the ice with their ice anchors. They filled their casks with water from these ice fields, which was very pure and soft. The men were playing on the ice all day, but the Greenland pilots, who were further than they had ever been before, and considered that the season was advancing, were alarmed at being thus beset. The next day there was not the smallest opening. The ships were within less than 2 lengths of each other, separated by ice, and neither having room to turn. The ice, which yesterday had been all flat and almost level with the water's edge, was now in many places forced higher than the main yard by the pieces squeezing together. A day of thick fog followed. It was succeeded by clear weather, but the passage by which the ships had entered from the westward was closed, and no open water was in sight either in that or any other quarter. By the pilot's advice, the men were set to work to cut a passage and warp through the small openings to the westward. They sawed through pieces 12 feet thick, and this labour continued the whole day, during which their utmost efforts did not move the ship above 300 yards, while they were driven, together with the ice, far to the north-east and east by the current. Sometimes a field of several acres square would be lifted up between 2 larger islands, and incorporated with them, and thus these larger pieces continued to grow by aggregation. Another day passed, and there seemed no probability of getting the ships out, without a strong east or north-east wind. The season was far advanced, and every hour lessened the chance of extricating themselves. Young as he was, Nelson was appointed to command one of the boats which was sent out to explore a passage into the open water. It was the means of saving a boat belonging to the Racehorse from a singular but imminent danger. Some of the officers had fired at and wounded a walrus. As no other animal has so human-like an expression in its countenance, so also is there none that seems to possess more of the passions of humanity. The wounded one dived immediately, and brought up a number of his companions, and they all joined in an attack upon the boat. They wrested an oar from one of the men, and it was with the utmost difficulty that the crew could prevent them from staving or upsetting her, till the Carcass's boat came up, and the walruses, finding their enemies thus reinforced, dispersed. Young Nelson exposed himself in a more daring manner. One night, during the mid-watch, he stole from the ship with one of his comrades, taking advantage of a rising fog, and set out over the ice in pursuit of a bear. It was not long before they were missed. The fog thickened, and Captain Lutwidge, with his officers, became exceedingly alarmed for their safety. Between 3 and 4 in the morning the weather cleared, and the 2 adventurers were seen at a considerable distance from the ship, attacking a huge bear. The signal for them to return was immediately made. Nelson's comrade called upon him to obey it, but in vain. His musket had flashed in the pan. Their ammunition was expended, and a chasm in the ice, which divided him from the bear, probably preserved his life. "Never mind," he cried, "but do let me get a blow at this devil with the butt end of my musket, and we shall have him." Captain Lutwidge, however, seeing his danger, fired a gun, which had the desired effect of frightening the beast, and the boy then returned, somewhat afraid of the consequences of his trespass. The captain reprimanded him sternly for conduct so unworthy of the office which he filled, and desired to know what motive he could have for hunting a bear. "Sir," said he, pouting his lip, as he was wont to do when agitated, "I wished to kill the bear, that I might carry the skin to my father." A party were now sent to an island about 12 miles off, named Walden's Island in the charts, from the midshipman who was entrusted with this service, to see where the open water lay. They came back on the 6th with information that the ice, though close all about them, was open to the westward round the point by which they came in. They said also that upon the island they had had a fresh east wind. This intelligence considerably abated the hopes of the crew, for where they lay it had been almost calm, and the main dependence had been upon the effect of an easterly wind in clearing the bay. There was but one alternative, either to wait the event of the weather upon the ships, or to betake themselves to the boats. The likelihood that it might be necessary to sacrifice the ships had been foreseen. The boats accordingly were adapted, both in number and size, to transport, in case of emergency, the whole crew, and there were Dutch whalers upon the coast in which they could all be conveyed to Europe. As for wintering where they were, the dreadful experiment had been already tried too often. No time was to be lost. The ships had driven into shoal water, having but 14 fathoms. Should they, or the ice to which they were fast, take the ground, they must inevitably be lost. And at this time they were driving fast towards some rocks on the north-east. Captain Phipps sent for the officers of both ships, and told them his intention of preparing the boats for going away. They were immediately hoisted out, and the fitting began. Canvas bread-bags were made, in case it should be necessary suddenly to desert the vessel, and men were sent with the lead and line to the northward and eastward to sound wherever they found cracks in the ice, that they might have notice before the ice took the ground, for in that case the ships must instantly have been crushed or overset. On the 7th they began to haul the boats over the ice, Nelson having command of the 4-oared cutter. The men behaved excellently well, like true British seamen. They seemed reconciled to the thought of leaving the ships, and had full confidence in their officers. About noon the ice appeared rather more open near the vessels, and as the wind was easterly, though there was but little of it, the sails were set, and they got about a mile to the westward. They moved very slowly, and were not now nearly so far to the westward as when they were first beset. However, all sail was kept upon them, to force them through whenever the ice slacked the least. Whatever exertions were made, it could not be possible to get the boats to the water edge before the 14th, and if the situation of the ships should not alter by that time, it would not be justifiable to stay longer by them. The commander therefore resolved to carry on both attempts together, moving the boats constantly and taking every opportunity of getting the ships through. A party was sent out next day to the westward to examine the state of the ice. They returned with tidings that it was very heavy and close, consisting chiefly of large fields. The ships, however, moved something, and the ice itself was drifting westward. There was a thick fog, so that it was impossible to ascertain what advantage had been gained. It continued on the 9th, but the ships were moved a little through some very small openings. The mist cleared off in the afternoon, and it was then perceived that they had driven much more than could have been expected to the westward, and that the ice itself had driven still further. In the course of the day they got past the boats, and took them on board again. On the morrow the wind sprang up to the north-north-east. All sail was set, and the ships forced their way through a great deal of very heavy ice. They frequently struck, and with such force that one stroke broke the shank of the racehorse's best bower anchor. But the vessel made way, and by noon they had cleared the ice and were out at sea. The next day they anchored in Smeerenburg harbour, close to that island of which the westernmost point is called Hakluyt's Headland, in honour of the great promoter and compiler of our English voyages of discovery. Here they remained a few days, that the men might rest after their fatigue. No insect was to be seen in this dreary country, nor any species of reptile, not even the common earthworm. Large bodies of ice, called icebergs, filled up the valleys between high mountains, so dark as when contrasted with the snow to appear black. The colour of the ice was a lively light green. Opposite to the place where they fixed their observatory was one of these icebergs, above 300 feet high. Its side towards the sea was nearly perpendicular, and a stream of water issued from it. Large pieces frequently broke off, and thundered down into the sea. There was no thunder or lightning during the whole time they were in these latitudes. The sky was generally loaded with hard white clouds, from which it was never entirely free, even in the clearest weather. They always knew when they were approaching the ice, long before they saw it, by a bright appearance near the horizon, which the Greenland men called the blink of the ice. The season was now so far advanced that nothing more could have been attempted, if indeed anything had been left untried. But the summer had been unusually favourable, and they had carefully surveyed the wall of ice extending for more than 20 degrees between the latitudes of 80 degrees and 81 degrees, without the smallest appearance of any opening. The ships were paid off shortly after their return to England, and Nelson was then placed by his uncle with Captain Farmer in the Seahorse of 20 guns, then going out to the East Indies in the squadron under Sir Edward Hughes. He was stationed in the foretop at watch and watch. His good conduct attracted the attention of the master, afterwards Captain Surridge, in whose watch he was, and upon his recommendation the captain rated him as midshipman. At this time his countenance was florid, and his appearance rather stout and athletic, but when he had been about 18 months in India, he felt the effects of that climate, so perilous to European constitutions. The disease baffled all power of medicine. He was reduced almost to a skeleton. The use of his limbs was for some time entirely lost, and the only hope that remained was from a voyage home. Accordingly, he was brought home by Captain Pigot in the Dolphin, and had it not been for the attentive and careful kindness of that officer on the way, Nelson would never have lived to reach his native shores. He had formed acquaintance with Sir Charles Pole, Sir Thomas Trowbridge, and other distinguished officers, then, like himself, beginning their career. He had left them pursuing that career in full enjoyment of health and hope, and was returning from a country in which all things were to him new and interesting, with a body broken down by sickness, and spirits which had sunk with his strength. Long afterwards, when the name of Nelson was known as widely as that of England itself, he spoke of the feelings which he at this time endured. "I felt impressed," said he, "with a feeling that I should never rise in my profession. My mind was staggered with a view of the difficulties I had to surmount, and the little interest I possessed. I could discover no means of reaching the object of my ambition. After a long and gloomy reverie, in which I almost wished myself overboard, a sudden glow of patriotism was kindled within me, and presented my king and country as my patron. 'Well, then,' I exclaimed, 'I will be a hero, and, confiding in Providence, I will brave every danger.' Long afterwards Nelson loved to speak of the feeling of that moment, and from that time he often said a radiant orb was suspended in his mind's eye, which urged him onward to renown. The state of mind in which these feelings began is what the mystics mean by their season of darkness, of aridity, and of desertion. If the animal spirits of coarser enthusiasts fail, they represent it as an actual temptation, a snare of Satan. The enthusiasm of Nelson's nature had taken a different direction, but in its essence it was the same. He knew to what the previous state of dejection was to be attributed, that an enfeebled body and a mind depressed had cast this shade over his soul, but he always seemed willing to believe that the sunshine which succeeded bore with it a prophetic glory, and that the light which led him on was light from heaven. His interest, however, was far better than he imagined. During his absence, Captain Suckling had been made Comptroller of the Navy. His health had materially improved upon the voyage, and as soon as the Dolphin was paid off, he was appointed acting lieutenant in the Worcester, 64, Captain Mark Robinson, then going out with convoy to Gibraltar. Soon after his return, on the 8th of April, 1777, he passed his examination for a lieutenancy. Captain Suckling sat at the head of the board, and when the examination had ended, in a manner highly honourable to Nelson, rose from his seat and introduced him to the examining captains as his nephew. They expressed their wonder that he had not informed them of this relationship before. He replied that he did not wish the younker to be favoured. He knew his nephew would pass a good examination, and he had not been deceived. The next day Nelson received his commission as second lieutenant of the Lowestoft frigate, Captain William Locker, then fitting out for Jamaica. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. American and French privateers under American colours were at that time harassing our trade in the West Indies. Even a frigate was not sufficiently active for Nelson, and he repeatedly got appointed to the command of one of the Lowestoft's tenders. During one of their cruises, the Lowestoft captured an American letter of marque. It was blowing a gale and a heavy sea running. The first lieutenant, being ordered to board the prize, went below to put on his hanger. It happened to be mislaid, and, while he was seeking it, Captain Locker came on deck. Perceiving the boat still alongside, and in danger every moment of being swamped, and being extremely anxious that the privateer should be instantly taken in charge, because he feared that it would otherwise founder, he exclaimed, "Have I no officer in the ship who can board the prize?" Nelson did not offer himself immediately, waiting with his usual sense of propriety for the first lieutenant's return. But hearing the master volunteer, he jumped into the boat, saying, "It is my turn now, and if I come back, it is yours." The American, who had carried a heavy press of sail in hope of escaping, was so completely waterlogged that the Lowestoft's boat went in on deck and out again with the sea. About this time he lost his uncle. Captain Locker, however, who had perceived the excellent qualities of Nelson, and formed a friendship for him, which continued during his life, recommended him warmly to Sir Peter Parker, then Commander-in-Chief upon the station. In consequence of this recommendation, he was removed into the Bristol flagship, and Lieutenant Cuthbert Collingwood succeeded him in the Lowestoft. He soon became first lieutenant, and on the 8th of December 1778 was appointed commander of the Badger brig, Collingwood again succeeding him in the Bristol. While the Badger was lying in Montego Bay, Jamaica, the Glasgow of 20 guns came in and anchored there, and in 2 hours was in flames, the steward having set fire to her while stealing rum out of the after hold. Her crew were leaping into the water when Nelson came up in his boats, made them throw their powder overboard and point their guns upward, and by his presence of mind and personal exertions prevented the loss of life which would otherwise have ensued. On the 11th of June, 1779, he was made post into the Hinchinbrook of 28 guns, an enemy's merchantman sheathed with wood which had been taken into the service. A short time after he left the Lowestoft, that ship, with a small squadron, stormed the fort of St. Fernando de Omoa, on the south side of the Bay of Honduras, and captured some register ships which were lying under its guns. 250 quintals of quicksilver and 3 millions of piastres were the reward of this enterprise, and it is characteristic of Nelson that the chance by which he missed a share in such a prize is never mentioned in any of his letters, nor is it likely that it ever excited even a momentary feeling of vexation. Nelson was fortunate in possessing good interest at the time when it could be most serviceable to him. His promotion had been almost as rapid as it could be, and before he had attained the age of 21, he had gained that rank which brought all the honours of the service within his reach. No opportunity, indeed, had yet been given him of distinguishing himself, but he was thoroughly master of his profession, and his zeal and ability were acknowledged wherever he was known. Count d'Estaing, with a fleet of 125 sail, men of war and transports, and a reputed force of 25,000 men, threatened Jamaica from St. Domingo. Nelson offered his services to the Admiral and to Governor-General Dalling, and was appointed to command the batteries of Fort Charles at Port Royal. Not more than 7,000 men could be mustered for the defence of the island, a number wholly inadequate to resist the force which threatened them. Of this Nelson was so well aware that when he wrote to his friends in England, he told them that they must not be surprised to hear of his learning to speak French. D'Estaing, however, was either not aware of his own superiority, or not equal to the command with which he was entrusted. He attempted nothing with his formidable armament, and General Dalling was thus left to execute a project which he had formed against the Spanish colonies. This project was to take Fort San Juan, on the river of that name, which flows from Lake Nicaragua into the Atlantic, make himself master of the lake itself, and of the cities of Granada and Leon, and thus cut off the communication of the Spaniards between their northern and southern possessions in America. Here it is that a canal between the two seas may most easily be formed, a work more important in its consequences than any which has ever been yet effected by human power. Lord George Germain, at that time Secretary of State for the American Department, approved the plan, and as discontents at that time were known to prevail in the Nuevo Reino, in Popayan, and in Peru, the more sanguine part of the English began to dream of acquiring an empire in one part of America more extensive than that which they were on the point of losing in another. General Dalling's plans were well formed, but the history and the nature of the country had not been studied as accurately as its geography. The difficulties which occurred in fitting out the expedition delayed it till the season was too far advanced, and the men were thus sent to adventure themselves, not so much against an enemy whom they would have beaten, as against a climate which would do the enemy's work. Early in the year 1780, 500 men, destined for this service, were convoyed by Nelson from Port Royal to Cape Gracias a Dios in Honduras. Not a native was to be seen when they landed. They had been taught that the English came with no other intent than that of enslaving them and sending them to Jamaica. After a while, however, one of them ventured down, confiding in his knowledge of one of the party, and by his means the neighbouring tribes were conciliated with presents and brought in. The troops were encamped on a swampy and unwholesome plain, where they were joined by a party of the 79th Regiment from Black River, who were already in a deplorable state of sickness. Having remained here a month, they proceeded, anchoring frequently along the Mosquito shore, to collect their Indian allies, who were to furnish proper boats for the river, and to accompany them. They reached the river San Juan March 24th, and here, according to his orders, Nelson's services were to terminate. But not a man in the expedition had ever been up the river, or knew the distances of any fortification from its mouth, and he, not being one who would turn back when so much was to be done, resolved to carry the soldiers up. About 200, therefore, were embarked in the Mosquito shore-craft, and in 2 of the Hinchinbrook's boats, and they began their way. It was the latter end of the dry season, the worst time for such an expedition. The river was consequently low. Indians were sent forward through narrow channels between shoals and sandbanks, and the men were frequently obliged to quit the boats and exert their utmost strength to drag or thrust them along. This labour continued for several days. Then they came into deeper water. But then they had sometimes currents and rapids to contend with, which would have been insurmountable had it not been for the skill of the Indians in such difficulties. The brunt of the labour was borne by them and by the sailors, men never accustomed to stand aloof when any exertion of strength or hardihood is required. The soldiers, less accustomed to rely upon themselves, were of little use, but all equally endured the violent heat of the sun, rendered more intense by being reflected from the white shoals, and because the high woods on both sides of the river were frequently so close as to prevent all refreshing circulation of air, and during the night all were equally exposed to the heavy and unwholesome dews. On the 9th of April they reached an island in the river called St. Bartolomeo, which the Spaniards had fortified as an outpost, with a small semicircular battery mounting 9 or 10 swivels, and manned with 16 or 18 men. It commanded the river in a rapid and difficult part of the navigation. Nelson, at the head of a few of his seamen, leapt upon the beach. The ground upon which he sprung was so muddy that he had some difficulty in extricating himself, and lost his shoes. Barefooted, however, he advanced, and, in his own phrase, boarded the battery. In this resolute attempt he was bravely supported by Despard, who was at that time a captain in the army, and whose after fate was so disastrous. The castle of San Juan is situated about 16 miles higher up. The stores and ammunition, however, were landed a few miles below the castle, and the men had to march through woods almost impassable. One of the men was bitten under the eye by a snake, which darted upon him from the bough of a tree. He was unable to proceed for the violence of the pain, and when, after a short while, some of his comrades were sent back to assist him, he was dead, and the body already putrid. Nelson himself narrowly escaped a similar fate. He had ordered his hammock to be slung under some trees, being excessively fatigued, and was sleeping when a monitory lizard passed across his face. The Indians happily observed the reptile, and knowing what it indicated, awoke him. He started up and found one of the deadliest serpents of the country coiled up at his feet. He suffered from poison of another kind, for, drinking at a spring, in which some boughs of the manchineel had been thrown, the effects were so severe as, in the opinion of some of his friends, to inflict a lasting injury upon his constitution. The castle of San Juan is 32 miles below the Lake of Nicaragua, from which it issues, and 69 miles from the mouth of the river. Boats reach the sea from thence in a day and a half, but their navigation back, even when unladen, is the labour of 9 days. The English appeared before it on the 11th day, 2 days after they had taken St. Bartolomeo. Nelson's advice was that it should instantly be carried by assault, but Nelson was not the commander, and it was thought proper to observe all the formalities of a siege. 10 days were wasted before this could be commenced. It was a work more of fatigue than of danger, but fatigue was more to be dreaded than the enemy. The rain set in, and could the garrison have held out a little longer, disease would have rid them of their invaders. Even the Indians sunk under it, the victims of unusual exertion and their own excesses. The place surrendered on the 24th, but victory procured to the conquerors none of that relief which had been expected. The castle was worse than a prison, and it contained nothing which could contribute to the recovery of the sick, or the preservation of those who were yet unaffected. The huts which served for hospitals were surrounded with filth, and with the putrefying hides of slaughtered cattle, almost sufficient of themselves to have engendered pestilence. And when at last orders were given to erect a convenient hospital, the contagion had become so general that there were none who could work at it, for, besides the few who were able to perform garrison duty, there were not orderly men enough to assist the sick. Added to these evils, there was the want of all needful remedies, for though the expedition had been amply provided with hospital stores, river-craft enough had not been procured for transporting the requisite baggage, and when much was to be left behind, provision for sickness was that which, of all things, men in health would be most ready to leave. Now, when these medicines were required, the river was swollen and so turbulent that its upward navigation was almost impracticable. At length even the task of burying the dead was more than the living could perform, and the bodies were tossed into the stream, or left for beasts of prey, and for the gallinazos, those dreadful carrion birds, which do not always wait for death before they begin their work. 5 months the English persisted in what may be called this war against nature. They then left a few men who seemed proof against the climate to retain the castle till the Spaniards should choose, when the fit season arrived, to retake it, and make them prisoners. The rest abandoned their baleful conquest. 1,800 men were sent to different posts upon this wretched expedition. Not more than 380 ever returned. The Hinchinbrook's complement consisted of 200 men. 87 took to their beds in one night, and of the whole crew not more than 10 survived. Nelson himself was saved by a timely removal. In a few days after the commencement of the siege, he was seized with the prevailing dysentery. Meantime, Captain Glover, son of the author of Leonidas, died, and Nelson appointed to succeed him in the Janus of 44 guns. He returned to the harbour the day before San Juan surrendered, and immediately sailed from Jamaica in the sloop which brought the news of his appointment. He was, however, so greatly reduced by the disorder that when they reached Port Royal he was carried ashore in his cot, and finding himself, after a partial amendment, unable to retain the command of his new ship, he was compelled to ask leave to return to England, as the only means of recovery. Captain, afterwards Admiral, Cornwallis took him home in the Lion, and to his care and kindness Nelson believed himself indebted for his life. He went immediately to Bath in a miserable state, so helpless that he was carried to and from his bed, and the act of moving him produced the most violent pain. In 3 months he was recovered, and immediately he hastened to London and applied for employment. After an interval of about 4 months, he was appointed to the Albemarle of 28 guns, a French merchantman which had been purchased from the captors for the King's service. His health was not yet thoroughly re-established, and while he was employed in getting his ship ready, he again became so ill as hardly to be able to keep out of bed. Yet in this state, still suffering from the fatal effect of a West Indian climate, as if, it might almost be supposed, he said, to try his constitution, he was sent to the North Seas, and kept there the whole winter. The asperity with which he mentioned this so many years afterwards evinces how deeply he resented a mode of conduct equally cruel to the individual and detrimental to the service. It was during the armed neutrality, and when they anchored off Elsineur, the Danish admiral sent on board, desiring to be informed what ships had arrived, and to have their force written down. "The Albemarle," said Nelson to the messenger, "is one of His Britannic Majesty's ships. You are at liberty, sir, to count the guns as you go down the side, and you may assure the Danish admiral that, if necessary, they shall all be well served." During this voyage he gained a considerable knowledge of the Danish coasts and its soundings, greatly to the advantage of his country in after times. The Albemarle was not a good ship, and was several times nearly overset in consequence of the masts having been made much too long for her. On her return to England they were shortened, and some other improvements made at Nelson's suggestion. Still, he always insisted that her first owners, the French, had taught her to run away, as she was never a good sailor except when going directly before the wind. On their return to the Downs, while he was ashore visiting the senior officer, there came on so heavy a gale that almost all the vessels drove, and a store-ship came athwart hawse of the Albemarle. Nelson feared she would drive on the Goodwin Sands, so he ran to the beach. But even the Deal boatmen thought it impossible to get on board, such was the violence of the storm. At length some of the most intrepid offered to make the attempt for 15 guineas, and to the astonishment and fear of all the beholders, he embarked during the height of the tempest. With great difficulty and imminent danger, he succeeded in reaching her. She lost her bowsprit and foremast, but escaped further injury. He was now ordered to Quebec, where his surgeon told him he would certainly be laid up by the climate. Many of his friends urged him to represent this to Admiral Keppel, but having received his orders from Lord Sandwich, there appeared to him an indelicacy in applying to his successor to have them altered. Accordingly, he sailed for Canada. During her first cruise on that station, the Albemarle captured a fishing schooner which contained in her cargo nearly all the property that her master possessed, and the poor fellow had a large family at home, anxiously expecting him. Nelson employed him as a pilot in Boston Bay, then restored him the schooner and cargo, and gave him a certificate to secure him against being captured by any other vessel. The man came off afterwards to the Albemarle, at the hazard of his life, with a present of sheep, poultry, and fresh provisions. A most valuable supply it proved, for the scurvy was raging on board. This was the middle of August, and the ship's company had not had a fresh meal since the beginning of April. The certificate was preserved at Boston in memory of an act of unusual generosity, and now that the fame of Nelson has given interest to everything connected with his name, it is regarded as a relic. The Albemarle had a narrow escape upon this cruise. 4 French sail of the line, and a frigate, which had come out of Boston harbour, gave chase to her, and Nelson, perceiving that they beat him in sailing, boldly ran among the numerous shoals of St. George's Bank, confiding in his own skill in pilotage. Captain Salter in the St. Margaretta had escaped the French fleet by a similar manoeuvre not long before. The frigate alone continued warily to pursue him, but as soon as he perceived that this enemy was unsupported, he shortened sail and hove to, upon which the Frenchman thought it advisable to give over the pursuit, and sailed in quest of his consorts. At Quebec, Nelson became acquainted with Alexander Davison, by whose interference he was prevented from making what would have been called an imprudent marriage. The Albemarle was about to leave the station. Her captain had taken leave of his friends, and was gone down the river to the place of anchorage, when the next morning, as Davison was walking on the beach, to his surprise he saw Nelson coming back in his boat. Upon inquiring the cause of his reappearance, Nelson took his arm to walk towards the town, and told him he found it utterly impossible to leave Quebec without again seeing the woman whose society had contributed so much to his happiness there, and offering her his hand. "If you do," said his friend, "your utter ruin must inevitably follow." "Then let it follow," cried Nelson, "for I am resolved to do it." "And I," replied Davison, "am resolved you shall not." Nelson, however, upon this occasion was less resolute than his friend, and suffered himself to be led back to the boat. The Albemarle was under orders to convoy a fleet of transports to New York. "A very pretty job," said her captain, "at this late season of the year." October was far advanced, "for our sails are at this moment frozen to the yards." On his arrival at Sandy Hook, he waited on the Commander-in-Chief, Admiral Digby, who had told him he was come on a fine station for making prize money. "Yes, sir," Nelson made answer, "but the West Indies is the station for honour." Lord Hood, with a detachment of Rodney's victorious fleet, was at that time at Sandy Hook. He had been intimate with Captain Suckling, and Nelson, who was desirous of nothing but honour, requested him to ask for the Albemarle, that he might go to that station where it was most likely to be obtained. Admiral Digby reluctantly parted with him. His professional merit was already well known, and Lord Hood, on introducing him to Prince William Henry, as the Duke of Clarence was then called, told the Prince, if he wished to ask any questions respecting naval tactics, Captain Nelson would give him as much information as any officer in the fleet. The Duke, who, to his own honour, became from that time the firm friend of Nelson, describes him as appearing the merest boy of a captain he had ever seen, dressed in a full-laced uniform, and old-fashioned waistcoat with long flaps, and his lank, unpowdered hair tied in a stiff Hessian tail of extraordinary length, making altogether so remarkable a figure that, says the Duke, I had never seen anything like it before, nor could I imagine who he was, nor what he came about. But his address and conversation were irresistibly pleasing, and when he spoke on professional subjects, it was with an enthusiasm that showed he was no common being. It was expected that the French would attempt some of the passages between the Bahamas, and Lord Hood, thinking of this, said to Nelson, I suppose, sir, from the length of your time you were cruising among the Bahama Keys, you must be a good pilot there. He replied, with that constant readiness to render justice to every man which was so conspicuous in all his conduct through life, that he was well acquainted with them himself, but that in that respect his second lieutenant was far his superior. The French got into Puerto Cabello, on the coast of Venezuela. Nelson was cruising between that port and La Guyara, under French colours, for the purpose of obtaining information, when a king's launch belonging to the Spaniards passed near, and being hailed in French, came alongside without suspicion, and answered all questions that were asked concerning the number and force of the enemy's ships. The crew, however, were not a little surprised when they were taken on board and found themselves prisoners. One of the party went by the name of the Count de Deux Ponts. He was, however, a prince of the German Empire, and brother to the heir of the Electorate of Bavaria. His companions were French officers of distinction, and men of science, who had been collecting specimens in the various branches of natural history. Nelson, having entertained them with the best his table could afford, told them that they were at liberty to depart with their boat and all that it contained. He only required them to promise that they would consider themselves as prisoners, if the Commander-in-Chief should refuse to acquiesce in their being thus liberated, a circumstance which was not by any means likely to happen. Tidings soon arrived that the preliminaries of peace had been signed, and the Albemarle returned to England and was paid off. Nelson's first business after he got to London, even before he went to see his relations, was to attempt to get the wages due to his men for the various ships in which they had served during the war. The disgust of seamen to the navy, he said, was all owing to the infernal plan of turning them over from ship to ship, so that men could not be attached to the officers, nor the officers care the least about the men. Yet he himself was so beloved by his men that his whole ship's company offered, if he could get a ship, to enter for her immediately. He was now, for the first time, presented at court. After going through this ceremony, he dined with his friend Davison at Lincoln's Inn. As soon as he entered the chambers, he threw off what he called his iron-bound coat, and, putting himself at ease in a dressing-gown, passed the remainder of the day in talking over all that had befallen them since they parted on the shore of the river St. Lawrence. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1, of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Nelson goes to France during the peace. Reappointed to the Boreas and stationed at the Leeward Islands. his firm conduct concerning the American interlopers and the contractors. Marries and returns to England. Is on the point of quitting the service in disgust. Manner of life while unemployed. Appointed to the Agamemnon on the breaking out of the war of the French Revolution. "I have closed the war," said Nelson in one of his letters, "without a fortune, but there is not a speck in my character. True honour, I hope, predominates in my mind far above riches." He did not apply for a ship, because he was not wealthy enough to live on board in the manner which was then become customary. Finding it, therefore, prudent to economise on his half-pay during the peace, he went to France, in company with Captain Macnamara of the Navy, and took lodgings at St. Omer's. The death of his favourite sister, Anne, who died in consequence of going out of the ballroom at Bath when heated with dancing, affected his father so much that it had nearly occasioned him to return in a few weeks. Time, however, and reason and religion overcame this grief in the old man, and Nelson continued at St. Omer's long enough to fall in love with the daughter of an English clergyman. This second attachment appears to have been less ardent than the first, for, upon weighing the evils of a straitened income to a married man, he thought it better to leave France, assigning to his friends something in his accounts as the cause. This prevented him from accepting an invitation from the Count de Deux Ponts to visit him at Paris, couched in the handsomest terms of acknowledgment for the treatment which he had received on board the Albemarle. The self-constraint which Nelson exerted in subduing this attachment made him naturally desire to be at sea, and when, upon visiting Lord Howe at the Admiralty, he was asked if he wished to be employed, he made answer that he did. Accordingly, in March, he was appointed to the Boreas, 28 guns, going to the Leeward Islands, as a cruiser on the peace establishment. Lady Hughes and her family went out with him to Admiral Sir Richard Hughes, who commanded on that station. His ship was full of young midshipmen, of whom there were not less than 30 on board, and happy were they whose lot it was to be placed with such a captain. If he perceived that a boy was afraid at first going aloft, he would say to him in a friendly manner, "Well, sir, I am going a race to the masthead, and beg that I may meet you there." The poor little fellow instantly began to climb, and got up how he could. Nelson never noticed in what manner, but when they met in the top, spoke cheerfully to him, and would say how much any person was to be pitied who fancied that getting up was either dangerous or difficult. Every day he went into the schoolroom to see that they were pursuing their nautical studies, and at noon he was always the first on deck with his quadrant. Whenever he paid a visit of ceremony, some of these youths accompanied him, and when he went to dine with the governor at Barbadoes, he took one of them in his hand, and presented him, saying, "Your Excellency must excuse me for bringing one of my midshipmen. I make it a rule to introduce them to all the good company I can, as they have few to look up to besides myself during the time they are at sea." When Nelson arrived in the West Indies, he found himself senior captain, and consequently second in command on that station. Satisfactory as this was, it soon involved him in a dispute with the admiral, which a man less zealous for the service might have avoided. He found the Latona in English harbour, Antigua, with a broad pennant hoisted, and upon inquiring the reason, was presented with a written order from Sir R. Hughes, requiring and directing him to obey the orders of Resident Commissioner Moutray, during the time he might have occasion to remain there. The said Resident Commissioner being in consequence authorized to hoist a broad pennant on board any of His Majesty's ships in that port that he might think proper. Nelson was never at a loss how to act in any emergency. "I know of no superior officers," said he, "beside the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty and my seniors on the post list." Concluding, therefore, that it was not consistent with the service for a resident commissioner, who held only a civil situation, to hoist a broad pennant, the moment that he had anchored he sent an order to the captain of the Laytona to strike it and return it to the dockyard. He then went on shore the same day, dined with the commissioner to show him that he was actuated by no other motive than a sense of duty, and gave him the first intelligence that his pennant had been struck. Sir Richard sent an account of this to the Admiralty, but the case could admit of no doubt, and Captain Nelson's conduct was approved. He displayed the same promptitude on another occasion. While the Boreas, after the hurricane months were over, was riding at anchor in Nevis Road, a French frigate passed to leeward, close along the shore. Nelson had obtained information that this ship was sent from Martinico, with 2 general officers and some engineers on board, to make a survey of our sugar islands. This purpose he was determined to prevent them from executing, and therefore he gave orders to follow them. The next day he came up with them at anchor in the roads of St. Eustatia, and anchored at about 2 cables' length on the frigate's quarter. Being afterwards invited by the Dutch governor to meet the French officers at dinner, he seized that occasion of assuring the French captain that, understanding it was his intention to honour the British possessions with a visit, he had taken the earliest opportunity in his power to accompany him in His Majesty's ship the Boreas, in order that such attention might be paid to the officers of His Most Christian Majesty as every Englishman in the islands would be proud to show. The French, with equal courtesy, protested against giving him this trouble, especially, they said, as they intended merely to cruise round the islands, without landing on any. But Nelson, with the utmost politeness, insisted upon paying them this compliment, followed them close, in spite of all their attempts to elude his vigilance, and never lost sight of them, till, finding it impossible either to deceive or escape him, they gave up their treacherous purpose in despair, and beat up for Martinico. A business of more serious import soon engaged his attention. The Americans were at this time trading with our islands, taking advantage of the register of their ships, which had been issued while they were British subjects. Nelson knew that, by the Navigation Act, no foreigners, directly or indirectly, are permitted to carry on any trade with these possessions. He knew, also, that the Americans had made themselves foreigners with regard to England. They had broken the ties of blood and language, and acquired the independence which they had been provoked to claim, unhappily for themselves, before they were fit for it, and he was resolved that they should derive no profit from those ties. Foreigners they had made themselves, and as foreigners they were to be treated. If once, said he, they are admitted to any kind of intercourse with our islands, the views of the Loyalists in settling at Nova Scotia are entirely done away, and when we are again embroiled in a French war, the Americans will first become the carriers of these colonies, and then have possession of them. Here they come, sell their cargoes for ready money, go to Martinico, buy molasses, and so round and round. The Loyalist cannot do this, and consequently must sell a little dearer. The residents here are Americans by connection and by interest, and are inimical to Great Britain. They are as great rebels as ever were in America, had they the power to show it. In November, when the squadron, having arrived at Barbadoes, was to separate, with no other orders than those for examining anchorages, and the usual inquiries concerning wood and water, Nelson asked his friend Collingwood, then captain of the Mediator, whose opinion he knew upon the subject, to accompany him to the Commander-in-Chief, whom he then respectfully asked whether they were not to attend to the commerce of the country, and see that the Navigation Act was respected. that appearing to him to be the intent of keeping men of war upon this station in time of peace. Sir Richard Hughes replied he had no particular orders, neither had the Admiralty sent him any Acts of Parliament. But Nelson made answer that the Navigation Act was included in the statutes of the Admiralty, with which every captain was furnished, and the Act was directed to admirals, captains, etc., to see it carried into execution. Sir Richard said he had never seen the book. Upon this Nelson produced the statutes, read the words of the Act, and apparently convinced the Commander-in-Chief that men of war, as he said, were sent abroad for some other purpose than to be made a show of. Accordingly, orders were given to enforce the Navigation Act. General Sir Thomas Shirley was at this time Governor of the Leeward Islands, and when Nelson waited on him to inform him how he intended to act, and upon what grounds, he replied that old generals were not in the habit of taking advice from young gentlemen. "Sir," said the young officer, with that confidence in himself which never carried him too far, and always was equal to the occasion, "I am as old as the Prime Minister of England, and think myself as capable of commanding one of His Majesty's ships as that minister is of governing the state." He was resolved to do his duty, whatever might be the opinion or conduct of others, and when he arrived upon his station at St. Kitts, he sent away all the Americans, not choosing to seize them before they had been well apprised that the Act would be carried into effect, lest it might seem as if a trap had been laid for them. The Americans, though they prudently decamped from St. Kitts, were emboldened by the support they met with, and resolved to resist his orders, alleging that King's ships had no legal power to seize them without having deputations from the customs. The planters were to a man against him. The governors and the presidents of the different islands, with only a single exception, gave him no support, and the admiral, afraid to act on either side, yet wishing to oblige the planters, sent him a note advising him to be guided by the wishes of the President of the Council. There was no danger in disregarding this, as it came unofficially and in the form of advice. But scarcely a month after he had shown Sir Richard Hughes the law, and, as he supposed, satisfied him concerning it, he received an order from him stating that he had now obtained good advice upon the point, and the Americans were not to be hindered from coming and having free egress and regress, if the governor chose to permit them. An order to the same purport had been sent round to the different governors and presidents, and General Shirley and others informed him in an authoritative manner that they chose to admit American ships, as the Commander-in-Chief had left the decision to them. These persons, in his own words, he soon trimmed up and silenced, but it was a more delicate business to deal with the Admiral. "I must either," said he, "disobey my orders or disobey Acts of Parliament." I determined upon the former, trusting to the uprightness of my intentions, and believing that my country would not let me be ruined for protecting her commerce. With this determination he wrote to Sir Richard, appealed again to the plain, literal, unequivocal sense of the Navigation Act, and in respectful language told him he felt it his duty to decline obeying these orders till he had an opportunity of seeing and conversing with him. Sir Richard's first feeling was that of anger, and he was about to supersede Nelson, but having mentioned the affair to his captain, that officer told him he believed all the squadron thought the orders illegal, and therefore did not know how far they were bound to obey them. It was impossible, therefore, to bring Nelson to a court-martial, composed of men who agreed with him in opinion upon the point in dispute. And, luckily, though the Admiral wanted vigour of mind to decide upon what was right, he was not obstinate in wrong, and had even generosity enough in his nature to thank Nelson afterward for having shown him his error. Collingwood, in the Mediator, and his brother Wilfred Collingwood in the Rattler, actively cooperated with Nelson. The custom houses were informed that after a certain day all foreign vessels found in the ports would be seized, and many were in consequence seized and condemned in the Admiralty Court. When the Boreas arrived at Nevis, she found 4 American vessels deeply laden, and with what are called the island colours flying, white with a red cross. They were ordered to hoist their proper flag and depart within 48 hours, but they refused to obey, denying that they were Americans. Some of their crews were then examined in Nelson's cabin, where the Judge of the Admiralty happened to be present. The case was plain. They confessed that they were Americans, and that the ships, hull and cargo, were wholly American property, upon which he seized them. This raised a storm. The planters, the custom house, and the governor were all against him. Subscriptions were opened, and presently filled, for the purpose of carrying on the cause in behalf of the American captains, and the admiral, whose flag was at that time in the roads, stood neutral. But the Americans and their abettors were not content with defensive law. The marines whom he had sent to secure the ships had prevented some of the masters from going ashore, and those persons by whose deposition it appeared that the vessels and cargoes were American property declared that they had given their testimony under bodily fear, for that a man with a drawn sword in his hand had stood over them the whole time. A rascally lawyer, whom the party employed, suggested this story, and as the sentry at the cabin door was a man with a drawn sword, the Americans made no scruple of swearing to this ridiculous falsehood, and commencing prosecutions against him accordingly. They laid their damages at the enormous amount of £40,000, and Nelson was obliged to keep close on board his own ship, lest he should be arrested for a sum for which it would have been impossible to find bail. The marshal frequently came on board to arrest him, but was always prevented by the address of the first lieutenant, Mr. Wallace. Had he been taken, such was the temper of the people that it was certain he would have been cast for the whole sum. One of his officers, one day, in speaking of the restraint with which he was thus compelled to suffer, happened to use the word pity. "Pity!" exclaimed Nelson. "Pity, did you say? I shall live, sir, to be envied, and to that point I shall always direct my course." 8 weeks he remained under this state of duress. During that time the trial respecting these detained ships came on in the Court of Admiralty. He went on shore under a protection for the day from the judge. But notwithstanding this, the marshal was called upon to take that opportunity of arresting him, and the merchants promised to indemnify him for so doing. The judge, however, did his duty, and threatened to send the marshal to prison if he attempted to violate the protection of the court. Mr. Herbert, the president of Nevis, behaved with singular generosity upon this occasion. Though no man was a greater sufferer by the measures which Nelson had pursued, he offered in court to become his bail for £10,000 if he chose to suffer the arrest. The lawyer whom he had chosen proved to be an able as well as an honest man, and, notwithstanding the opinions and pleadings of most of the council of the different islands, who maintained that ships of war were not justified in seizing American vessels without a deputation from the customs, the law was so explicit, the case so clear, and Nelson pleaded his own cause so well, that the 4 ships were condemned. During the progress of this business, he sent a memorial home to the king, in consequence of which orders were issued that he should be defended at the expense of the crown, and upon the representations which he made at the same time to the Secretary of State, and the suggestions with which he accompanied it, the Register Act was framed. The sanction of government, and the approbation of his conduct which it implied, were highly gratifying to him. But he was offended, and not without just cause, that the Treasury should have transmitted thanks to the Commander-in-Chief for his activity and zeal in protecting the commerce of Great Britain. "Had they known all," said he, "I do not think they would have bestowed thanks in that quarter, and neglected me. I feel much hurt that, after the loss of health and risk of fortune, another should be thanked for what I did against his orders. I either deserve to be sent out of the service, or at least to have had some little notice taken of what I had done. They have thought it worthy of notice, and yet have neglected me. If this is the reward for a faithful discharge of my duty, I shall be careful, and never stand forward again. But I have done my duty, and have nothing to accuse myself of." End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2, of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. The anxiety which he had suffered from the harassing uncertainties of law is apparent from these expressions. He had, however, something to console him, for he was at this time wooing the niece of his friend the President, then in her 18th year, the widow of Dr. Nisbet, a physician. She had one child, a son, by name Josiah, who was 3 years old. One day Mr. Herbert, who had hastened half-dressed to receive Nelson, exclaimed on returning to his dressing-room, "Good God, if I did not find that great little man, of whom everybody is so afraid, playing in the next room under the dining-table with Mrs. Nisbet's child." A few days afterwards, Mrs. Nisbet herself was first introduced to him, and thanked him for the partiality which he had shown to her little boy. Her manners were mild and winning, and the captain, whose heart was easily susceptible of attachment, found no such imperious necessity for subduing his inclinations as had twice before withheld him from marrying. They were married on March the 11th, 1787. Prince William Henry, who had come out to the West Indies the preceding winter, being present by his own desire to give away the bride. Mr. Herbert, her uncle, was at this time so much displeased with his only daughter that he had resolved to disinherit her, and leave his whole fortune, which was very great, to his niece. But Nelson, whose nature was too noble to let him profit by an act of injustice, interfered, and succeeded in reconciling the President to his child. "Yesterday," said one of his naval friends, the day after the wedding, "the Navy lost one of its greatest ornaments by Nelson's marriage. It is a national loss that such an officer should marry. Had it not been for this, Nelson would have become the greatest man in the service." The man was rightly estimated, but he who delivered this opinion did not understand the effects of domestic love and duty upon a mind of the true heroic stamp. "We are often separate," said Nelson in a letter to Mrs. Nisbet, a few months before their marriage, "but our affections are not by any means on that account diminished. Our country has the first demand for our services, and private convenience or happiness must ever give way to the public good. Duty is the great business of a sea officer. All private considerations must give way to it, however painful. Have you not often heard," says he in another letter, "that salt water and absence always wash away love? Now I am such a heretic as not to believe that faith. For, behold, every morning I have 6 pails of salt water poured upon my head, and instead of finding what seamen say to be true, it goes on so contrary to the prescription that you must, perhaps, see me before the fixed time." More frequently, his correspondence breathed a deeper strain. "To write letters to you," says he, "is the next greatest pleasure I feel to receiving them from you. What I experience when I read such as I am sure are the pure sentiments of your heart, my poor pen cannot express, nor, indeed, would I give much for any pen or head which could express feelings of that kind. Absent from you, I feel no pleasure. It is you who are everything to me. Without you, I care not for this world, for I have found, lately, nothing in it but vexation and trouble. These are my present sentiments. God Almighty grant they may never change, nor do I think they will. Indeed, there is, as far as human knowledge can judge, a moral certainty that they cannot, for it must be real affection that brings us together, not interest or compulsion. Such were the feelings, and such the sense of duty, with which Nelson became a husband. During his stay upon this station, he had ample opportunity of observing the scandalous practices of the contractors, prize agents, and other persons in the West Indies connected with the naval service. When he was first left with the command, and bills were brought him to sign for money which was owing for goods purchased for the navy, he required the original voucher, that he might examine whether those goods had really been purchased at the market price. But to produce vouchers would not have been convenient, and therefore was not the custom. Upon this Nelson wrote to Sir Charles Middleton, then Comptroller of the Navy, representing the abuses which were likely to be practised in this manner. The answer which he received seemed to imply that the old forms were thought sufficient, and thus having no alternative, he was compelled, with his eyes open, to submit to a practice originating in fraudulent intentions. Soon afterwards, 2 Antigua merchants informed him that they were privy to great frauds which had been committed upon government in various departments, at Antigua to the amount of nearly £500,000, at Lucy £300,000, at Barbados £250,000, at Jamaica upwards of £1 million. The informers were both shrewd, sensible men of business. They did not affect to be actuated by a sense of justice, but required a percentage upon so much as government should actually recover through their means. Nelson examined the books and papers which they produced, and was convinced that government had been most infamously plundered. Vouchers, he found, in that country were no check whatever. The principle was that a thing was always worth what it would bring, and the merchants were in the habit of signing vouchers for each other without even the appearance of looking at the articles. These accounts he sent home to the different departments which had been defrauded. But the peculators were too powerful, and they succeeded not merely in impeding inquiry, but even in raising prejudices against Nelson at the Board of Admiralty, which it was many years before he could subdue. Owing, probably, to these prejudices and the influence of the peculators, he was treated, on his return to England, in a manner which had nearly driven him from the service. During the 3 years that the Boreas had remained upon a station which is usually so fatal, not a single officer or man of her whole complement had died. This almost unexampled instance of good health, though mostly, no doubt, imputable to a healthy season, must in some measure also be ascribed to the wise conduct of the captain. He never suffered the ships to remain more than 3 or 4 at a time at any of the islands, and when the hurricane months confined him to English harbour, he encouraged all kinds of useful amusements, music, dancing, and cudgelling among the men, theatricals among the officers, anything which could employ their attention and keep their spirits cheerful. The Boreas arrived in England in June. Nelson, who had many times been supposed to be consumptive when in the West Indies, and perhaps was saved from consumption by that climate, was still in a precarious state of health, and the raw wet weather of one of our ungenial summers brought on cold and sore throat and fever, yet his vessel was kept at the Nore from the end of June till the end of November, serving as a sloop and receiving ship. This unworthy treatment, which more probably proceeded from intention than from neglect, excited in Nelson the strongest indignation. During the whole 5 months he seldom or never quitted the ship, but carried on the duty with strict and sullen attention. On the morning when orders were received to prepare the Boreas for being paid off, he expressed his joy to the senior officer in the Medway, saying, "It will release me for ever from an ungrateful service, for it is my firm and unalterable determination never again to set my foot on board a king's ship. Immediately after my arrival in town, I shall wait on the First Lord of the Admiralty and resign my commission." The officer to whom he thus communicated his intentions behaved in the wisest and most friendly manner. For finding it in vain to dissuade him in his present state of feeling, he secretly interfered with the First Lord to save him from a step so injurious to himself, little foreseeing how deeply the welfare and honour of England were at that moment at stake. This interference produced a letter from Lord Howe, the day before the ship was paid off, intimating a wish to see Captain Nelson as soon as he arrived in town, when, being pleased with his conversation, and perfectly convinced, by what was then explained to him, of the propriety of his conduct, he desired that he might present him to the King on the first levee day, and the gracious manner in which Nelson was then received effectually removed his resentment. Prejudices had been, in like manner, excited against his friend, Prince William Henry. "Nothing is wanting, sir," said Nelson in one of his letters, "to make you the darling of the English nation, but truth. Sorry I am to say, much to the contrary has been dispersed." This was not flattery, for Nelson was no flatterer. The letter in which this passage occurs shows in how wise and noble a manner he dealt with the Prince. One of His Royal Highness's officers had applied for a court-martial upon a point in which he was unquestionably wrong. His Royal Highness, however, while he supported his own character and authority, prevented the trial, which must have been injurious to a brave and deserving man. "Now that you are parted," said Nelson, "pardon me, my Prince, when I presume to recommend that he may stand in your royal favour as if he had never sailed with you, and that at some future day you will serve him. There only wants this to place your conduct in the highest point of view. None of us are without failings. His was being rather too hasty, but that, put in competition with his being a good officer, will not, I am bold to say, be taken in the scale against him. More able friends than myself your Royal Highness may easily find, and of more consequence in the state, but one more attached and affectionate is not so easily met with. Princes seldom, very seldom, find a disinterested person to communicate their thoughts to. I do not pretend to be that person, but of this be assured, by a man who, I trust, never did a dishonourable act, that I am interested only that your Royal Highness should be the greatest and best man this country ever produced." Encouraged by the conduct of Lord Howe, and by his reception at court, Nelson renewed his attack upon the peculators with fresh spirit. He had interviews with Mr. Rose, Mr. Pitt, and Sir Charles Middleton, to all of whom he satisfactorily proved his charges. In consequence, it is said, these very extensive public frauds were at length put in a proper train to be provided against in future. His representations were attended to, and every step which he recommended was adopted. The investigation was put into a proper course, which ended in the detection and punishment of some of the culprits. An immense saving was made to Government, and thus its attention was directed to similar peculations in other parts of the colonies. But it is said, also, that no mark of commendation seems to have been bestowed upon Nelson for his exertion. And it is justly remarked that the spirit of the navy cannot be preserved so effectually by the liberal honours bestowed on officers when they are worn out in the service, as by an attention to those who, like Nelson at this part of his life, have only their integrity and zeal to bring them into notice. A junior officer who had been left with the command at Jamaica received an additional allowance, for which Nelson had applied in vain. Double pay was allowed to every artificer and seaman employed in the naval yard. Nelson had superintended the whole business of that yard with the most rigid exactness, and he complained that he was neglected. It was most true, he said, that the trouble which he took to detect the fraudulent practices then carried on was no more than his duty, but he little thought that the expenses attending his frequent journeys to St. John's upon that duty, a distance of 12 miles, would have fallen upon his pay as captain of the Boreas. Nevertheless, the sense of what he thought this unworthy usage did not diminish his zeal. I, said he, must still buffet the waves in search of what? Alas, that they call honour is now thought of no more. My fortune, God knows, has grown worse for the service. So much for serving my country. But the devil, ever willing to tempt the virtuous, has made me offer, if any ship should be sent to destroy His Majesty of Morocco's ports, to be there, and I have some reason to think that, should any more come of it, my humble services will be accepted. I have invariably laid down, and followed close, a plan of what ought to be uppermost in the breast of an officer, that it is much better to serve an ungrateful country than to give up his own fame. Posterity will do him justice. A uniform course of honour and integrity seldom fails of bringing a man to the goal of fame at last. The design against the Barbary pirates, like all other designs against them, was laid aside, and Nelson took his wife to his father's parsonage, meaning only to pay him a visit before they went to France, a project which he had formed for the sake of acquiring a competent knowledge of the French language. But his father could not bear to lose him thus unnecessarily. Mr. Nelson had long been an invalid, suffering under paralytic and asthmatic affections, which for several hours after he rose in the morning scarcely permitted him to speak. He had been given over by his physicians for this complaint nearly 40 years before his death, and was, for many of his last years, obliged to spend all his winters at Bath. The sight of his son, he declared, had given him new life. "But, Horace," said he, "it would have been better that I had not been thus cheered, if I am so soon to be bereaved of you again. Let me, my good son, see you whilst I can. My age and infirmities increase, and I shall not last long." To such an appeal there could be no reply. Nelson took up his abode at the parsonage, and amused himself with the sports and the occupations of the country. Sometimes he busied himself with farming the glebe. Sometimes he spent the greater part of the day in the garden, where he would dig as if for the mere pleasure of wearying himself. Sometimes he went bird-nesting like a boy, and in these expeditions Mrs. Nelson always, by his express desire, accompanied him. Coursing was his favourite amusement. Shooting, as he practised it, was far too dangerous for his companions, for he carried his gun upon the full cock, as if he were going to board an enemy, and the moment a bird rose, he let fly without ever putting the fowling piece to his shoulder. It is not, therefore, extraordinary that his having once shot a partridge should be remembered by his family among the remarkable events of his life. But his time did not pass away thus without some vexatious cares to ruffle it. The affair of the American ships was not yet over, and he was again pestered with threats of prosecution. "I have written them word," said he, "that I will have nothing to do with them, and they must act as they think proper. Government, I suppose, will do what is right, and not leave me in the lurch. We have heard enough lately of the consequence of the Navigation Act to this country. They may take my person, but if sixpence would save me from a prosecution, I would not give it." It was his great ambition at this time to possess a pony, and, having resolved to purchase one, he went to a fair for that purpose. During his absence, 2 men abruptly entered the parsonage and inquired for him. They then asked for Mrs. Nelson, and after they had made her repeatedly declare that she was really and truly the captain's wife, presented her with a writ or notification on the part of the American captains, who now laid the damages at £20,000, and they charged her to give it to her husband on his return. Nelson, having bought his pony, came home with it in high spirits. He called out to his wife to admire the purchase, and listen to all its excellences, nor was it till his glee had in some measure subsided that the paper could be presented to him. His indignation was excessive, and in the apprehension that he should be exposed to the anxieties of the suit, and the ruinous consequences which might ensue, he exclaimed, "This affront I did not deserve, but I'll be trifled with no longer. I will write immediately to the Treasury, and if Government will not support me, I am resolved to leave the country." Accordingly, he informed the Treasury that if a satisfactory answer were not sent him by return of post, he should take refuge in France. To this he expected he should be driven, and for this he arranged everything with his characteristic rapidity of decision. It was settled that he should depart immediately, and Mrs. Nelson follow under the care of his elder brother Maurice 10 days after him. But the answer which he received from Government quieted his fears. It stated that Captain Nelson was a very good officer, and needed to be under no apprehension, for he would assuredly be supported. Here his disquietude upon this subject seems to have ended. Still, he was not at ease. He wanted employment, and was mortified that his applications for it produced no effect. Not being a man of fortune, he said, was a crime which he was unable to get over, and therefore none of the great cared about him. Repeatedly he requested the Admiralty that they would not leave him to rust in indolence. During the armament which was made upon occasion of the dispute concerning Nootka Sound, he renewed his application, and his steady friend, Prince William, who had then been created Duke of Clarence, recommended him to Lord Chatham. The failure of this recommendation wounded him so keenly that he again thought of retiring from the service in disgust, a resolution from which nothing but the urgent remonstrances of Lord Hood induced him to desist. Hearing that the Raisonnable, in which he had commenced his career, was to be commissioned, he asked for her. This also was in vain, and a coolness ensued on his part towards Lord Hood, because that excellent officer did not use his influence with Lord Chatham upon this occasion. Lord Hood, however, had certainly sufficient reasons for not interfering, for he ever continued his steady friend. In the winter of 1792, when we were on the eve of the anti-Jacobin war, Nelson once more offered his services, earnestly requested a ship, and added that if their lordships should be pleased to appoint him to a cockle-boat, he should feel satisfied. He was answered in the usual official form. "Sir, I have received your letter on the 5th instant, expressing your readiness to serve, and have read the same to my Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty." On the 12th of December he received this dry acknowledgment. The fresh mortification did not, however, affect him long, for by the joint interest of the Duke and Lord Hood, he was appointed, on the 30th of January following, to the Agamemnon of 64 guns. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Agamemnon sent to the Mediterranean. Commencement of Nelson's acquaintance with Sir W. Hamilton. He is sent to Corsica to cooperate with Paoli. State of affairs in that island. Nelson undertakes the siege of Bastia, and reduces it. Takes a distinguished part in the siege of Calvi, where he loses an eye. Admiral Hotham's action. The Agamemnon ordered to Genoa to cooperate with the Austrian and Sardinian forces. Gross misconduct of the Austrian general. "There are 3 things, young gentlemen," said Nelson to one of his midshipmen, "which you are constantly to bear in mind. First, you must always implicitly obey orders, without attempting to form any opinion of your own respecting their propriety. Secondly, you must consider every man your enemy who speaks ill of your king. And thirdly, you must hate a Frenchman as you do the devil." With these feelings he engaged in the anti-Jacobin war. Josiah, his son-in-law, went with him as a midshipman. The Agamemnon was ordered to the Mediterranean under Lord Hood. The fleet arrived in those seas at a time when the south of France would willingly have formed itself into a separate republic, under the protection of England. But good principles had been at that time perilously abused by ignorant and profligate men, and in its fear and hatred of democracy, the English government leagued itself with despotism, a miserable error, of which the consequences will long be to be deplored. For had not England, in an unhappy hour, interfered, the rotten governments of the continent would then have fallen, and the continental nations, acquiring a revolutionary impulse and strength at the same time as France, would now have been the rivals of France instead of her prey. Lord Hood could not take advantage of the fair occasion which presented itself, and which, if it had been seized with vigour, might have ended in dividing France. But he negotiated with the people of Toulon to take possession provisionally of their port and city, which fatally for themselves was accordingly done. Before the British fleet entered, Nelson was sent with despatches to Sir William Hamilton, our envoy at the court of Naples. Sir William, after his first interview with him, told Lady Hamilton he was about to introduce a little man to her who could not boast of being very handsome, but such a man as, he believed, would one day astonish the world. "I have never before," he continued, "entertained an officer at my house, but I am determined to bring him here. Let him be put in the room prepared for Prince Augustus." Thus that acquaintance began, which ended in the destruction of Nelson's domestic happiness. It seemed to threaten no such consequences at its commencement. He spoke of Lady Hamilton in a letter to his wife as a young woman of amiable manners, who did honour to the station to which she had been raised, and he remarked that she had been exceedingly kind to Josiah. The activity with which the envoy exerted himself in procuring troops from Naples to assist in garrisoning Toulon so delighted him that he is said to have exclaimed, "Sir William, you are a man after my own heart. You do business in my own way," and then to have added, "I am now only a captain, but I will, if I live, be at the top of the tree." Here, also, that acquaintance with the Neapolitan court commenced which led to the only blot upon Nelson's public character. The king, who was sincere at that time in his enmity to the French, called the English the saviours of Italy, and of his dominions in particular. He paid the most flattering attentions to Nelson, made him dine with him, and seated him at his right hand. Having accomplished this mission, Nelson received orders to join Commodore Lindsay at Tunis. On the way, 5 sail of the enemy were discovered off the coast of Sardinia, and he chased them. They proved to be 3 44-gun frigates, with a corvette of 24 and a brig of 12. The Agamemnon had only 345 men at quarters, having landed part of her crew at Toulon, and others being absent in prizes. He came near enough one of the frigates to engage her, but at great disadvantage, the Frenchmen manoeuvring well and sailing greatly better. A running fight of 3 hours ensued, during which the other ships, which were at some distance, made all speed to come up. By this time the enemy was almost silenced, when a favourable change of wind enabled her to get out of reach of the Agamemnon's guns, and that ship had received so much damage in the rigging that she could not follow her. Nelson, expecting that this was but the forerunner of a far more serious engagement, called his officers together, and asked them if the ship was fit to go into action against such a superior force, without some small refit and refreshment for the men. Their answer was that she certainly was not. He then gave these orders: "Veer the ship, and lay her head to the westward. Let some of the best men be employed refitting the rigging, and the carpenter getting crows and capstan bars to prevent our wounded spars from coming down. And get the wine up for the people, with some bread, for it may be half an hour good before we are again in action." But when the French came up, their comrade made signals of distress, and they all hoisted out their boats to go to her assistance, leaving the Agamemnon unmolested. Nelson found Commodore Lindsay at Tunis, where he had been sent to expostulate with the Dey upon the impolicy of his supporting the revolutionary government of France. Nelson represented to him the atrocity of that government. Such arguments were of little avail in Barbary, and when the Dey was told that the French had put their sovereign to death, he dryly replied that nothing could be more heinous, and yet, if historians told the truth, the English had once done the same. This answer had doubtless been suggested by the French about him. They had completely gained the ascendancy, and all negotiation on our part proved fruitless. Shortly afterward, Nelson was detached with a small squadron to cooperate with General Paoli and the anti-Galician party in Corsica. Some 30 years before this time, the heroic patriotism of the Corsicans and of their leader Paoli had been the admiration of England. The history of these brave people is but a melancholy tale. The island which they inhabit has been abundantly blessed by nature. It has many excellent harbours, and though the malaria, or pestilential atmosphere, which is so deadly in many parts of Italy and of the Italian islands, prevails on the eastern coast, the greater part of the country is mountainous and healthy. It is about 150 miles long, and from 40 to 50 broad. In circumference, some 320. A country large enough, and sufficiently distant from the nearest shores, to have subsisted as an independent state, if the welfare and happiness of the human race had ever been considered as the end and aim of policy. The Moors, the Pisans, the kings of Aragon, and the Genoese successively attempted, and each for a time effected, its conquest. The yoke of the Genoese continued longest, and was the heaviest. These petty tyrants ruled with an iron rod, and when at any time a patriot rose to resist their oppressions, if they failed to subdue him by force, they resorted to assassination. At the commencement of the last century, they quelled one revolt by the aid of German auxiliaries, whom the Emperor Charles VI sent against a people who had never offended him, and who were fighting for whatever is most dear to man. In 1734 the war was renewed, and Theodore, a Westphalian baron, then appeared upon the stage. In that age men were not accustomed to see adventurers play for kingdoms, and Theodore became the common talk of Europe. He had served in the French armies, and having afterwards been noticed both by Ripperda and Alberoni, their example, perhaps, inflamed a spirit as ambitious and as unprincipled as their own. He employed the whole of his means in raising money and procuring arms, then wrote to the leaders of the Corsican patriots to offer them considerable assistance if they would erect Corsica into an independent kingdom, and elect him king. When he landed among them, they were struck with his stately person, his dignified manners, and imposing talents. They believed the magnificent promises of foreign assistance which he held out, and elected him king accordingly. Had his means been as he represented them, they could not have acted more wisely than in thus at once fixing the government of their country, and putting an end to those rivalries among the leading families which had so often proved pernicious to the public weal. He struck money, conferred titles, blocked up the fortified towns which were held by the Genoese, and amused the people with promises of assistance for about 8 months. Then, perceiving that they cooled in their affections towards him, in proportion as their expectations were disappointed, he left the island under the plea of expediting himself the succours which he had so long awaited. Such was his address that he prevailed upon several rich merchants in Holland, particularly the Jews, to trust him with cannon and warlike stores to a great amount. They shipped these under the charge of a supercargo. Theodore returned with this supercargo to Corsica, and put him to death on his arrival, as the shortest way of settling the account. The remainder of his life was a series of deserved afflictions. He threw in the stores which he had thus fraudulently obtained, but he did not dare to land, for Genoa had now called in the French to their assistance, and a price had been set upon his head. His dreams of royalty were now at an end. He took refuge in London, contracted debts, and was thrown into the King's Bench. After lingering there many years, he was released under an act of insolvency, in consequence of which he made over the kingdom of Corsica for the use of his creditors, and died shortly after his deliverance. The French, who have never acted a generous part in the history of the world, readily entered into the views of the Genoese, which accorded with their own policy, for such was their ascendancy at Genoa, that in subduing Corsica for these allies, they were in fact subduing it for themselves. They entered into the contest, therefore, with their usual vigour and their usual cruelty. It was in vain that the Corsicans addressed a most affecting memorial to the court of Versailles. That remorseless government persisted in its flagitious project. They poured in troops, dressed a part of them like the people of the country, by which means they deceived and destroyed many of the patriots, cut down the standing corn, the vines, and the olives, set fire to the villages, and hung all the most able and active men who fell into their hands. A war of this kind may be carried on with success against a country so small and so thinly peopled as Corsica. Having reduced the island to perfect servitude, which they called peace, the French withdrew their forces. As soon as they were gone, men, women, and boys rose at once against their oppressors. The circumstances of the times were now favourable to them, and some British ships acting as allies of Sardinia bombarded Bastia and San Fiorenzo, and delivered them into the hands of the patriots. This service was long remembered with gratitude. The impression made upon our own countrymen was less favourable. They had witnessed the heart-burning of rival chiefs and the dissensions among the patriots, and perceiving the state of barbarism to which continual oppression and habits of lawless turbulence had reduced the nation, did not recollect that the vices of the people were owing to their unhappy circumstances, but that the virtues which they displayed arose from their own nature. This feeling perhaps influenced the British court when, in 1746, Corsica offered to put herself under the protection of Great Britain. An answer was returned, expressing satisfaction at such a communication, hoping that the Corsicans would preserve the same sentiments, but signifying also that the present was not the time for such a measure. These brave islanders then formed a government for themselves, under two leaders, Gaffori and Matra, who had the title of protectors. The latter is represented as a partisan of Genoa, favouring the views of the oppressors of his country by the most treasonable means. Gaffori was a hero worthy of old times. His eloquence was long remembered with admiration. A band of assassins was once advancing against him. He heard of their approach, went out to meet them, and, with a serene dignity which overawed them, requested them to hear him. Then he spake to them so forcibly of the distresses of their country, her intolerable wrongs, and the hopes and views of their brethren in arms, that the very men who had been hired to murder him fell at his feet, implored his forgiveness, and joined his banner. While he was besieging the Genoese in Corte, a party of the garrison, perceiving the nurse with his eldest son, then an infant in arms, straying at a little distance from the camp, suddenly sallied out and seized them. The use they made of their persons was in conformity to their usual execrable conduct. When Gaffori advanced to batter the walls, they held up the child directly over that part of the wall at which the guns were pointed. But Gaffori stood at their head and ordered them to continue the fire. Providentially the child escaped, and lived to relate, with becoming feeling, a fact so honourable to his father. That father conducted the affairs of the island till 1753, when he was assassinated by some wretches, set on, it is believed, by Genoa, but certainly pensioned by that abominable government after the deed. He left the country in such a state that it was enabled to continue the war 2 years after his death, without a leader. Then they found one worthy of their cause in Pasquale de Paoli. Paoli's father was one of the patriots who effected their escape from Corsica when the French reduced it to obedience. He retired to Naples, and brought up his younger son in the Neapolitan service. The Corsicans heard of young Paoli's abilities, and solicited him to come over to his native country and take the command. He did not hesitate long. His father, who was too far advanced in years to take an active part himself, encouraged him to go, and when they separated, the old man fell on his neck and kissed him, and gave him his blessing. "My son," said he, "perhaps I may never see you more, but in my mind I shall ever be present with you. Your design is great and noble, and I doubt not but God will bless you in it. I shall devote to your cause the little remainder of my life, in offering up my prayers for your success." When Paoli assumed the command, he found all things in confusion. He formed a democratical government, of which he was chosen chief, restored the authority of the laws, established a university, and took such measures, both for repressing abuses and moulding the rising generation, that if France had not interfered, upon its wicked and detestable principle of usurpation, Corsica might, at this day, have been as free and flourishing and happy a commonwealth as any of the Grecian states in the days of their prosperity. The Genoese were at this time driven out of their fortified towns, and must in a short time have been expelled. France was indebted some millions of livres to Genoa. It was not convenient to pay this money, so the French minister proposed to the Genoese that she should discharge the debt by sending 6 battalions to serve in Corsica for 4 years. The indignation which this conduct excited in all generous hearts was forcibly expressed by Rousseau, who, with all his errors, was never deficient in feeling for the wrongs of humanity. "You Frenchmen," said he, writing to one of that people, "are a thoroughly servile nation, thoroughly sold to tyranny, thoroughly cruel, and relentless in persecuting the unhappy. If they knew of a free man at the other end of the world, I believe they would go thither for the mere pleasure of extirpating him." The immediate object of the French happened to be purely mercenary. They wanted to clear off their debt to Genoa, and as the presence of their troops in the island effected this, they aimed at doing the people no further mischief. Would that the conduct of England had been at this time free from reproach. But a proclamation was issued by the English government, after the Peace of Paris, prohibiting any intercourse with the rebels of Corsica. Paoli said he did not expect that from Great Britain. This great man was deservedly proud of his country. "I defy Rome, Sparta, or Thebes," he used to say, "to show me 30 years of such patriotism as Corsica can boast." Availing himself of the respite which the inactivity of the French and the weakness of the Genoese allowed, he prosecuted his plans of civilizing the people. He used to say that though he had an unspeakable pride in the prospect of the fame to which he aspired, yet, if he could but render his countrymen happy, he could be content to be forgotten. His own importance he never affected to undervalue. "We are now, to our country," said he, "like the prophet Elisha, stretched over the dead child of the Shunammite. Eye to eye, nose to nose, mouth to mouth. It begins to recover warmth, and to revive. I hope it will yet regain full health and vigour." But when the 4 years were expired, France purchased the sovereignty of Corsica from the Genoese for 40 millions of livres. As if the Genoese had been entitled to sell it! As if any bargain and sale could justify one country in taking possession of another against the will of the inhabitants, and butchering all who oppose the usurpation. Among the enormities which France has committed, this action seems but as a speck. Yet the foulest murderer that ever suffered by the hand of the executioner has infinitely less guilt upon his soul than the statesman who concluded this treaty, and the monarch who sanctioned and confirmed it. A desperate and glorious resistance was made, but it was in vain. No power interposed in behalf of these injured islanders, and the French poured in as many troops as were required. They offered to confirm Paoli in the supreme authority, only on condition that he would hold it under their government. His answer was, that the rocks which surrounded him should melt away before he would betray a cause which he held in common with the poorest Corsican. This people then set a price upon his head. During 2 campaigns he kept them at bay. They overpowered him at length. He was driven to the shore, and having escaped on shipboard, took refuge in England. It is said that Lord Shelburne resigned his seat in Cabinet because the Ministry looked on without attempting to prevent France from succeeding in this abominable and important act of aggrandizement. In one respect, however, our country acted as became her. Paoli was welcomed with the honours which he deserved. A pension of £1,200 was immediately granted him, and provision was liberally made for his elder brother and his nephew. Above 20 years Paoli remained in England, enjoying the friendship of the wise and the admiration of the good. But when the French Revolution began, It seemed as if the restoration of Corsica was at hand. The whole country, as if animated by one spirit, rose and demanded liberty, and the National Assembly passed a decree recognizing the island as a department of France, and therefore entitled to all the privileges of the new French constitution. This satisfied the Corsicans, and it satisfied Paoli also. He resigned his pension in the year 1790, and appeared at the bar of the Assembly with the Corsican deputies when they took the oath of fidelity to France. But the course of events in France soon dispelled these hopes of a new and better order of things, which Paoli, in common with so many of the friends of humankind, had indulged. And perceiving, after the execution of the king, that a civil war was about to ensue, of which no man could foresee the issue, he prepared to break the connection between Corsica and the French Republic. The Convention, suspecting such a design, and perhaps occasioning it by their suspicions, ordered him to their bar. That way, he well knew, led to the guillotine, and returning a respectful answer, he declared that he would never be found wanting in his duty, but pleaded age and infirmity as a reason for disobeying the summons. Their second order was more summary, and the French troops who were in Corsica, aided by those of the natives who were either influenced by hereditary party feeling, or who were sincere in Jacobinism, took the field against him. But the people were with him. He repaired to Corte, the capital of the island, and was again invested with the authority which he had held in the noonday of his fame. The Convention, upon this, denounced him as a rebel, and set a price upon his head. It was not the first time that France had proscribed Paoli. Paoli now opened a correspondence with Lord Hood, promising, if the English would make an attack upon St. Fiorenzo from the sea, he would at the same time attack it by land. This promise he was unable to perform, and Commodore Lindsay, who, in reliance upon it, was sent upon this service, was repulsed with some loss. Lord Hood, who had now been compelled to evacuate Toulon, suspected Paoli of intentionally deceiving him. This was an injurious suspicion. Shortly afterwards, he dispatched Lieutenant Colonel, afterwards Sir John, Moore, and Major Kohler, to confer with him upon a plan of operations. Sir Gilbert Elliot accompanied them, and it was agreed upon that, in consideration of the succours, both military and naval, which His Britannic Majesty should afford for the purpose of expelling the French, the island of Corsica should be delivered into the immediate possession of His Majesty, and bind itself in acquiescence in any settlement he might approve of concerning its government and its future relations with Great Britain. While this negotiation was going on, Nelson cruised off the island with a small squadron, to prevent the enemy from throwing in supplies. Close to St. Fiorenzo, the French had a storehouse of flour, near their only mill. He watched an opportunity, and landed 120 men, who threw the flour into the sea, burnt the mill, and re-embarked before 1,000 men who were sent against him could occasion them the loss of a single man. While he exerted himself thus, keeping out all supplies, intercepting dispatches, attacking their outposts and forts, and cutting out vessels from the bay, a species of warfare which depresses the spirits of an enemy even more than it injures them, because of the sense of individual superiority which it indicates in the assailants. Troops were landed, and St. Fiorenzo was besieged. The French, finding themselves unable to maintain that post, sank one of their frigates, burnt another, and retreated to Bastia. Lord Hood submitted to General Dundas, who commanded the land forces, a plan for the reduction of this place, but the general declined cooperating, thinking the attempt impracticable without a reinforcement of 2,000 men, which he expected from Gibraltar. Upon this, Lord Hood determined to reduce it with the naval force under his command, and leaving part of his fleet off Toulon, he came with the rest to Bastia. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. A few days before their arrival, Nelson had what he called a brush with the enemy. "If I had had with me 500 troops," he said, "to a certainty I should have stormed the town, and I believe it might have been carried. Armies go so slow that seamen think they never mean to get forward, but I dare say they act on a surer principle, although we seldom fail. During this partial action, our army appeared upon the heights, and having reconnoitred the place, returned to San Fiorenzo. What the general could have seen to make a retreat necessary," said Nelson, "I cannot comprehend. 1,000 men would certainly take Bastia. With 500 and Agamemnon, I would attempt it. My seamen are now what British seamen ought to be, almost invincible. They really mind shot no more than peas." General Dundas had not the same confidence. "After mature consideration," said he in a letter to Lord Hood, "and a personal inspection for several days of all circumstances, local as well as others, I consider the siege of Bastia, with our present means and force, to be a most visionary and rash attempt, such as no officer would be justified in undertaking." Lord Hood replied that nothing would be more gratifying to his feelings than to have the whole responsibility upon himself, and that he was ready and willing to undertake the reduction of the place at his own risk, with the force and means at present there. General d'Aubin, who succeeded at this time to the command of the army, coincided in opinion with his predecessor, and did not think it right to furnish his lordship with a single soldier, cannon, or any stores. Lord Hood could only obtain a few artillerymen, and ordering on board that part of the troops who, having been embarked as marines, were borne on the ship's books as part of their respective complements, he began the siege with 1,183 soldiers, artillerymen, and marines, and 250 sailors. "We are but few," said Nelson, "but of the right sort. Our general at San Fiorenzo not giving us one of the 5 regiments he has there lying idle." These men were landed on the 4th of April under Lieutenant Colonel Villets and Nelson, who had now acquired from the army the title of brigadier. Guns were dragged by sailors up heights where it appeared most impossible to convey them, a work of the greatest difficulty, and which Nelson said could never, in his opinion, have been accomplished by any but British seamen. The soldiers, though less dexterous in such service, because not accustomed, like sailors, to habitual dexterity, behaved with equal spirit. "Their zeal," said the brigadier, "is almost unexampled. There is not a man but considers himself as personally interested in the event, and, deserted by the general, it has, I am persuaded, made them equal to double their numbers. This is one proof of many, that for our soldiers to equal our seamen, it is only necessary for them to be equally well commanded. They have the same heart and soul, as well as the same flesh and blood. Too much may, indeed, be exacted from them in a retreat, but set their face towards a foe, and there is nothing within the reach of human achievement which they cannot perform." The French had improved the leisure which our military commander had allowed them, and before Lord Hood commenced his operations, he had the mortification of seeing that the enemy were every day erecting new works, strengthening old ones, and rendering the attempt more difficult. Lacombe Saint-Michel, the commissioner from the National Convention, who was in the city, replied in these terms to the summons of the British admiral: I have hot shot for your ships, and bayonets for your troops. When 2/3 of our men are killed, I will then trust to the generosity of the English." The siege, however, was not sustained with the firmness which such a reply seemed to augur. On the 19th of May, a treaty of capitulation was begun. That same evening the troops from San Fiorenzo made their appearance on the hills, and on the following morning General d'Aubain arrived with the whole army to take possession of Bastia. The event of the siege had justified the confidence of the sailors, but they themselves excused the opinion of the generals when they saw what they had done. "I am all astonishment," said Nelson, "when I reflect on what we have achieved. 1,000 regulars, 1,500 National Guards, and a large party of Corsican troops, 4,000 in all, laying down their arms, to 1,200 soldiers, marines, and seamen. I always was of the opinion, have ever acted up to it, and never had any reason to repent it, that one Englishman is equal to 3 Frenchmen. Had this been an English town, I am sure it would not have been taken by them." When it had been resolved to attack the place, the enemy were supposed to be far inferior in number, and it was not till the whole had been arranged, and the siege publicly undertaken, that Nelson received certain information of the great superiority of the garrison. This intelligence he kept secret, fearing lest, if so fair a pretext were afforded, the attempt would be abandoned. "My own honour," said he to his wife, "Lord Hood's honour, and the honour of our country, must have been sacrificed, had I mentioned what I knew. Therefore, you will believe what must have been my feelings during the whole siege, when I had often proposals made to me to write to Lord Hood to raise it. Those very persons who thus advised him were rewarded for their conduct at the siege of Bastia. Nelson, by whom it may truly be affirmed that Bastia was taken, received no reward. Lord Hood's thanks to him, both public and private, were, as he himself said, the handsomest which man could give. But his signal merits were not so mentioned in the despatches as to make them sufficiently known to the nation, nor to obtain for him from government those honours to which they so amply entitled him. This could only have arisen from the haste in which the despatches were written. Certainly not from any deliberate purpose, for Lord Hood was uniformly his steady and sincere friend. One of the cartel's ships which carried the garrison of Bastia to Toulon brought back intelligence that the French were about to sail from that port. Such exertions had they made to repair the damage done at the evacuation, and to fit out a fleet. The intelligence was speedily verified. Lord Hood sailed in quest of them towards the islands of Hieres. The Agamemnon was with him. "I pray God," said Nelson, writing to his wife, "that we may meet their fleet. If any accident should happen to me, I am sure my conduct will be such as will entitle you to the royal favour. Not that I have the least idea, but I shall return to you, and full of honour. If not, the Lord's will be done. My name shall never be a disgrace to those who may belong to me. The little I have given to you, except a small annuity. I wish it was more, but I have never got a farthing dishonestly. It descends from clean hands. Whatever fate awaits me, I pray God to bless you and preserve you for your son's sake." With a mind thus prepared and thus confident, his hopes and wishes seemed on the point of being gratified, when the enemy were discovered close under the land, near Saint-Tropez. The wind fell, and prevented Lord Hood from getting between them and the shore, as he designed. Boats came out from Antibes and other places to their assistance, and towed them within the shoals in Gourjean roads, where they were protected by the batteries on Îles Saint-Honore and Saint-Marguerite, and on Cape Garousse. Here the English admiral planned a new mode of attack, meaning to double on 5 of the nearest ships, but the wind again died away, and it was found that they had anchored in compact order, guarding the only passage for large ships. There was no way of effecting this passage except by towing or warping the vessels, and this rendered the attempt impracticable. For this time the enemy escaped, but Nelson bore in mind the admirable plan of attack which Lord Hood had devised, and there came a day when they felt its tremendous effects. The Agamemnon was now dispatched to co-operate at the siege of Calvi with General Sir Charles Stewart, an officer who, unfortunately for his country, never had an adequate field allotted to him for the display of those eminent talents which were, to all who knew him, so conspicuous. Nelson had less responsibility here than at Bastia, and was acting with a man after his own heart, who was never sparing of himself, and slept every night in the advanced battery. But the service was not less hard than that of the former siege. "We will fag ourselves to death," said he to Lord Hood, "before any blame shall lie at our doors. I trust it will not be forgotten that 25 pieces of heavy ordnance have been dragged to the different batteries, mounted, and all but 3 fought by seamen, except 1 artilleryman to point the guns." The climate proved more destructive than the service, for this was during the lion sun, as they there call our season of the dog days. Of 2,000 men, above half were sick, and the rest like so many phantoms. Nelson described himself as the reed among the oaks, bowing before the storm, when they were laid low by it. "All the prevailing disorders have attacked me," said he, "but I have not strength enough for them to fasten on." The loss from the enemy was not great, but Nelson received a serious injury. A shot struck the ground near him, and drove the sand and small gravel into one of his eyes. He spoke of it slightly at the time. Writing the same day to Lord Hood, he only said that he got a little hurt that morning, not much, and the next day he said he should be able to attend his duty in the evening. In fact, he suffered it to confine him only 1 day, but the sight was lost. After the fall of Calvi, his services were, by a strange omission, altogether overlooked, and his name was not even mentioned in the list of wounded. This was no ways imputable to the Admiral, for he sent home to Government Nelson's journal of the siege, that they might fully understand the nature of his indefatigable and unequalled exertions. If those exertions were not rewarded in the conspicuous manner which they deserved, the fault was in the administration of the day, not in Lord Hood. Nelson felt himself neglected. 110 days, said he, I have been actually engaged at sea and on shore against the enemy. 3 actions against ships, 2 against Bastia in my ship, 4 boat actions, and 2 villages taken, and 12 sail of vessels burnt. I do not know that any one has done more. I have had the comfort to be always applauded by my Commander-in-Chief, but never to be rewarded. And, what is more mortifying, for services in which I had been wounded, others have been praised, who, at the same time, were actually in bed, far from the scene of the action. They have not done me justice. But never mind, I'll have a gazette of my own. How amply was his second sight of glory realized. The health of his ship's company had now, in his own words, been miserably torn to pieces by as hard service as a ship's crew ever performed. 150 were in their beds when he left Calvi. Of them he lost 50, and believed that the constitutions of the rest were entirely destroyed. He was now sent with despatches to Mr. Drake at Genoa, and had his first interview with the Doge. The French had, at this time, taken possession of Vado Bay in the Genoese territory, and Nelson foresaw that if their thoughts were bent on the invasion of Italy, they would accomplish it the ensuing spring. The Allied powers, he said, were jealous of each other, and none but England was hearty in the cause. His wish was for peace on fair terms, because England, he thought, was draining herself to maintain allies who would not fight for themselves. Lord Hood had now returned to England, and the command devolved on Admiral Hotham. The affairs of the Mediterranean wore at this time a gloomy aspect. The arts as well as the arms of the enemy were gaining the ascendancy there. Tuscany concluded peace, relying upon the faith of France, which was in fact placing itself at her mercy. Corsica was in danger. We had taken that island for ourselves, annexed it formally to the Crown of Great Britain, and given it a constitution as free as our own. This was done with the consent of the majority of the inhabitants, and no transaction between two countries was ever more fairly or legitimately conducted. Yet our conduct was unwise. The island is large enough to form an independent state, and such we should have made it under our protection, as long as protection might be needed. The Corsicans would then have felt as a nation, but when one party had given up the country to England, the natural consequence was that the other looked to France. The question proposed to the people was, to which would they belong? Our language and our religion were against us. Our unaccommodating manners, it is to be feared, still more so. The French were better politicians. In intrigue they have ever been unrivalled, and it now became apparent that, in spite of old wrongs, which ought never to have been forgotten or forgiven, their partisans were daily acquiring strength. It is part of the policy of France, and a wise policy it is, to impress upon other powers the opinion of its strengths by lofty language, and by threatening before it strikes, a system which, while it keeps up the spirit of its allies, and perpetually stimulates their hopes, tends also to dismay its enemies. Corsica was now loudly threatened. The French, who had not yet been taught to feel their own inferiority upon the seas, braved us in contempt upon that element. They had a superior fleet in the Mediterranean, and they sent it out with express orders to seek the English and engage them. Accordingly, the Toulon fleet, consisting of 17 ships of the line and 5 smaller vessels, put to sea. Admiral Hotham received this information at Leghorn, and sailed immediately in search of them. He had with him 14 sail of the line, and 1 Neapolitan, 74, but his ships were only half-manned, containing but 7,650 men, whereas the enemy had 16,900. He soon came in sight of them. A general action was expected, and Nelson, as was his custom on such occasions, wrote a hasty letter to his wife, as that which might possibly contain his last farewell. "The lives of all," said he, "are in the hands of him who knows best whether to preserve mine or not. My character and my good name are in my own keeping." But however confident the French government might be of their naval superiority, the officers had no such feeling, and after manoeuvring for a day in sight of the English fleet, they suffered themselves to be chased. One of their ships, the Ça Ira, of 84 guns, carried away her main and 4 topmasts. The Inconstant frigate fired at the disabled ship, but received so many shot that she was obliged to leave her. Soon afterwards a French frigate took the Ça Ira in tow, and the Sans Culotte, 120, and the Jean Barras, 74, kept about gunshot distance on her weather bow. The Agamemnon stood towards her, having no ship of the line to support her within several miles. As she drew near, the Ça Ira fired her stern guns so truly that not a shot missed some part of the ship, and latterly the masts were struck by every shot. It had been Nelson's intention not to fire before he touched her stern, but seeing how impossible it was that he should be supported, and how certainly the Agamemnon must be severely cut up if her masts were disabled, he altered his plan according to the occasion. As soon, therefore, as he was within 100 yards of her stern, he ordered the helm to be put a starboard, and the driver and after sails to be braided up and shivered, and, as the ship fell off, gave the enemy her whole broadside. They instantly braced up the after yards, put the helm hard a port, and stood after her again. This manoeuvre he practised for 2 hours and a quarter, never allowing the Ça ira to get a single gun from either side to bear upon him. And when the French fired their after-guns now, it was no longer with coolness and precision, for every shot went far ahead. By this time her sails were hanging in tatters, her mizzen-topmast, mizzen-topsail, and cross-jack yards shot away. But the frigate, which had her in tow, hove in stays and got her round. Both these French ships now brought their guns to bear, and opened their fire. The Agamemnon passed them within half a pistol shot. Almost every shot passed over her, for the French had elevated their guns for the rigging and for distant firing, and did not think of altering the elevation. As soon as the Agamemnon's after-guns ceased to bear, she hove in stays, keeping a constant fire as she came round, and being worked, said Nelson, with as much exactness as if she had been turning into Spithead. On getting round, he saw that the Sans-Culotte, which had war with many of the enemy's ships, was under his lee bow, and standing to leeward. The Admiral at the same time made the signal for the van ships to join him. Upon this Nelson bore away, and prepared to set all sail, and the enemy, having saved their ship, hauled close to the wind, and opened upon him a distant and ineffectual fire. Only 7 of the Agamemnon's men were hurt, a thing which Nelson himself remarked as wonderful. Her sails and rigging were very much cut, and she had many shots in her hull, and some between wind and water. The Ça ira lost 110 men that day, and was so cut up that she could not get a topmast aloft during the night. At daylight on the following morning, the English ships were taken aback with a fine breeze at north-west, while the enemy's fleet kept the southerly wind. The body of their fleet was about 5 miles distant. The Ça ira and the Censeur, 74, which had her in tow, about 3.5. All sail was made to cut these ships off, and as the French attempted to save them, a partial action was brought on. The Agamemnon was again engaged with her yesterday's antagonist, but she had to fight on both sides the ship at the same time. The Ça ira and the Censeur fought most gallantly. The first lost nearly 300 men in addition to her former loss, the last 350. Both at last struck, and Lieutenant Andrews of the Agamemnon, brother to the lady to whom Nelson had become attached in France, and, in Nelson's own words, as gallant an officer as ever stepped a quarter-deck, hoisted English colours on board them both. The rest of the enemy's ships behaved very ill. As soon as these vessels had struck, Nelson went to Admiral Hotham and proposed that the 2 prizes should be left with the Illustrious and Courageuse, which had been crippled in the action, and with 4 frigates, and that the rest of the fleet should pursue the enemy and follow up the advantage to the utmost. But his reply was, "We must be contented. We have done very well." "Now," said Nelson, "had we taken 10 sail, and allowed the 11th to escape, when it had been possible to have got at her, I could never have called it well done." Goodall backed me. I got him to write to the Admiral, but it would not do. We should have had such a day as I believe the annals of England never produced. In this letter the character of Nelson fully manifests itself. "I wish," said he, "to be an admiral, and in the command of the English fleet. I should very soon either do much or be ruined. My disposition cannot bear tame and slow measures. Sure I am, had I commanded on the 14th, that either the whole French fleet would have graced my triumph, or I should have been in a confounded scrape." What the event would have been he knew from his prophetic feelings and his own consciousness of power, and we also know it now, for Aboukir and Trafalgar have told it us. The Ça Ira and Censeur probably defended themselves with more obstinacy in this action from a persuasion that, if they struck, no quarter would be given, because they had fired red-hot shot, and had also a preparation, sent, as they said, by the Convention from Paris, which seems to have been of the nature of the Greek fire, for it became liquid when it was discharged, and water would not extinguish its flame. This combustible was concealed with great care in the captured ships. Like the red-hot shot, it had been found useless in battle. Admiral Hotham's action saved Corsica for the time, but the victory had been incomplete, and the arrival at Toulon of 6 sail of the line, 2 frigates and 2 cutters from Brest, gave the French a superiority which, had they known how to use it, would materially have endangered the British Mediterranean fleet. That fleet had been greatly neglected during Lord Chatham's administration at the Admiralty, and it did not for some time feel the beneficial effects of his removal. Lord Hood had gone home to represent the real state of affairs and solicit reinforcements adequate to the exigencies of the time and the importance of the scene of action. But that fatal error of under-proportioning the force to the service, that ruinous economy which, by sparing a little, renders all that is spent useless, infected the British councils, and Lord Hood, not being able to obtain such reinforcements as he knew were necessary, resigned the command. "Surely," said Nelson, "the people at home have forgotten us." Another Neapolitan, 74, joined Admiral Hotham, and Nelson observed with sorrow that this was a matter of exultation to an English fleet. When the storeships and victuallers from Gibraltar arrived, their escape from the enemy was thought wonderful, and yet, had they not escaped, the game, said Nelson, was up here. At this moment our operations are at a stand for want of ships to support the Austrians in getting possession of the sea-coast of the King of Sardinia. And, behold, our Admiral does not feel himself equal to show himself, much less to give assistance in their operations. It was reported that the French were again out with 18 or 20 sail. The combined British and Neapolitans were but 16. Should the enemy be only 18, Nelson made no doubt of a complete victory, but if there were 20, he said it was not to be expected, and a battle without complete victory would have been destruction, because another mast was not to be got on that side of Gibraltar. At length, Admiral Mann arrived with a squadron from England. "What they can mean by sending him with only 5 sail of the line," said Nelson, "is truly astonishing. But all men are alike, and we in this country do not find any amendment or alteration from the old Board of Admiralty. They should know that half the ships in the fleet require to go to England, and that long ago they ought to have reinforced us." End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. About this time, Nelson was made Colonel of Marines, a mark of approbation which he had long wished for rather than expected. It came in good season, for his spirits were oppressed by the thought that his services had not been acknowledged as they deserved, and it abated the resentful feeling which would else have been excited by the answer to an application to the War Office. During his 4 months' land service in Corsica, he had lost all his ship furniture, owing to the movements of a camp. Upon this, he wrote to the Secretary of War, briefly stating what his services on shore had been, and saying he trusted it was not asking an improper thing to request that the same allowance might be made to him which would be made to a land officer of his rank, which, situated as he was, would be that of a brigadier general. If this could not be accorded, he hoped that his additional expenses would be paid him. The answer which he received was that no pay had ever been issued under the direction of the War Office to officers of the Navy serving with the army on shore. He now entered upon a new line of service. The Austrian and Sardinian armies under General de Vins required a British squadron to cooperate with them in driving the French from the Riviera di Genoa. And as Nelson had been so much in the habit of soldiering, it was immediately fixed that the brigadier should go. He sailed from San Fiorenzo on this destination, but fell in off Cape del Mele with the enemy's fleet, who immediately gave his squadron chase. The chase lasted 24 hours, and owing to the fickleness of the wind, the British ships were sometimes hard pressed, but the want of skill on the part of the French gave them many advantages. Nelson bent his way back to San Fiorenzo, where the fleet, which was in the midst of watering and refitting, had, for several hours, the mortification of seeing him almost in possession of the enemy, before the wind would allow them to put out to his assistance. The French, however, at evening, went off, not choosing to approach nearer the shore. During the night, Admiral Hotham, by great exertions, got under way, and, having sought the enemy 4 days, came in sight of them on the 5th. Baffling winds and vexatious calms, so common in the Mediterranean, rendered it impossible to close with them. Only a partial action could be brought on, and then the firing made a perfect calm. The French, being to windward, drew inshore, and the English fleet was becalmed 6 or 7 miles to the westward. L'Alcide, of 74 guns, struck, but before she could be taken possession of, a box of combustibles in her foretop took fire, and the unhappy crew experienced how far more perilous their inventions were to themselves than to their enemies. So rapid was the conflagration that the French, in their official account, say the hull, the masts, and sails all seemed to take fire at the same moment, and though the English boats were put out to the assistance of the poor wretches on board, not more than 200 could be saved. The Agamemnon and Captain Rowley in the Cumberland were just getting into close action a second time when the Admiral called them off, the wind now being directly into the Gulf of Frejus, where the enemy anchored after the evening closed. Nelson now proceeded to his station with 8 sail of frigates under his command. Arriving at Genoa, he had a conference with Mr. Drake, the British envoy to that state, the result of which was that the object of the British must be to put an entire stop to all trade between Genoa, France, and the places occupied by the French troops, for, unless this trade were stopped, it would be scarcely possible for the Allied armies to hold their situation, and impossible for them to make any progress in driving the enemy out of the Riviera di Genoa. Mr. Drake was of opinion that even Nice might fall for want of supplies if the trade with Genoa were cut off. This sort of blockade Nelson could not carry on without great risk to himself. A captain in the navy, as he represented to the envoy, is liable to prosecution for detention and damages. This danger was increased by an order which had then lately been issued, by which, when a neutral ship was detained, a complete specification of her cargo was directed to be sent to the Secretary of the Admiralty, and no legal process instituted against her till the pleasure of that board should be communicated. This was requiring an impossibility. The cargoes of ships detained upon this station, consisting chiefly of corn, would be spoiled long before the orders of the Admiralty could be known. And then, if they should happen to release the vessel, the owners would look to the captain for damages. Even the only precaution which could be taken against this danger involved another danger, not less to be apprehended, for if the captain should direct the cargo to be taken out, the freight paid for, and the vessel released, the agent employed might prove fraudulent and become bankrupt, and in that case the captain became responsible. Such things had happened. Nelson therefore required, as the only means for carrying on that service which was judged essential to the common cause, without exposing the officers to ruin, that the British envoy should appoint agents to pay the freight, release the vessels, sell the cargo, and hold the amount till process was had upon it, government thus securing its officers. "I am acting," said Nelson, "not only without the orders of my Commander-in-Chief, but in some measure contrary to him. However, I have not only the support of His Majesty's ministers, both at Turin and Genoa, but a consciousness that I am doing what is right and proper for the service of our King and country." Political courage, in an officer abroad, is as highly necessary as military courage. This quality, which is as much rarer than military courage as it is more valuable, and without which the soldier's bravery is often of little avail, Nelson possessed in an eminent degree. His representations were attended to as they deserved. Admiral Hotham commended him for what he had done, and the attention of government was awakened to the injury which the cause of the Allies continually suffered from the frauds of neutral vessels. "What changes in my life of activity," said the indefatigable man. "Here I am, having commenced a co-operation with an old Austrian general, almost fancying myself charging at the head of a troop of horse. I do not write less than from 10 to 20 letters every day, which, with the Austrian general and aide-de-camp, and my own little squadron, fully employ my time. This I like, active service or none." It was Nelson's mind which supported his feeble body through these exertions. He was at this time almost blind, and wrote with very great pain. Poor Agamemnon, he sometimes said, was as nearly worn out as her captain, and both must soon be laid up to repair. When Nelson first saw General de Vaz, he thought him an able man, who was willing to act with vigour. The general charged his inactivity upon the Piedmontese and Neapolitans, whom, he said, nothing could induce to act, and he concerted a plan with Nelson for embarking a part of the Austrian army, and landing it in the rear of the French. But the English commodore soon began to suspect that the Austrian general was little disposed to any active operations. In the hope of spurring him on, he wrote to him, telling him that he had surveyed the coast to the westward as far as Nice, and would undertake to embark 4,000 or 5,000 men with their arms and a few days' provisions on board the squadron, and land them within 2 miles of San Remo, with their field pieces. Respecting further provisions for the Austrian army, he would provide convoys that they should arrive in safety, and if a re-embarkation should be found necessary, he would cover it with the squadron. The possession of San Remo as headquarters for magazines of every kind would enable the Austrian general to turn his army to the eastward or westward. The enemy at Oneglia would be cut off from provisions, and men could be landed to attack that place whenever it was judged necessary. San Remo was the only place between Vado and Villefranche where the squadron could lie in safety, and anchor in almost all winds. The bay was not as good as Vado for large ships, but it had a mole, which Vado had not, where all small vessels could lie and load and unload their cargoes. This bay being in possession of the Allies, Nice could be completely blockaded by sea. General de Vins, affecting in his reply to consider that Nelson's proposal had no other end than that of obtaining the Bay of San Remo as a station for the ships, told him what he well knew and had expressed before, that Vado Bay was a better anchorage. Nevertheless, if Monsieur le Commandant Nelson was well assured that part of the fleet could winter there was no risk to which he would not expose himself with pleasure for the sake of procuring a safe station for the vessels of His Britannic Majesty. Nelson soon assured the Austrian commander that this was not the object of his memorial. He now began to suspect that both the Austrian courts and their general had other ends in view than the cause of the Allies. "This army," said he, "is slow beyond all description, and I begin to think that the Emperor is anxious to touch another 4 millions of English money. As for the German generals, war is their trade, and peace is ruin to them. Therefore we cannot expect that they should have any wish to finish the war. The politics of courts are so mean that private people would be ashamed to act in the same way. All is trick and finesse, to which the common cause is sacrificed. The general wants a loophole. It has for some time appeared to me that he means to go no further than his present position, and to lay the miscarriage of the enterprise against Nice, which has always been held out as the great object of his army, to the non-cooperation of the British fleet and of the Sardinians." To prevent this plea, Nelson again addressed de Vins, requesting only to know the time and the number of troops ready to embark. Then he would, he said, dispatch a ship to Admiral Hotham, requesting transports, having no doubt of obtaining them, and trusting that the plan would be successful to its fullest extent. Nelson thought at the time that if the whole fleet were offered him for transports, he would find some other excuse, and Mr. Drake, who was now appointed to reside at the Austrian headquarters, entertained the same idea of the general's sincerity. It was not, however, put so clearly to the proof as it ought to have been. He replied that as soon as Nelson could declare himself ready with the vessels necessary for conveying 10,000 men, with their artillery and baggage, he would put the army in motion. But Nelson was not enabled to do this. Admiral Hotham, who was highly meritorious in leaving such a man so much at his own discretion, pursued a cautious system, ill according with the bold and comprehensive views of Nelson, who continually regretted Lord Hood, saying that the nation had suffered much by his resignation of the Mediterranean command. The plan which had been concerted, he said, would astonish the French, and perhaps the English. There was no unity in the views of the Allied powers, no cordiality in their cooperation, no energy in their councils. The neutral powers assisted France more effectually than the Allies assisted each other. The Genoese ports were at this time filled with French privateers, which swarmed out every night and covered the Gulf, and French vessels were allowed to tow out of the port of Genoa itself, board vessels which were coming in, and then return into the mole. This was allowed without a remonstrance, while, though Nelson abstained most carefully from offering any offence to the Genoese territory or flag, complaints were so repeatedly made against his squadron that, he says, it seemed a trial who should be tired first, they of complaining or he of answering their complaints. But the question of neutrality was soon at an end. An Austrian commissary was travelling from Genoa towards Vado. It was known that he was to sleep at Voltri, and that he had £10,000 with him, a booty which the French minister in that city, and the captain of a French frigate in that port, considered as far more important than the word of honour of the one, the duties of the other, and the laws of neutrality. The boats of the frigate went out with some privateers, landed, robbed the commissary, and brought back the money to Genoa. The next day, men were publicly enlisted in that city for the French army. 700 men were embarked, with 7,000 stand of arms, on board the frigates and other vessels, who were to land between Voltri and Savona. There a detachment from the French army was to join them, and the Genoese peasantry were to be invited to insurrection, a measure for which everything had been prepared. The night of the 13th was fixed for the sailing of this expedition. The Austrians called loudly for Nelson to prevent it, and he, on the evening of the 13th, arrived at Genoa. His presence checked the plan. The frigate, knowing her deserts, got within the merchant ships of the inner mole, and the Genoese government did not now even demand of Nelson respect to the neutral port, knowing that they had allowed, if not connived at, the flagrant breach of neutrality, and expecting the answer which he was prepared to return, that it was useless and impossible for him to respect it longer. But though this movement produced the immediate effect which was designed, it led to ill consequences, which Nelson foresaw, but, for want of sufficient force, was unable to prevent. His squadron was too small for the service which it had to perform. He required 2 74s and 8 or 10 frigates and sloops, but when he demanded this reinforcement, Admiral Hotham had left the command. Sir Hyde Parker succeeded till the new commander should arrive, and he immediately reduced it almost to nothing, leaving him only 1 frigate and a brig. This was a fatal error. While the Austrian and Sardinian troops, whether from the imbecility or the treachery of their leaders, remained inactive, the French were preparing for the invasion of Italy. Not many days before Nelson was thus summoned to Genoa, he chased a large convoy into Alassio. 12 vessels he had formerly destroyed in that port, though 2,000 French troops occupied the town. This former attack had made them take new measures of defence, and there were now above 100 sail of victuallers, gunboats, and ships of war. Nelson represented to the admiral how important it was to destroy these vessels, and offered, with his squadron of frigates, and the Culloden and the Courageuse, to lead himself in the Agamemnon, and take or destroy the whole. The attempt was not permitted, but it was Nelson's belief that, if it had been made, it would have prevented the attack upon the Austrian army, which took place almost immediately afterwards. General de Vaz demanded satisfaction of the Genoese government for the seizure of his commissary, and then, not waiting for their reply, took possession of some empty magazines of the French, and pushed his sentinels to the very gates of Genoa. Had he done so at first, he would have found the magazines full, but timed as the measure was, and useless as it was to the cause of the Allies, it was in character with the whole of the Austrian general's conduct, and it is no small proof of the dexterity with which he served the enemy, that in such circumstances he could so act with Genoa as to contrive to put himself in the wrong. Nelson was at this time, according to his own expression, placed in a cleft stick. Mr. Drake, the Austrian minister, and the Austrian general all joined in requiring him not to leave Genoa. If he left that port unguarded, they said, not only the imperial troops at St. Pierre d'Arena and Voltri would be lost, but the French plan for taking post between Voltri and Savona would certainly succeed. If the Austrians should be worsted in the advanced posts, the retreat by the Bocchetta would be cut off. And if this happened, the loss of the army would be imputed to him for having left Genoa. On the other hand, he knew that if he were not at Pietra, the enemy's gunboats would harass the left flank of the Austrians, who, if they were defeated, as was to be expected from the spirit of all their operations, would very probably lay their defeat to the want of assistance from the Agamemnon. Had the force for which Nelson applied been given him, he could have attended to both objects, and had he been permitted to attack the convoy in Alassio, he would have disconcerted the plans of the French, in spite of the Austrian general. He had foreseen the danger, and pointed out how it might be prevented, but the means of preventing it were withheld. The attack was made as he foresaw, and the gunboats brought their fire to bear upon the Austrians. It so happened, however, that the left flank, which was exposed to them, was the only part of the army that behaved well. This division stood its ground till the centre and the right wing fled, and then retreated in a soldier-like manner. General de Vins gave up the command in the middle of the battle, pleading ill health. From that moment, says Nelson, not a soldier stayed at his post. It was devil take the hindmost. Many thousands ran away who had never seen the enemy, some of them 30 miles from the advanced posts. Had I not, though I own against my inclination, been kept at Genoa, from 8,000 to 10,000 men would have been taken prisoners, and amongst the number General de Vins himself. But by this means the pass of the Bocchetta was kept open. The purser of the ship, who was at Vado, ran with the Austrians 18 miles without stopping, the men without arms, officers without soldiers, women without assistance. The oldest officers say they never heard of so complete a defeat, and certainly without any reason. Thus has ended my campaign. We have established the French Republic, which, but for us, I verily believe, would never have been settled by such a volatile, changeable people. I hate a Frenchman. They are equally objects of my detestation, whether Royalist or Republicans. In some points, I believe, the latter are the best. Nelson had a lieutenant and 2 midshipmen taken at Vado. They told him in their letter that few of the French soldiers were more than 3 or 24 years old, a great many not more than 14, and all were nearly naked. They were sure, they said, his barge's crew could have beat 100 of them, and that, had he himself seen them, he would not have thought, if the world had been covered with such people, that they could have beaten the Austrian army. The defeat of General de Vins gave the enemy possession of the Genoese coast, from Savona to Voltri, and it deprived the Austrians of their direct communication with the English fleet. The Agamemnon, therefore, could no longer be useful on this station, and Nelson sailed for Leghorn to refit. When his ship went into dock, there was not a mast, yard, sail, or any part of the rigging but what stood in need of repair, having been cut to pieces with shot. The hull was so damaged that it had for some time been secured by having cables served or thrapped round. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Sir J. Jarvis takes the command. Genoa joins the French. Bonaparte begins his career. Evacuation of Corsica. Nelson hoists his broad pennant in the Minerva. Action with the Sabina. Battle of Cape St. Vincent. Nelson commands the inner squadron at the blockade of Cadiz. Boat action in the Bay of Cadiz. Expedition against Tenerife. Nelson loses an arm. His sufferings in England and recovery. Sir John Jervis had now arrived to take the command of the Mediterranean fleet. The Agamemnon having, as her captain said, been made as fit for sea as a rotten ship could be, Nelson sailed from Leghorn and joined the Admiral in Fiorenzo Bay. "I found him," said he, "anxious to know many things, which I was a good deal surprised to find had not been communicated to him by others in the fleet, and it would appear that he was so well satisfied with my opinion of what is likely to happen, and the means of prevention to be taken, that he had no reserve with me respecting his information and ideas of what is likely to be done." The manner in which Nelson was received is said to have excited some envy. One captain observed to him, "You did just as you pleased in Lord Hood's time, the same in Admiral Hotham's, and now again with Sir John Jervis. It makes no difference to you who is Commander-in-Chief." A higher compliment could not have been paid to any Commander-in-Chief than to say of him that he understood the merits of Nelson, and left him, as far as possible, to act upon his own judgment. Sir John Jervis offered him the St. George, 90, or the Zealous, 74, and asked if he should have any objection to serve under him with his flag. He replied that if the Agamemnon were ordered home, and his flag were not arrived, he should, on many accounts, wish to return to England. Still, if the war continued, he should be very proud of hoisting his flag under Sir John's command. "We cannot spare you," said Sir John, "either as captain or admiral." Accordingly, he resumed his station in the Gulf of Genoa. The French had not followed up their successes in that quarter with their usual celerity. Scherer, who commanded there, was one of the few French generals during the Revolution who owed their advancement to other causes than merit. He was a favourite of the Directory, but for the present, through the influence of Barras, he was removed from a command for which his incapacity was afterwards clearly proved, and Bonaparte was appointed to succeed him. Bonaparte had given indications of his military talents at Toulon, and of his remorseless nature at Paris, but the extent either of his ability or his wickedness was at this time known to none, and perhaps not even suspected by himself. Nelson supposed, from the information which he had obtained, that one column of the French army would take possession of Port Espicia, either penetrating through the Genoese territory or proceeding coastways in light vessels, our ships of war not being able to approach the coast because of the shallowness of the water. To prevent this, he said, two things were necessary: the possession of Vado Bay and the taking of Port Especia. If either of these points were secured, Italy would be safe from any attack of the French by sea. General Beaulieu, who had now superseded de Vins in the command of the allied Austrian and Sardinian army, sent his nephew and aide-de-camp to communicate with Nelson, and inquire whether he could anchor in any other place than Vado Bay. Nelson replied that Vado was the only place where the British fleet could lie in safety, but all places would suit his squadron, and wherever the general came down to the sea-coast, there he should find it. The Austrian repeatedly asked if there was not a risk of losing the squadron, and was constantly answered that if these ships should be lost, the admiral would find others. But all plans of cooperation with the Austrians were soon frustrated by the Battle of Montenotte. Beaulieu ordered an attack to be made upon the post of Voltri, It was made 12 hours before the time which he had fixed, and before he arrived to direct it. In consequence, the French were enabled to effect their retreat and fall back on Montenotte, thus giving the troops there a decisive superiority in numbers over the division which attacked them. This drew on the defeat of the Austrians. Bonaparte, with a celerity which had never before been witnessed in modern war, pursued his advantages, and in the course of a fortnight dictated to the court of Turin terms of peace, or rather of submission, by which all the strongest places of Piedmont were put into his hands. On one occasion, and only on one, Nelson was able to impede the progress of this new conqueror. 6 vessels, laden with cannon and ordnance stores for the siege of Mantua, sailed from Toulon for St. Pierre d'Arena. Assisted by Captain Cockburn in the Meliega, he drove them under a battery, pursued them, silenced the batteries, and captured the whole. Military books, plans, and maps of Italy, with the different points marked upon them, where former battles had been fought, sent by the Directory for Bonaparte's use, were found in the convoy. The loss of this artillery was one of the chief causes which compelled the French to raise the siege of Mantua, but there was too much treachery and too much imbecility, both in the councils and armies of the Allied powers, for Austria to improve this momentary success. Bonaparte perceived that the conquest of all Italy was within his reach. Treaties and the rights of neutral or of friendly powers were as little regarded by him as by the government for which he acted. In open contempt of both, he entered Tuscany and took possession of Leghorn. In consequence of this movement, Nelson blockaded that port and landed a British force in the Isle of Elba to secure Porto Ferrajo. Soon afterwards he took the island of Capraja, which had formerly belonged to Corsica, being less than 40 miles distant from it, a distance, however, short as it was, which enabled the Genoese to retain it after their infamous sale of Corsica to France. Genoa had now taken part with France. Its government had long covertly assisted the French, and now willingly yielded to the first compulsory menace which required them to exclude the English from their ports. Capraja was seized in consequence, but this act of vigour was not followed up as it ought to have been. England at that time depended too much upon the rotten governments of the Continent, and too little upon itself. It was determined by the British Cabinet to evacuate Corsica as soon as Spain should form an offensive alliance with France. This event, which, from the moment that Spain had been compelled to make peace, was clearly foreseen, had now taken place, and orders for the evacuation of the island were immediately sent out. It was impolitic to annex this island to the British dominions, but, having done so, it was disgraceful thus to abandon it. The disgrace would have been spared, and every advantage which could have been derived from the possession of the island secured, if the people had at first been left to form a government for themselves, and protected by us in the enjoyment of their independence. The Viceroy, Sir Gilbert Elliot, deeply felt the impolicy and ignominy of this evacuation. The fleet also was ordered to leave the Mediterranean. This resolution was so contrary to the last instructions which had been received, that Nelson exclaimed, "Do His Majesty's ministers know their own minds? They at home," said he, "do not know what this fleet is capable of performing. Anything and everything. Much as I shall rejoice to see England, I lament our present orders in sackcloth and ashes, so dishonourable to the dignity of England, whose fleets are equal to meet the world in arms. And of all the fleets I ever saw, I never beheld one, in point of officers and men, equal to Sir John Jervis's, who is a commander-in-chief able to lead them to glory." Sir Gilbert Elliot believed that the great body of the Corsicans were perfectly satisfied, as they had good reason to be, with the British government, sensible of its advantages, and attached to it. However this may have been, when they found that the English intended to evacuate the island, they naturally and necessarily sent to make their peace with the French. The partisans of France found none to oppose them. A committee of 30 took upon them the government of Bastia, and sequestered all the British property. Armed Corsicans mounted guard at every place, and a plan was laid for seizing the Viceroy. Nelson, who was appointed to superintend the evacuation, frustrated these projects. At a time when everyone else despaired of saving stores, cannon, provisions, or property of any kind, and a privateer was moored across the Molehead to prevent all boats from passing, he sent word to the committee that if the slightest opposition were made to the embarkment and removal of British property, he would batter the town down. The privateer pointed her guns at the officer who carried this message, and muskets were levelled against his boats from the Molehead. Upon this, Captain Sutton of the Egmont, pulling out his watch, gave them a quarter of an hour to deliberate upon their answer. In 5 minutes after the expiration of that time, the ships, he said, would open their fire. Upon this, the very sentinels scampered off, and every vessel came out of the mole. A ship owner complained to the Commodore that the municipality refused to let him take his goods out of the custom house. Nelson directed him to say that unless they were instantly delivered, he would open his fire. The committee turned pale, and without answering a word, gave him the keys. Their last attempt was to levy a duty upon the things that were re-embarked. He sent them word that he would pay them a disagreeable visit if there were any more complaints. The committee then, finding that they had to deal with a man who knew his own power, and was determined to make the British name respected, desisted from the insolent conduct which they had assumed, and it was acknowledged that Bastia never had been so quiet and orderly since the English were in possession of it. This was on the 14th of October. During the 5 following days the work of embarkation was carried on. The private property was saved, and public stores to the amount of £200,000. The French, favoured by the Spanish fleet, which was at that time within 12 leagues of Bastia, pushed over troops from Leghorn, who landed near Cape Corse on the 18th and on the 20th, at 1 in the morning, entered the citadel an hour only after the British had spiked the guns and evacuated it. Nelson embarked at daybreak, being the last person who left the shore, having thus, as he said, seen the first and the last of Corsica. Provoked at the conduct of the municipality, and the disposition which the populace had shown to profit by the confusion, he turned towards the shore as he stepped into his boat, and exclaimed, "Now, John Corse, follow the natural bent of your detestable character, plunder and revenge." This, however, was not Nelson's deliberate opinion of the people of Corsica. He knew that their vices were the natural consequences of internal anarchy and foreign oppression, such as the same causes would produce in any people. And when he saw that of all those who took leave of the Viceroy, there was not one who parted from him without tears, he acknowledged that they manifestly acted not from dislike of the English, but from fear of the French. England, then, might with more reason reproach her own rulers for pusillanimity than the Corsicans for ingratitude. Having thus ably effected this humiliating service, Nelson was ordered to hoist his broad pennant on board the Minerva frigate, Captain George Cockburn, and, with the Blanche under his command, proceed to Port Ferrajo, and superintend the evacuation of that place also. On his way he fell in with 2 Spanish frigates, the Sabina and the Ceres. The Minerva engaged the former, which was commanded by Don Jacobo Stuart, a descendant of the Duke of Berwick. After an action of 3 hours, during which the Spaniards lost 164 men, the Sabina struck. The Spanish captain, who was the only surviving officer, had hardly been conveyed on board the Minerva when another enemy's frigate came up, compelled her to cast off the prize, and brought her a second time to action. After half an hour's trial of strength, this new antagonist wore and hauled off. But a Spanish squadron of 2 ships of the line and 2 frigates came in sight. The Blanche, from which the Ceres had got off, was far to windward, and the Minerva escaped only by the anxiety of the enemy to recover their own ship. As soon as Nelson reached Port Ferrajo, he sent his prisoner in a flag of truce to Cartagena, having returned him his sword. This he did in honour of the gallantry which Don Jacobo had displayed, and not without some feeling of respect for his ancestry. "I felt it," said he, "consonant to the dignity of my country, and I always act as I feel right, without regard to custom." He was reputed the best officer in Spain, and his men were worthy of such a commander. By the same flag of truce he sent back all the Spanish prisoners at Porto Ferrajo, in exchange for whom he received his own men who had been taken in the prize. General de Burgh, who commanded at the Isle of Elba, did not think himself authorized to abandon the place till he had received specific instructions from England to that effect, professing that he was unable to decide between the contradictory orders of the government, or to guess at what their present intentions might be. But he said his only motive for urging delay in this measure arose from a desire that his own conduct might be properly sanctioned, and not from any opinion that Porto Ferrajo ought to be retained. But Naples having made peace, Sir John Jervis considered his business with Italy as concluded, and the protection of Portugal was the point to which he was now instructed to attend. Nelson, therefore, whose orders were perfectly clear and explicit, withdrew the whole naval establishment from that station, leaving the transports victualled and so arranged that all the troops and stores could be embarked in 3 days. He was now about to leave the Mediterranean. Mr. Drake, who had been our minister at Genoa, expressed to him on this occasion the very high opinion which the Allies entertained of his conspicuous merit, adding that it was impossible for any one who had the honour of co-operating with him not to admire the activity, talents, and zeal which he had so eminently and constantly displayed. In fact, during this long course of service in the Mediterranean, the whole of his conduct had exhibited the same zeal, the same indefatigable energy, the same intuitive judgment, the same prompt and unerring decision which characterized his after career of glory. His name was as yet hardly known to the English public, but it was feared and respected throughout Italy. A letter came to him directed Horatio Nelson, Genoa, and the writer, when he was asked how he could direct it so vaguely, replied, "Sir, there is but one Horatio Nelson in the world." At Genoa, in particular, where he had so long been stationed, and where the nature of his duty first led him to continual disputes with the government, and afterwards compelled him to stop the trade of the port, he was equally respected by the Doge and by the people. For, while he maintained the rights and interests of Great Britain with becoming firmness, he tempered the exercise of power with courtesy and humanity wherever duty would permit. "Had all my actions," said he, writing at this time to his wife, "been gazetted, not one fortnight would have passed, during the whole war, without a letter from me. One day or other I will have a long gazette to myself. I feel that such an opportunity will be given me. I cannot, if I am in the field of glory, be kept out of sight. Wherever there is anything to be done, there Providence is sure to direct my steps." These hopes and anticipations were soon to be fulfilled. Nelson's mind had long been irritated and depressed by the fear that a general action would take place before he could join the fleet. At length he sailed from Porto Ferrajo with a convoy for Gibraltar, and, having reached that place, proceeded to the westward in search of the admiral. Off the mouth of the straits he fell in with the Spanish fleet, and on the 13th of February, reaching the station off Cape St. Vincent, communicated this intelligence to Sir John Jervis. He was now directed to shift his broad pennant on board the Captain, 74, Captain R.W. Miller, and before sunset the signal was made to prepare for action, and to keep during the night in close order. At daybreak the enemy were in sight. The British force consisted of 2 ships of 100 guns, 2 of 98, 2 of 90, 8 of 74, and 1 64, 15 of the line in all, with 4 frigates, a sloop, and a cutter. The Spaniards had 1 4-decker of 136 guns, 6 3-deckers of 112, 2 84s, 18 74s, in all 27 ships of the line, with 10 frigates and a brig. Their admiral, Don Joseph de Cordova, had learnt from an American on the 5th that the English had only 9 ships, which was indeed the case when his informer had seen them, for a reinforcement of 5 ships from England under Admiral Parker had not then joined, and the Culloden had parted company. Upon this information, the Spanish commander, instead of going into Cadiz, as was his intention when he sailed from Cartagena, determined to seek an enemy so inferior in force, and relying with fatal confidence upon the American account, he suffered his ships to remain too far dispersed and in some disorder. When the morning of the 14th broke and discovered the English fleet, a fog for some time concealed their number. The lookout ship of the Spaniards, fancying that her signal was disregarded, because so little notice seemed to be taken of it, made another signal that the English force consisted of 40 sail of the line. The captain afterwards said he did this to rouse the admiral. It had the effect of perplexing him and alarming the whole fleet. The absurdity of such an act shows what was the state of the Spanish navy under the miserable government by which Spain was so long oppressed and degraded, and finally betrayed. In reality, the general incapacity of the naval officers was so well known that in a pasquinade, which about this time appeared at Madrid, wherein the different orders of the state were advertised for sale, the greater part of the sea officers with all their equipments were offered as a gift, and it was added that any person who would please to take them should receive a handsome gratuity. Before the enemy could form a regular order of battle, Sir J. Jervis, by carrying a press of sail, came up with them, passed through their fleet, then tacked, and thus cut off 9 of their ships from the main body. These ships attempted to form on the larboard tack, either with the design of passing through the British line or to leeward of it, and thus rejoining their friends. Only one of them succeeded in this attempt, and that only because she was so covered with smoke that her intention was not discovered till she had reached the rear. The others were so warmly received that they put about, took to flight, and did not appear again in the action till its close. The admiral was now able to direct his attention to the enemy's main body, which was still superior in number to his whole fleet, and more so in weight of metal. He made signal to tack in succession. Nelson, whose station was in the rear of the British line, perceived that the Spaniards were bearing up before the wind, with an intention of forming their line, going large, and joining their separated ships, or else of getting off without an engagement. To prevent either of these schemes, he disobeyed the signal without a moment's hesitation, and ordered his ship to be wore. This at once brought him into action with the Santissima Trinidad, 136, the San Josef, 112, the Salvador de Mundo, 112, the San Nicolas, 80, the San Isidoro, 74, another 74, and another first-rate. Trowbridge in the Culloden immediately joined, and most nobly supported him, and for nearly an hour did the Culloden and captain maintain what Nelson called this apparently but not really unequal contest. Such was the advantage of skill and discipline, and the confidence which brave men derive from them. The Blenheim, then passing between them and the enemy, gave them a respite, and poured in her fire upon the Spaniards. The Salvador del Mundo and San Isidoro dropped astern, and were fired into in a masterly style by the excellent Captain Collingwood. The San Isidoro struck, and Nelson thought that the Salvador struck also. But Collingwood, says he, disdaining the parade of taking possession of beaten enemies, most gallantly pushed up, with every sail set, to save his old friend and messmate, who was, to every appearance, in a critical situation. For the captain was at this time actually fired upon by 3 first-rates, by the St. Nicholas, and by a 74 within about a pistol shot of that vessel. The Blenheim was ahead, the Culloden crippled and astern. Collingwood ranged up, and hauling up his mainsail just astern, passed within 10 feet of the St. Nicholas, giving her a most tremendous fire, then passed on for the Santissima Trinidad. The St. Nicholas luffing up, the St. Joseph fell on board her, and Nelson resumed his station abreast of them and close alongside. The captain was now incapable of further service, either in the line or in chase. She had lost her fore-topmast, not a sail, shroud, or rope was left, and her wheel was shot away. Nelson therefore directed Captain Miller to put the helm a starboard, and, calling for the boarders, ordered them to board. Captain Berry, who had lately been Nelson's first lieutenant, was the first man who leapt into the enemy's mizzen-chains. Miller, when in the very act of going, was ordered by Nelson to remain. Berry was supported from the sprit sail-yard, which locked in the St. Nicholas's main rigging. A soldier of the 69th broke the upper quarter-gallery window and jumped in, followed by the Commodore himself, and by others as fast as possible. The cabin doors were fastened, and the Spanish officers fired their pistols at them through the window. The doors were soon forced, and the Spanish brigadier fell while retreating to the quarter-deck. Nelson pushed on, and found Berry in possession of the poop, and the Spanish ensign hauling down. He passed on to the forecastle, where he met 2 or 3 Spanish officers, and received their swords. The English were now in full possession of every part of the ship, and a fire of pistols and musketry opened upon them from the Admiral's stern galley of the St. Joseph. Nelson, having placed sentinels at the different ladders, and ordered Captain Miller to send more men into the prize, gave orders for boarding that ship from the St. Nicholas. It was done in an instant, he himself leading the way, and exclaiming, "Westminster Abbey or victory!" Berry assisted him in the main-chains, and at that moment a Spanish officer looked over the quarter-deck rail and said they surrendered. It was not long before he was on the quarter-deck, where the Spanish captain presented to him his sword, and told him the Admiral was below dying of his wounds. There, on the quarter-deck of an enemy's first-rate, he received the swords of the officers, giving them, as they were delivered, one by one, to William Fearney, one of his old Agamemnons, who, with the utmost coolness, put them under his arm. One of his sailors came up, and with an Englishman's feeling took him by the hand, saying he might not soon have such another place to do it in, and he was heartily glad to see him there. 24 of the captain's men were killed, and 56 wounded, a 4th part of the loss sustained by the whole squadron falling upon this ship. Nelson received only a few bruises. The Spaniards had still 18 or 19 ships, which had suffered little or no injury. That part of the fleet which had been separated from the main body in the morning was now coming up, and Sir John Jervis made signal to bring to. His ships could not have formed without abandoning those which they had captured, and running to leeward. The captain was lying a perfect wreck on board her 2 prizes, and many of the other vessels were so shattered in their masts and rigging as to be wholly unmanageable. The Spanish admiral, meantime, according to his official account, being altogether undecided in his own opinion respecting the state of the fleet, inquired of his captains whether it was proper to renew the action. 9 of them answered explicitly that it was not. Others replied that it was expedient to delay the business. The Pelayo and the Principe Conquistador were the only ships that were for fighting. As soon as the action was discontinued, Nelson went on board the admiral's ship. Sir John Jervis received him on the quarter-deck, took him in his arms, and said he could not sufficiently thank him. For this victory, the Commander-in-Chief was rewarded with the title of Earl St. Vincent. Footnote: in the official letter of Sir John Jervis, Nelson was not mentioned. It is said that the Admiral had seen an instance of the ill consequence of such selections after Lord Howe's victory, and therefore would not name any individual, thinking it proper to speak to the public only in terms of general approbation. His private letter to the First Lord of the Admiralty was, with his consent, published for the first time in A Life of Nelson by Mr. Harrison. Here it is said that Commodore Nelson, who was in the rear, on the starboard tack, took the lead on the larboard, and contributed very much to the fortune of the day. It is also said that he boarded the 2 Spanish ships successively, but the fact that Nelson wore without orders, and thus planned as well as accomplished the victory, is not explicitly stated. Perhaps it was thought proper to pass over this part of his conduct in silence, as a splendid fault, but such an example is not dangerous. The author of the work in which this letter was first made public protests against those overzealous friends who would make the action rather appear as Nelson's battle than that of the illustrious Commander-in-Chief, who derives from it so deservedly his title. No man, he says, ever less needed or less desired to strip a single leaf from the honoured wreath of any other hero, with the vain hope of augmenting his own, than the immortal Nelson. No man ever more merited the whole of that which a generous nation unanimously presented to Sir J. Jervis than the Earl of St. Vincent. Certainly Earl St. Vincent well deserved the reward which he received, but it is not detracting from his merit to say that Nelson is fully entitled to as much fame from this action as the Commander-in-Chief, not because the brunt of the action fell upon him, not because he was engaged with all the 4 ships which were taken, and took 2 of them, it may also be said with his own hand, but because the decisive movement which enabled him to perform all this, and by which the action became a victory, was executed in neglect of orders, upon his own judgment, and at his peril. Earl St. Vincent deserved his earldom, but it is not to the honour of those by whom titles were distributed in those days that Nelson never obtained the rank of Earl for either of those victories which he lived to enjoy, though the one was the most complete and glorious in the annals of naval history, and the other the most important in its consequence of any which was achieved during the whole war. End of footnote. Nelson, who before the action was known in England had been advanced to the rank of Rear Admiral, had the Order of the Bath given him. The sword of the Spanish Rear Admiral, which Sir John Jervis insisted upon his keeping, he presented to the Mayor and Corporation of Norwich, saying that he knew no place where it could give him or his family more pleasure to have it kept than in the capital city of the county where he was born. The freedom of that city was voted him on this occasion. But of all the numerous congratulations which he received, none could have affected him with deeper delight than that which came from his venerable father. "I thank my God," said this excellent man, "with all the power of a grateful soul, for the mercies he has most graciously bestowed on me in preserving you. Not only my few acquaintance here, but the people in general, met me at every corner with such handsome words that I was obliged to retire from the public eye. The height of glory to which your professional judgment, united with a proper degree of bravery, guarded by Providence, has raised you, few sons, my dear child, attain to, and fewer fathers live to see. Tears of joy have involuntarily trickled down my furrowed cheeks. Who could stand the force of such general congratulation? The name and services of Nelson have sounded throughout this city of Bath, from the common ballad singer to the public theatre. The good old man concluded by telling him that the field of glory, in which he had so long been conspicuous, was still open, and by giving him his blessing. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Sir Horatio, who had now hoisted his flag as Rear Admiral of the Blue, was sent to bring away the troops from Porto-Ferrajo. Having performed this, he shifted his flag to the Theseus. That ship had taken part in the mutiny in England, and, being just arrived from home, some danger was apprehended from the temper of the men. This was one reason why Nelson was removed to her. He had not been on board many weeks before a paper, signed in the name of all the ship's company, was dropped on the quarter-deck, containing these words: "Success attend Admiral Nelson. God bless Captain Miller. We thank them for the offices they have placed over us. We are happy and comfortable, and will shed every drop of blood in our veins to support them. And the name of the Theseus shall be immortalized as high as her captain's." Wherever Nelson commanded, the men soon became attached to him. In 10 days' time he would have restored the most mutinous ship in the navy to order. Whenever an officer fails to win the affections of those who are under his command, he may be assured that the fault is chiefly in himself. While Sir Horatio was in the Theseus, he was employed in the command of the inner squadron at the blockade of Cadiz. During this service, the most perilous action occurred in which he was ever engaged. Making a night attack upon the Spanish gunboats, his barge was attacked by an armed launch under their commander, Don Miguel Tregoyen, carrying 26 men. Nelson had with him only his 10 bargemen, Captain Freemantle, and his coxswain, John Sykes, an old and faithful follower, who twice saved the life of his admiral by parrying the blows that were aimed at him, and at last actually interposed his own head to receive the blow of a Spanish sabre, which he could not by any other means avert. Thus dearly was Nelson beloved. This was a desperate service, hand to hand with swords, and Nelson always considered that his personal courage was more conspicuous on this occasion than on any other during his whole life. Notwithstanding the great disproportion of numbers, 18 of the enemy were killed, all the rest wounded, and their launch taken. Nelson would have asked for a lieutenancy for Sykes, if he had served long enough. His manner and conduct, he observed, were so entirely above his situation, that nature certainly intended him for a gentleman. But though he recovered from the dangerous wound which he received in this act of heroic attachment, he did not live to profit by the gratitude and friendship of his commander. 12 days after this rencontre, Nelson sailed at the head of an expedition against Teneriffe. A report had prevailed a few months before that the Viceroy of Mexico, with the treasure ships, had put into that island. This had led Nelson to meditate the plan of an attack upon it, which he communicated to Earl St. Vincent. He was perfectly aware of the difficulties of the attempt. "I do not," said he, "reckon myself equal to Blake, but, if I recollect right, he was more obliged to the wind coming off the land than to any exertions of his own. The approach by sea to the anchoring place is under very high land, passing 3 valleys. Therefore the wind is either in from the sea, or squally with calms from the mountains." And he perceived that if the Spanish ships were won, the object would still be frustrated if the wind did not come off shore. The land force, he thought, would render success certain, and there were the troops from Elba, with all necessary stores and artillery, already embarked. "But here," said he, "soldiers must be consulted, and I know from experience they have not the same boldness in undertaking a political measure that we have. We look to the benefit of our country, and risk our own fame every day to serve her. A soldier obeys his orders, and no more." Nelson's experience at Corsica justified him in this harsh opinion. He did not live to see the glorious days of the British army under Wellington. The army from Elba, consisting of 3,700 men, would do the business, he said, in 3 days, probably in much less time, and he would undertake, with a very small squadron, to perform the naval part. For though the shore was not easy of access, the transports might run in and land the troops in 1 day. The report concerning the Viceroy was unfounded, but a homeward-bound Manila ship put into Santa Cruz at this time, and the expedition was determined upon. It was not fitted out upon the scale which Nelson had proposed. 4 ships of the line, 3 frigates, and the Fox cutter formed the squadron, and he was allowed to choose such ships and officers as he thought proper. No troops were embarked, the seamen and marines of the squadron being thought sufficient. His orders were to make a vigorous attack, but on no account to land in person, unless his presence should be absolutely necessary. The plan was that the boats should land in the night, between the fort on the north-east side of Santa Cruz Bay and the town, make themselves masters of that fort, and then send a summons to the governor. By midnight, the 3 frigates, having the force on board which was intended for this debarkation, approached within 3 miles of the place, but owing to a strong gale of wind in the offing, and a strong current against them inshore, they were not able to get within a mile of the landing place before daybreak, and then they were seen, and their intention discovered. Trowbridge and Bowen, with Captain Oldfield of the Marines, went upon this to consult with the Admiral what was to be done, and it was resolved that they should attempt to get possession of the heights above the fort. The frigates accordingly landed their men, and Nelson stood in with the line of battle ships, meaning to batter the fort for the purpose of distracting the attention of the garrison. A calm and contrary currents hindered him from getting within a league of the shore, and the heights were by this time so secured and manned with such a force as to be judged impracticable. Thus foiled in his plans by circumstances of wind and tide, he still considered it a point of honour that some attempt should be made. This was on the 22nd of July. He re-embarked his men that night, got the ships on the 24th to anchor about 2 miles north of the town, and made show as if he intended to attack the heights. At 6 in the evening, signal was made for the boats to prepare to proceed on service as previously ordered. When this was done, Nelson addressed a letter to the Commander-in-Chief, the last which was ever written with his right hand. I shall not," said he, "enter on the subject why we are not in possession of Santa Cruz. Your partiality will give credit that all has hitherto been done which was possible, but without effect. This night I, humble as I am, command the whole, destined to land under the batteries of the town, and tomorrow my head will probably be crowned either with laurel or cypress. I have only to recommend Josiah Nisbet to you and my country. The Duke of Clarence, should I fall, will, I am confident, take a lively interest for my son-in-law on his name being mentioned." Perfectly aware how desperate a service this was likely to prove, before he left the Theseus he called Lieutenant Nisbet, who had the watch on deck, into the cabin, that he might assist in arranging and burning his mother's letters. Perceiving that the young man was armed, he earnestly begged him to remain behind. "Should we both fall, Josiah," said he, "what would become of your poor mother? The care of the Theseus falls to you. Stay, therefore, and take charge of her." Nisbet replied, "Sir, the ship must take care of herself. I will go with you to-night, if I never go again." He met his captains at supper on board the Seahorse, Captain Freemantle, whose wife, whom he had lately married in the Mediterranean, presided at table. At 11 o'clock, the boats, containing between 600 and 700 men, with 180 aboard the Fox cutter, and from 70 to 80 in a boat which had been taken the day before, proceeded in 6 divisions towards the town, conducted by all the captains of the squadron, except Freemantle and Bowen, who attended with Nelson to regulate and lead the way to the attack. They were to land on the mole, and thence hasten as fast as possible into the great square, then form and proceed as should be found expedient. They were not discovered till about 1:30 o'clock, when, being within half gunshot of the landing place, Nelson directed the boats to cast off from each other, give a huzzah, and push for the shore. But the Spaniards were excellently well prepared. The alarm bells answered the huzzah, and a fire of 30 or 40 pieces of cannon, with musketry from one end of the town to the other, opened upon the invaders. Nothing, however, could check the intrepidity with which they advanced. The night was exceedingly dark. Most of the boats missed the mole, and went on shore through a raging surf, which stove all to the left of it. The Admiral, Freemantle, Thompson, Bowen, and 4 or 5 other boats found the mole. They stormed it instantly and carried it, though it was defended, as they imagined, by 400 or 500 men. Its guns, which were 26 pounders, were spiked, but such a heavy fire of musketry and grape was kept up from the citadel and the houses at the head of the mole, that the assailants could not advance, and nearly all of them were killed or wounded. In the act of stepping out of the boat, Nelson received a shot through the right elbow, and fell. But as he fell, he caught the sword, which he had just drawn, in his left hand, determined never to part with it while he lived, for it had belonged to his uncle, Captain Suckling, and he valued it like a relic. Nisbet, who was close to him, placed him at the bottom of the boat, and laid his hat over the shattered arm, lest the sight of the blood, which gushed out in great abundance, should increase his faintness. He then examined the wound, and taking some silk handkerchiefs from his neck, bound them round tight above the lacerated vessels. Had it not been for this presence of mind in his son-in-law, Nelson must have perished. One of his bargemen, by name Lovell, tore his shirt into shreds, and made a sling with them for the broken limb. They then collected 5 other seamen, by whose assistance they succeeded at length in getting the boat afloat, for it had grounded with the falling tide. Nisbet took one of the oars, and ordered the steersman to go close under the guns of the battery, that they might be safe from its tremendous fire. Hearing his voice, Nelson roused himself, and desired to be lifted up in the boat, that he might look about him. Nisbet raised him up, but nothing could be seen except the firing of the guns on shore, and what could be discerned by their flashes upon the stormy sea. In a few minutes a general shriek was heard from the crew of the Fox, which had received a shot under water, and went down. 97 men were lost in her. 83 were saved, many by Nelson himself, whose exertions on this occasion greatly increased the pain and danger of his wound. The first ship which the boat could reach happened to be the Seahorse, but nothing could induce him to go on board, though he was assured that if they attempted to row to another ship, it might be at the risk of his life. "I had rather suffer death," he replied, "than alarm Mrs. Freemantle by letting her see me in this state, when I can give her no tidings whatever of her husband." They pushed on for the Theseus. When they came alongside, he peremptorily refused all assistance in getting on board. So impatient was he that the boat should return, in hopes that it might save a few more from the Fox. He desired to have only a single rope thrown over the side, which he twisted round his left hand, saying, "Let me alone. I have yet my legs left, and one arm. Tell the surgeon to make haste and get his instruments. I know I must lose my right arm, so the sooner it is off the better." The spirit which he displayed in jumping up the ship's side astonished everybody. Footnote: During the Peace of Amiens, when Nelson was passing through Salisbury, and received there with those acclamations which followed him everywhere, he recognized amid the crowd a man who had assisted at the amputation, and attended him afterwards. He beckoned him up the stairs of the council house, shook hands with him, and made him a present in remembrance of his services at the time. The man took from his bosom a piece of lace, which he had torn from the sleeve of the amputated limb, saying he had preserved and would preserve it to the last moment in memory of his old commander. End of footnote. Freemantle had been severely wounded in the right arm soon after the Admiral. He was fortunate enough to find a boat at the beach, and got instantly to his ship. Thomson was wounded, Bowen killed, to the great regret of Nelson, as was also one of his own officers, Lieutenant Weatherhead, who had followed him from the Agamemnon, and whom he greatly and deservedly esteemed. Trowbridge, meantime, fortunately for his party, missed the mole in the darkness, but pushed on shore under the batteries, close to the south end of the citadel. Captain Waller, of the Emerald, and 2 or 3 other boats landed at the same time. The surf was so high that many others put back. The boats were instantly filled with water, and stove against the rocks, and most of the ammunition in the men's pouches was wetted. Having collected a few men, they pushed on to the great square, hoping there to find the Admiral and the rest of the force. The ladders were all lost, so that they could make no immediate attempt on the citadel. But they sent a sergeant with 2 of the townspeople to summon it. This messenger never returned, and Trowbridge, having waited about an hour in painful expectation of his friends, marched to join Captains Hood and Miller, who had effected their landing to the south-west. They then endeavoured to procure some intelligence of the Admiral and the rest of the officers, but without success. By daybreak they had gathered together about 80 marines, 80 pikemen, and 180 small-arm seamen, all the survivors of those who had made good their landing. They obtained some ammunition from the prisoners whom they had taken, and marched on to try what could be done at the citadel without ladders. They found all the streets commanded by field pieces, and several thousand Spaniards, with about 100 French under arms approaching by every avenue. Finding himself without provisions, their powder wet, and no possibility of obtaining either stores or reinforcements from the ships, the boats being lost, Trowbridge, with great presence of mind, sent Captain Samuel Hood with a flag of truce to the governor, to say he was prepared to burn the town, and would instantly set fire to it if the Spaniards approached 1 inch nearer. This, however, if he were compelled to do it, he should do with regret, for he had no wish to injure the inhabitants, and he was ready to treat upon these terms, that the British troops should re-embark with all their arms of every kind, and take their own boats if they were saved, or be provided with such others as might be wanting. They, on their part, engaging that the squadron should not molest the town, nor any of the Canary Islands. All prisoners on both sides to be given up. When these terms were proposed, the governor made answer that the English ought to surrender as prisoners of war, but Captain Hood replied he was instructed to say that if the terms were not accepted in 5 minutes, Captain Trowbridge would set the town on fire, and attack the Spaniards at the point of the bayonet. Satisfied with his success, which was indeed sufficiently complete, and respecting, like a brave and honourable man, the gallantry of his enemy, the Spaniard acceded to the proposal. And here, says Nelson in his journal, it is right we should notice the noble and generous conduct of Don Juan Antonio Gutierrez, the Spanish governor. The moment the terms were agreed to, he directed our wounded men to be received into the hospitals, and all our people to be supplied with the best provisions that could be procured, and made it known that the ships were at liberty to send on shore and purchase whatever refreshments they were in want of during the time they might be off the island. A youth, by name Don Bernardo Colagon, stripped himself of his shirt to make bandages for one of those Englishmen against whom, not an hour before, he had been engaged in battle. Nelson wrote to thank the governor for the humanity which he had displayed. Presents were interchanged between them. Sir Horatio offered to take charge of his dispatches for the Spanish government, and thus actually became the first messenger to Spain of his own defeat. The total loss of the English, in killed, wounded, and drowned, amounted to 250. Nelson made no mention of his own wound in his official dispatches, but in a private letter to Lord St. Vincent, the first which he wrote with his left hand, he shows himself to have been deeply affected by the failure of this enterprise. "I am become," he said, "a burthen to my friends, and useless to my country. But by my last letter you will perceive my anxiety for the promotion of my son-in-law, Josiah Nisbet. When I leave your command, I become dead to the world. I go hence, and am no more seen. If from poor Bowen's loss you think it proper to oblige me, I rest confident you will do it. The boy is under obligations to me, but he repaid me by bringing me from the mole of Santa Cruz. I hope you will be able to give me a frigate to convey the remains of my carcass to England. A left-handed admiral," he said in a subsequent letter, "will never again be considered as useful. Therefore, the sooner I get to a very humble cottage, the better, and make room for a sounder man to serve the state." His first letter to Lady Nelson was written under the same opinion, but in a more cheerful strain. "It was the chance of war," said he, "and I have great reason to be thankful, and I know it will add much to your pleasure to find that Josiah, under God's providence, was principally instrumental in saving my life. I shall not be surprised if I am neglected and forgotten. Probably I shall no longer be considered as useful. However, I shall feel rich if I continue to enjoy your affection. I beg neither you nor my father will think much of this mishap. My mind has long been made up to such an event." His son-in-law, according to his wish, was immediately promoted, and honours enough to heal his wounded spirit awaited him in England. Letters were addressed to him by the First Lord of the Admiralty, and by his steady friend, the Duke of Clarence, to congratulate him on his return, covered as he was with glory. He assured the Duke in his reply that not a scrap of that ardour with which he had hitherto served his king had been shot away. The freedom of the cities of Bristol and London were transmitted to him. He was invested with the Order of the Bath, and received a pension of £1,000 a year. The memorial, which as a matter of form he was called upon to present on this occasion, exhibited an extraordinary catalogue of services performed during the war. It stated that he had been in 4 actions with the fleets of the enemy, and in 3 actions with boats employed in cutting out of harbour, in destroying vessels, and in taking 3 towns. He had served on shore with the army 4 months, and commanded the batteries at the sieges of Bastia and Calvi. He had assisted at the capture of 7 sail of the line, 6 frigates, 4 corvettes, and 11 privateers, taken and destroyed nearly 50 sail of merchant vessels, and actually been engaged against the enemy upward of 120 times, in which service he had lost his right eye and right arm, and been severely wounded and bruised in his body. His sufferings from the lost limb were long and painful. A nerve had been taken up in one of the ligatures at the time of the operation, and the ligature, according to the practice of the French surgeons, was of silk instead of waxed thread. This produced a constant irritation and discharge, and the ends of the ligature being pulled every day, in hopes of bringing it away, occasioned fresh agony. He had scarcely any intermission of pain, day or night, for 3 months after his return to England. Lady Nelson, at his earnest request, attended the dressing of his arm till she had acquired sufficient resolution and skill to dress it herself. One night, during this state of suffering, after a day of constant pain, Nelson retired early to bed, in hope of enjoying some respite by means of laudanum. He was at this time lodging in Bond Street, and the family was soon disturbed by a mob knocking loudly and violently at the door. The news of Duncan's victory had been made public, and the house was not illuminated. But when the mob were told that Admiral Nelson lay there in bed, badly wounded, the foremost of them made answer, "You shall hear no more from us to-night." And in fact, the feeling of respect and sympathy was communicated from one to another with such effect that under the confusion of such a night the house was not molested again. About the end of November, after a night of sound sleep, he found the arm nearly free from pain. The surgeon was immediately sent for to examine it, and the ligature came away with the slightest touch. From that time it began to heal. As soon as he thought his health established, he sent the following form of thanksgiving to the Minister of St. George's, Hanover Square. An officer desires to return thanks to Almighty God for his perfect recovery from a severe wound, and also for the many mercies bestowed on him. Not having been in England till now since he lost his eye, he went to receive a year's pay as smart money, but could not obtain payment because he had neglected to bring a certificate from a surgeon that the sight was actually destroyed. A little irritated that this form should be insisted upon, because, though the fact was not apparent, he thought it was sufficiently notorious, he procured a certificate at the same time for the loss of his arm, saying they might just as well doubt the one as the other. This put him in good humour with himself, and with the clerk who had offended him. On his return to the office, the clerk, finding it was only the annual pay of a captain, observed he thought it had been more. "Oh," replied Nelson, "this is only for an eye. In a few days I shall come for an arm, and in a little time longer, God knows, most probably for a leg." Accordingly, he soon afterwards went, and with perfect good humour exhibited the certificate of the loss of his arm. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1, of the Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Nelson rejoins Earl St. Vincent in the Vanguard. Sails in pursuit of the French to Egypt. Returns to Sicily, and sails again to Egypt. Battle of the Nile. Early in the year 1798, Sir Horatio Nelson hoisted his flag in the Vanguard, and was ordered to rejoin Earl St. Vincent. Upon his departure, his father addressed him with that affectionate solemnity by which all his letters were distinguished. "I trust in the Lord," said he, "that He will prosper your going out and your coming in. I earnestly desired once more to see you, and that wish has been heard. If I should presume to say I hope to see you again, the question would be readily asked, How old art thou? Vale, vale, Domini vale." It is said that a gloomy foreboding hung on the spirits of Lady Nelson at their parting. This could have arisen only from the dread of losing him by the chance of war. Any apprehension of losing his affections could hardly have existed, for all his correspondence to this time shows that he thought himself happy in his marriage, and his private character had hitherto been as spotless as his public conduct. One of the last things he said to her was that his own ambition was satisfied, but that he went to raise her to that rank in which he had long wished to see her. Immediately on his rejoining the fleet, he was dispatched to the Mediterranean with a small squadron, in order to ascertain, if possible, the object of the great expedition which at that time was fitting out under Bonaparte at Toulon. The defeat of this armament, whatever might be its destination, was deemed by the British government an object paramount to every other, and Earl St. Vincent was directed, if he thought it necessary, to take his whole force into the Mediterranean, to relinquish for that purpose the blockade of the Spanish fleet, as a thing of inferior moment. But if he should deem a detachment sufficient, "I think it almost unnecessary," said the First Lord of the Admiralty in his secret instructions, "to suggest to you the propriety of putting it under Sir Horatio Nelson." It is to the honour of Earl St. Vincent that he had already made the same choice. The British government at this time, with a becoming spirit, gave orders that any port in the Mediterranean should be considered as hostile where the governor or chief magistrate should refuse to let our ships of war procure supplies of provisions or of any article which they might require. The armament at Toulon consisted of 13 ships of the line, 7 40-gun frigates, with 24 smaller vessels of war, and nearly 200 transports. Mr. Udney, our consul at Leghorn, was the first person to procure certain intelligence of the enemy's design against Malta, and from his own sagacity foresaw that Egypt must be their after object. Nelson sailed from Gibraltar on the 9th of May, with the Vanguard, Orion, and Alexander, 74s, the Caroline, Flora, Emerald, and Terpsichore frigates, and the Bonne Citoyenne sloop of war, to watch this formidable armament. On the 19th, when they were in the Gulf of Lion, a gale came on from the north-west. It moderated so much on the 20th as to enable them to get their topgallant-mast and yards aloft. After dark, it again began to blow strong. But the ships had been prepared for a gale, and therefore Nelson's mind was easy. Shortly before midnight, however, his main topmast went over the side, and the mizzen topmast soon afterwards. The night was so tempestuous that it was impossible for any signal either to be seen or heard, and Nelson determined, as soon as it should be daybreak, to wear and scud before the gale. But at 3:30 the foremast went in 3 pieces, and the bowsprit was found to be sprung in 3 places. When day broke, they succeeded in wearing the ship with the remnant of the spritsail. This was hardly to have been expected. The Vanguard was at that time 25 leagues south of the islands of Hieres, with her head lying to the north-east, and if she had not wore, the ship must have drifted to Corsica. Captain Ball, in the Alexander, took her in tow to carry her into the Sardinian harbour of San Piero. Nelson, apprehensive that this attempt might endanger both vessels, ordered him to cast off, but that excellent officer, with a spirit like his commander's, replied he was confident he could save the Vanguard, and by God's help he would do it. There had been a previous coolness between these great men, but from this time Nelson became fully sensible of the extraordinary talents of Captain Ball, and a sincere friendship subsisted between them during the remainder of their lives. "I ought not," said the Admiral, writing to his wife, "I ought not to call what has happened to the Vanguard by the cold name of accident. I believe firmly it was the Almighty's goodness to check my consummate vanity. I hope it has made me a better officer, as I feel confident it has made me a better man. Figure to yourself, on Sunday evening, at sunset, a vain man walking in his cabin with a squadron around him, who looked up to their chief to lead them to glory, and in whom their chief placed the firmest reliance that the proudest ships of equal numbers belonging to France would have lowered their flags. Figure to yourself, on Monday morning, when the sun rose, this proud man, his ship dismasted, his fleet dispersed, and himself in such distress that the meanest frigate out of France would have been an unwelcome guest." Nelson had indeed more reason to refuse the cold name of accident to this tempest than he was then aware of, for on that very day the French fleet sailed from Toulon, and must have passed within a few leagues of his little squadron, which was thus preserved by the thick weather that came on. In the orders of the British Government to consider all ports as hostile where the British ships should be refused supplies, the ports of Sardinia were excepted. The continental possessions of the King of Sardinia were at this time completely at the mercy of the French, and that prince was now discovering, when too late, that the terms to which he had consented, for the purpose of escaping immediate danger, necessarily involved, at last, the loss of dominions which they were intended to preserve. The citadel of Turin is now occupied by French troops, and his wretched court feared to affront the common rights of humanity to British ships, lest it should give the French occasion to seize on the remainder of his dominions, a measure for which it was certain they would soon make a pretext, if they did not find one. Nelson was informed that he could not be permitted to enter the port of St. Pietro. Regardless of this interdict, which under his circumstances it would have been an act of suicidal folly to have regarded, he anchored in the harbour, and by the exertions of Sir James Saumarez, Captain Ball, and Captain Berry, the Vanguard was refitted in 4 days. Months would have been employed in refitting her in England. Nelson, with that proper sense of merit wherever it was found, which proved at once the goodness and the greatness of his character, especially recommended to Earl St. Vincent, the carpenter of the Alexander, under whose directions the ship had been repaired, stating that he was an old and faithful servant of the Crown, who had been nearly 30 years a warrant carpenter, and begging most earnestly that the Commander-in-Chief would recommend him to the particular notice of the Board of Admiralty. He did not leave the harbour without expressing his sense of the treatment which he had received there, in a letter to the Viceroy of Sardinia. "Sir," it said, "having by a gale of wind sustained some trifling damages, I anchored a small part of His Majesty's fleet under my orders off this island, and was surprised to hear, by an officer sent by the Governor, that admittance was to be refused to the flag of His Britannic Majesty into this port. When I reflect that my most gracious sovereign is the oldest, I believe, and certainly the most faithful ally which the King of Sardinia ever had, I could feel the sorrow which it must have been to His Majesty to have given such an order, and also for your Excellency, who had to direct its execution. I cannot but look at the African shore, where the followers of Mahomet are performing the part of the Good Samaritan, which I look for in vain at St. Peter's, where, it is said, the Christian religion is professed." The delay which was thus occasioned was useful to him in many respects. It enabled him to complete his supply of water, and to receive a reinforcement, which Earl St. Vincent, being himself reinforced from England, was enabled to send him. It consisted of the best ships of his fleet: the Culloden, 74, Captain T. Trowbridge; Goliath, 74, Captain T. Foley; Minotaur, 74, Captain T. Lewis; Defence, 74, Captain John Peyton; Bellerophon, 74, Captain H.D.E. Darby; Majestic, 74, Captain G.B. Westcott; Zealous, 74, Captain S. Hood; Swiftsure, 74, Captain B. Hallowell; Theseus, 74, Captain R.W. Miller; Audacious, 74, Captain Davidge Gould. The Leander, 50, Captain T.B. Thompson, was afterwards added. These ships were made ready for the service as soon as Earl St. Vincent received advice from England that he was to be reinforced. As soon as the reinforcement was seen from the masthead of the Admiral's ship off Cadiz Bay, signal was immediately made to Captain Trowbridge to put to sea, and he was out of sight before the ships from home cast anchor in the British station. Trowbridge took with him no instructions to Nelson as to the course he was to steer, nor any certain account of the enemy's destination. Everything was left to his own judgment. Unfortunately, the frigates had been separated from him in the tempest, and had not been able to rejoin. They sought him unsuccessfully in the Bay of Naples, where they obtained no tidings of his course, and he sailed without them. The first news of the enemy's armament was that it had surprised Malta. Nelson formed a plan for attacking it while at anchor at Gozo, but on the 22nd of June intelligence reached him that the French had left that island on the 16th, the day after their arrival. It was clear that their destination was eastward. He thought for Egypt, and for Egypt, therefore, he made all sail. Had the frigates been with him, he could scarcely have failed to gain information of the enemy. For want of them, he only spoke 3 vessels on the way. 2 came from Alexandria, 1 from the archipelago, and neither of them had seen anything of the French. He arrived off Alexandria on the 28th, and the enemy were not there, neither was there any account of them. But the governor was endeavouring to put the city in a state of defence, having received advice from Leghorn that the French expedition was intended against Egypt, after it had taken Malta. Nelson then shaped his course to the northward for Caramania, and steered from thence along the southern side of Candia, carrying a press of sail both night and day, with a contrary wind. It would have been his delight, he said, to have tried Bonaparte on a wind. It would have been the delight of Europe too, and the blessing of the world, if that fleet had been overtaken with its general on board. But of the myriads and millions of human beings who would have been preserved by that day's victory, there is not one to whom such essential benefit would have resulted as to Bonaparte himself. It would have spared him his defeat at Acre, his only disgrace. For to have been defeated by Nelson upon the seas would not have been disgraceful. It would have spared him all his after enormities. Hitherto his career had been glorious. The baneful principles of his heart had never yet passed his lips. History would have represented him as a soldier of fortune who had faithfully served the cause in which he engaged, and whose career had been distinguished by a series of successes unexampled in modern times. A romantic obscurity would have hung over the expedition to Egypt, and he would have escaped the perpetration of those crimes which have incarnadined his soul with a deeper dye than that of the purple for which he committed them. Those acts of perfidy, midnight murder, usurpation, and remorseless tyranny, which have consigned his name to universal execration, now and forever. Conceiving that when an officer is not successful in his plans, it is absolutely necessary that he should explain the motives upon which they were founded, Nelson wrote at this time an account and vindication of his conduct for having carried the fleet to Egypt. The objection which he anticipated was that he ought not to have made so long a voyage without more certain information. "My answer," said he, "is ready. Who was I to get it from? The government of Naples and Sicily either knew not or chose to keep me in ignorance. Was I to wait patiently till I heard certain accounts? If Egypt were their object, before I could hear of them, they would have been in India. To do nothing was disgraceful. Therefore I made use of my understanding. I am before your lordship's judgment, and if, under all circumstances, it is decided that I am wrong, I ought, for the sake of our country, to be superseded. For at this moment, when I know the French are not in Alexandria, I hold the same opinion as off Cape Passaro, that, under all circumstances, I was right in steering for Alexandria, and by that opinion I must stand or fall." Captain Ball, to whom he showed this paper, told him he should recommend a friend never to begin a defence of his conduct before he was accused of error. He might give the fullest reason for what he had done, expressed in such terms as would evince that he had acted from the strongest conviction of being right, and of course he must expect that the public would view it in the same light. Captain Ball judged rightly of the public, whose first impulses, though from want of sufficient information they must frequently be erroneous, are generally founded upon just feelings. But the public are easily misled, and there are always persons ready to mislead them. Nelson had not yet attained that fame which compels envy to be silent, and when it was known in England that he had returned after an unsuccessful pursuit, it was said that he deserved impeachment, and Earl St. Vincent was severely censured for having sent so young an officer upon so important a service. Baffled in his pursuit, he returned to Sicily. The Neapolitan ministry had determined to give his squadron no assistance, being resolved to do nothing which could possibly endanger their peace with the French Directory. By means, however, of Lady Hamilton's influence at court, he procured secret orders to the Sicilian governors, and under those orders obtained everything which he wanted at Syracuse. A timely supply, without which, he always said, he could not have recommenced his pursuit with any hope of success. "It is an old saying," said he in his letter, that "the devil's children have the devil's luck." I cannot to this moment learn beyond vague conjecture where the French fleet are gone to, and having gone a round of 600 leagues at this season of the year with an expedition incredible, here I am, as ignorant of the situation of the enemy as I was 27 days ago. Every moment I have to regret the frigates having left me. Had one half of them been with me, I could not have wanted information. Should the French be so strongly secured in port that I cannot get at them, I shall immediately shift my flag into some other ship, and send the Vanguard to Naples to be refitted, for hardly any person but myself would have continued on service so long in such a wretched state." Vexed, however, and disappointed as he was, Nelson, with the true spirit of a hero, was still full of hope. "Thanks to your exertions," said he, writing to Sir W. and Lady Hamilton, "we have victualled and watered, and surely, watering at the fountain of Arethusa, we must have victory. We shall sail with the first breeze, and be assured I will return either crowned with laurel or covered with cypress." Earl St. Vincent he assured that if the French were above water he would find them out. He still held his opinion that they were bound for Egypt. "But," said he to the First Lord of the Admiralty, "be they bound to the Antipodes, your lordship may rely that I will not lose a moment in bringing them to action." On the 25th of July he sailed from Syracuse for the Morea. Anxious beyond measure, and irritated that the enemy should so long have eluded him, the tediousness of the nights made him impatient, and the officer of the watch was repeatedly called on to let him know the hour, and convince him, who measured time by his own eagerness, that it was not yet daybreak. The squadron made the Gulf of Coron on the 28th. Trowbridge entered the port, and returned with intelligence that the French had been seen about 4 weeks before steering to the south-east from Candia. Nelson then determined immediately to return to Alexandria, and the British fleet accordingly, with every sail set, stood once more for the coast of Egypt. On the 1st of August they came in sight of Alexandria, and at 4 in the afternoon Captain Hood in the Zealous made the signal for the French fleet. For many preceding days Nelson had hardly taken either sleep or food. He now ordered his dinner to be served, while preparations were making for battle. And when his officers rose from table and went to their separate stations, he said to them, "Before this time tomorrow I shall have gained a peerage or Westminster Abbey." The French, steering direct for Candia, had made an angular passage for Alexandria, whereas Nelson, in pursuit of them, made straight for that place, and thus materially shortened the distance. The comparative smallness of his force made it necessary to sail in close order, and it covered a less space than it would have done if the frigates had been with him. The weather also was constantly hazy. These circumstances prevented the English from falling in with the enemy on the way to Egypt, and during the return to Syracuse there was still less probability of discovering them. Why Bonaparte, having effected his landing, should not have suffered the fleet to return has never yet been explained. Thus much is certain, that it was detained by his command, though, with his accustomed falsehood, he accused Admiral Brueys, after that officer's death, of having lingered on the coast contrary to orders. The French fleet arrived at Alexandria on the 1st of July, and Brueys, not being able to enter the port, which time and neglect had ruined, moored his ships in Aboukir Bay, in a strong and compact line of battle, the headmost vessel, according to his own account, being as close as possible to a shoal on the north-west, and the rest of the fleet forming a kind of curve along the line of deep water, so as not to be turned by any means in the south-west. By Bonaparte's desire, he had offered a reward of 10,000 livres to any pilot of the country who would carry the squadron in, but none could be found who would venture to take charge of a single vessel drawing more than 20 feet. He had therefore made the best of his situation, and chosen the strongest position which he could possibly take in an open road. The commissary of the fleet said they were moored in such a manner as to bid defiance to a force more than double their own. This presumption could not then be thought unreasonable. Admiral Barrington, when moored in a similar manner off St. Lucia in the year 1778, beat off the Comte d'Estaing in 3 several attacks, though his force was inferior by almost 1/3 to that which assailed it. Here the advantage of numbers, both in ships, guns, and men, was in favour of the French. They had 13 ships of the line and 4 frigates, carrying 1,196 guns and 11,230 men. The English had the same number of ships of the line, and 1 50-gun ship carrying 1,012 guns and 8,068 men. The English ships were all 74s. The French had 3 80-gun ships and 1 3-decker of 120. Footnote: Abstract of the British forces, in guns and men, actually engaged: 13 ships of 74 guns each, and 1 of 50 guns. Number of guns, 1,012. Number of men, 8,068. Abstract of the French force, in guns and men, actually engaged: 1 of 120 guns, 3 of 80 guns, 9 of 74 guns, and 4 frigates. Number of guns, 1,196. Number of men, 11,230. Difference in favour of the French, 184 guns, 3,162 men. End of footnote. During the whole pursuit it had been Nelson's practice, whenever circumstances would permit, to have his captains on board the Vanguard and explain to them his own ideas of the different and best modes of attack, and such plans as he proposed to execute on falling in with the enemy, whatever their situation might be. There is no possible position, it is said, which he did not take into calculation. His officers were thus fully acquainted with his principles of tactics, and such was his confidence in their abilities, that the only thing determined upon, in case they should find the French at anchor, was for the ships to form as most convenient for their mutual support, and to anchor by the stern. First gain the victory, he said, and then make the best use of it you can. The moment he perceived the position of the French, that intuitive genius with which Nelson was endowed displayed itself, and it instantly struck him that where there was room for an enemy's ship to swing, there was room for one of ours to anchor. The plan which he intended to pursue, therefore, was to keep entirely on the outer side of the French line, and station his ships as far as he was able, one on the outer bow and another on the outer quarter of each of the enemies. This plan of doubling on the enemy's ships was projected by Lord Hood when he designed to attack the French fleet at their anchorage in Gourjean Road. Lord Hood found it impossible to make the attempt, but the thought was not lost upon Nelson, who acknowledged himself on this occasion indebted for it to his old and excellent commander. Captain Berry, when he comprehended the scope of the design, exclaimed with transport, "If we succeed, what will the world say?" "There is no if in the case," replied the Admiral. That we shall succeed is certain. Who may live to tell the story is a very different question. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. As the squadron advanced, the enemy opened a steady fire from the starboard side of their whole line, full into the bows of our van ships. It was received in silence. The men on board of every ship were employed aloft in furling sails, and below in tending the braces and making ready for anchoring. A miserable sight for the French, who with all their skill and all their courage and all their advantages of numbers and situation were upon that element on which, when the hour of trial comes, a Frenchman has no hope. Admiral Bruyères was a brave and able man, yet the indelible character of his country broke out in one of his letters, wherein he delivered it as his private opinion that the English had missed him because, not being superior in force, they did not think it prudent to try their strength with him. The moment was now come in which he was to be undeceived. A French brig was instructed to decoy the English by manoeuvring so as to tempt them towards a shoal lying off the island of Bequieres. But Nelson either knew the danger or suspected some deceit, and the lure was unsuccessful. Captain Foley led the way in the Goliath, outsailing the Zealous, which for some minutes disputed this post of honour with him. He had long conceived that if the enemy were moored in line of battle in with the land, the best plan of attack would be to lead between them and the shore, because the French guns on that side were not likely to be manned, nor even ready for action. Intending, therefore, to fix himself on the inner bow of the Guerrière, he kept as near the edge of the bank as the depth of water would admit. But his anchor hung, and having opened his fire, he drifted to the second ship, the Conquérant, before it was clear, then anchored by the stern inside of her, and in 10 minutes shot away her masts. Hood, in the Zealous, perceiving this, took the station which the Goliath intended to have occupied, and he totally disabled the Guerrière in 12 minutes. The third ship, which doubled the enemy's van, was the Orion, Sir J. Saumarez. She passed to windward of the Zealous, and opened her larboard guns as long as they bore on the Guerrière, then, passing inside the Goliath, sunk a frigate which annoyed her, hauled round towards the French line, and anchoring inside between the 5th and 6th ships from the Guerrière, took her station on the larboard bow of the Franklin and the quarter of the Peuple Souverain, receiving and returning the fire of both. The sun was now nearly down. The Audacious, Captain Gould, pouring a heavy fire into the Guerrière and the Conquérant, fixed herself on the larboard bow of the latter, and when that ship struck, passed on to the Peuple Souverain. The Theseus, Captain Miller, followed, brought down the Guerrière's remaining main and mizzen-masts, then anchored inside of the Spartiate, the third in the French line. While these advanced ships doubled the French line, the Vanguard was the first that anchored on the outer side of the enemy, within half a pistol-shot of their third ship, the Spartiate. Nelson had 6 colours flying in different parts of his rigging, lest they should be shot away. That they should be struck, no British admiral considers as a possibility. He veered half a cable, and instantly opened a tremendous fire, under cover of which the other 4 ships of his division, the Minotaur, Bellerophon, Defence, and Majestic, sailed on ahead of the admiral. In a few minutes every man stationed at the first 6 guns in the forepart of the Vanguard's deck was killed or wounded. These guns were 3 times cleared. Captain Lewis in the Minotaur anchored next ahead, and took off the fire of the Aquilon, the fourth in the enemy's line. The Bellerophon, Captain Darby, passed ahead and dropped her stern anchor on the starboard bow of the Orient, seventh in the line. Brueys' own ship of 120 guns, whose difference of force was in proportion of more than 7 to 3, and whose weight of ball from the lower deck alone exceeded that from the whole broadside of the Bellerophon. Captain Peyton, in the defence, took his station ahead of the Minotaur, and engaged the Franklin, the sixth in the line, by which judicious movement the British line remained unbroken. The Majestic, Captain Westcott, got entangled with the main rigging of one of the French ships astern of the Orient, and suffered dreadfully from that three-decker's fire. But she swung clear, and closely engaged the Heureuse, the ninth ship on the starboard bow, receiving also the fire of the Tonnant, which was the eighth in the line. The other four ships of the British squadron, having been detached previous to the discovery of the French, were at a considerable distance when the action began. It commenced at 6:30. About 7 night closed, and there was no other light than that from the fire of the contending fleets. Trowbridge, in the Culloden, the foremost of the remaining ships, was 2 leagues astern. He came on, sounding, as the others had done. As he advanced, the increasing darkness increased the difficulty of the navigation, and suddenly, after having found 11 fathoms water, before the lead could be hove again, he was fast aground. Nor could all his own exertions, joined to those of the Leander and the Mutine brig, which came to his assistance, get him off in time to bear a part in the action. His ship, however, served as a beacon to the Alexander and the Swiftsure, which would else, from the course which they were holding, have gone considerably farther on the reef, and must inevitably have been lost. These ships entered the bay, and took their stations, in the darkness, in a manner still spoken of with admiration by all who remember it. Captain Hallowell, in the Swiftsure, as he was bearing down, fell in with what seemed to be a strange sail. Nelson had directed his ships to hoist 4 lights horizontally at the mizzen peak as soon as it became dark, and this vessel had no such distinction. Hallowell, however, with great judgment ordered his men not to fire. If she was an enemy, he said, she was in too disabled a state to escape. But from her sails being loose, and the way in which her head was, it was probable she might be an English ship. It was the Bellerophon, overpowered by the huge Orient. Her lights had gone overboard. Nearly 200 of her crew were killed or wounded. All her masts and cables had been shot away, and she was drifting out of the line towards the lee side of the bay. Her station at this important time was occupied by the Swiftsure, which opened a steady fire on the quarter of the Franklin and the bows of the French admiral. At the same instant, Captain Ball, with the Alexander, passed under his stern, and anchored within side on his larboard quarter, raking him, and keeping up a severe tire of musketry upon his decks. The last ship which arrived to complete the destruction of the enemy was the Leander. Captain Thompson, finding that nothing could be done that night to get off the Culloden, advanced with the intention of anchoring athwart hawse of the Orient. The Franklin was so near her ahead that there was not room for him to pass clear of the two. He therefore took his station athwart hawse of the latter, in such a position as to rake both. The first 2 ships of the French line had been dismasted within a quarter of an hour after the commencement of the action, and the others had in that time suffered so severely that victory was already certain. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th were taken possession of at 8:30. Meantime, Nelson received a severe wound on the head from a piece of Langridge shot. Captain Berry caught him in his arms as he was falling. The great effusion of blood occasioned an apprehension that the wound was mortal. Nelson himself thought so. A large flap of the skin of the forehead, cut from the bone, had fallen over one eye, and the other being blind, he was in total darkness. When he was carried down, the surgeon, in the midst of a scene scarcely to be conceived by those who have never seen a cockpit in time of action, and the heroism which is displayed amid its horrors, with a natural and pardonable eagerness quitted the poor fellow then under his hands, that he might instantly attend the Admiral. "No," said Nelson, "I will take my turn with my brave fellows." Nor would he suffer his own wound to be examined till every man who had been previously wounded was properly attended to. Fully believing that the wound was mortal, and that he was about to die, as he had ever desired in battle and in victory, he called the chaplain, and desired him to deliver what he supposed to be his dying remembrance to Lady Nelson. He then sent for Captain Lewis on board of the Minotaur, that he might thank him personally for the great assistance which he had rendered to the Vanguard, and, ever mindful of those who deserved to be his friends, appointed Captain Hardy from the brig to the command of his own ship, Captain Berry having to go home with the news of the victory. When the surgeon came in due time to examine his wound, for it was in vain to entreat him to let it be examined sooner, the most anxious silence prevailed, and the joy of the wounded men and of the whole crew when they heard that the hurt was merely superficial gave Nelson deeper pleasure than the unexpected assurance that his life was in no danger. The surgeon requested, and, as far as he could, ordered him to remain quiet, but Nelson could not rest. He called for his secretary, Mr. Campbell, to write the dispatches. Campbell had himself been wounded, and was so affected at the blind and suffering state of the Admiral that he was unable to write. The chaplain was then sent for. But before he came, Nelson, with his characteristic eagerness, took the pen and contrived to trace a few words, marking his devout sense of the success which had already been obtained. He was now left alone, when suddenly a cry was heard on the deck that the Orient was on fire. In the confusion he found his way up unassisted and unnoticed, and to the astonishment of everyone appeared on the quarter-deck, where he immediately gave order that boats should be sent to the relief of the enemy. It was soon after 9 that the fire on board the Orient broke out. Brueys was dead. He had received 3 wounds, yet would not leave his post. A 4th cut him almost in 2. He desired not to be carried below, but to be left to die upon deck. The flames soon mastered his ship. Her sides had just been painted, and the oil jars and paint buckets were lying on the poop. By the prodigious light of this conflagration the situation of the 2 fleets could now be perceived, the colours of both being clearly distinguishable. About 10 o'clock the ship blew up. This tremendous explosion was followed by a silence not less awful. The firing immediately ceased on both sides, and the first sound which broke the silence was the dash of her shattered masts and yards falling into the water from the vast height to which they had been exploded. It is upon record that a battle between 2 armies was once broken off by an earthquake. Such an event would be felt like a miracle. But no incident in war produced by human means has ever equalled the sublimity of this co-instantaneous pause, and all its circumstances. About 70 of the Orient's crew were saved by the English boats. Among the many hundreds who perished were the Commodore Casabianca and his son, a brave boy only 10 years old. They were seen floating on the wreck of a mast when the ship blew up. She had money on board to the amount of £600,000 sterling. A port fire from her fell into the main royal of the Alexander. The fire which it occasioned was speedily extinguished. Captain Ball had provided, as far as human foresight could provide, against any such danger. All the shrouds and sails of his ship, which were not absolutely necessary for its immediate management, were thoroughly wetted, and so rolled up that they were as hard and as little inflammable as so many solid cylinders. The firing recommenced with the ships to leeward of the centre, and continued till about 3. At daybreak, the Guillaume Tell and the Généreux, the 2 rear ships of the enemy, were the only French ships of the line which had their colours flying. They cut their cables in the forenoon, not having been engaged, and stood out to sea, and 2 frigates with them. The Zealous pursued, but as there were no other ships in a condition to support Captain Hood, he was recalled. It was generally believed by the officers that if Nelson had not been wounded, not one of these ships could have escaped. The 4 certainly could not if the Culloden had got into action, and if the frigates belonging to the squadron had been present, not one of the enemy's fleet would have left Aboukir Bay. These 4 vessels, however, were all that escaped, and the victory was the most complete and glorious in the annals of naval history. Victory, said Nelson, is not a name strong enough for such a scene. He called it a conquest. Of 13 sail of the line, 9 were taken and 2 burnt. Of the 4 frigates, 1 burnt, another sunk. The British loss in killed and wounded amounted to 895. Westcott was the only captain who fell. 3,105 of the French, including the wounded, were sent on shore by Cartel, and 5,225 perished. As soon as the conquest was completed, Nelson sent orders through the fleet to return thanksgiving in every ship for the victory with which Almighty God had blessed His Majesty's arms. The French at Rosetta, who with miserable fear beheld the engagement, were at a loss to understand the stillness of the fleet during the performance of this solemn duty. But it seemed to affect many of the prisoners, officers as well as men. And graceless and godless as the officers were, some of them remarked that it was no wonder such order was preserved in the British Navy, when the minds of our men could be impressed with such sentiments after so great a victory, and at a moment of such confusion. The French at Rosetta, seeing their 4 ships sail out of the bay unmolested, endeavoured to persuade themselves that they were in possession of the place of battle. But it was in vain thus to attempt, against their own secret and certain conviction, to deceive themselves. And even if they could have succeeded in this, the bonfires which the Arabs kindled along the whole coast and over the country for 3 following nights would soon have undeceived them. Thousands of Arabs and Egyptians lined the shore and covered the housetops during the action, rejoicing in the destruction which had overtaken their invaders. Long after the battle, innumerable bodies were seen floating about the bay, in spite of all the exertions which were made to sink them, as well from fear of pestilence as from the loathing and horror which the sight occasioned. The shore, for an extent of 4 leagues, was covered with wreck, and the Arabs found employment for many days in burning on the beach the fragments which were cast up for the sake of the iron. Part of the Orient's mainmast was picked up by the Swiftsure. Captain Hallowell ordered his carpenter to make a coffin of it. The iron, as well as wood, was taken from the wreck of the same ship. It was finished as well and handsomely as the workman's skill and materials would permit, and Hallowell then sent it to the Admiral with the following letter: "Sir, I have taken the liberty of presenting you a coffin made from the mainmast of L'Orient, that, when you have finished your military career in this world, you may be buried in one of your trophies. But that period may be far distant is the earnest wish of your sincere friend, Benjamin Hallowell." An offering so strange and yet so suited to the occasion was received by Nelson in the spirit with which it was sent. As if he felt it good for him, now that he was at the summit of his wishes, to have death before his eyes, he ordered the coffin to be placed upright in his cabin. Such a piece of furniture, however, was more suitable to his own feelings than to those of his guests and attendants, and an old favourite servant entreated him so earnestly to let it be removed that at length he consented to have the coffin carried below. But he gave strict orders that it should be safely stowed, and reserved for the purpose for which its brave and worthy donor had designed it. The victory was complete, but Nelson could not pursue it as he would have done, for want of means. Had he been provided with small craft, nothing could have prevented the destruction of the storeships and transports in the port of Alexandria. 4 bomb vessels would at that time have burnt the whole in a few hours. "Were I to die this moment," said he in his dispatches to the Admiralty, "want of frigates would be found stamped on my heart. No words of mine can express what I have suffered, and am suffering for want of them." He had also to bear up against great bodily suffering. The blow had so shaken his head that from its constant and violent aching, and the perpetual sickness which accompanied the pain, he could scarcely persuade himself that the skull was not fractured. Had it not been for Trowbridge, Ball, Hood, and Hallowell, he declared that he should have sunk under the fatigue of refitting the squadron. All, he said, had done well, but these officers were his supporters. But amidst his suffering and exertions, Nelson could yet think of all the consequences of his victory, and that no advantage from it might be lost, he dispatched an officer overland to India, with letters to the governor of Bombay, informing him of the arrival of the French in Egypt, the total destruction of their fleet, and the consequent preservation of India from any attempt against it on the part of this formidable armament. He knew that Bombay, he said, was their first object, if they could get there, but he trusted that Almighty God would overthrow in Egypt these pests of the human race. Bonaparte had never yet had to contend with an English officer, and he would endeavour to make him respect us. This despatch he sent upon his own responsibility, with letters of credit upon the East India Company, addressed to the British consuls, vice-consuls, and merchants on his route, Nelson saying that if he had done wrong, he hoped the bills would be paid, and he would repay the company, for as an Englishman he should be proud that it had been in his power to put our settlements on their guard. The information which by this means reached India was of great importance. Orders had just been received for defensive preparations upon a scale proportionate to the apprehended danger, and the extraordinary expenses which would otherwise have been incurred were thus prevented. Nelson was now at the summit of glory. Congratulations, rewards, and honours were showered upon him by all the states and princes and powers to whom his victory gave a respite. The first communication of this nature which he received was from the Turkish Sultan, who, as soon as the invasion of Egypt was known, had called upon all true believers to take arms against those swinish infidels, the French, that they might deliver these blessed habitations from their accursed hands, and who had ordered his pashas to turn night into day in their efforts to take vengeance. The present of His Imperial Majesty, the powerful, formidable, and most magnificent Grand Seigneur, was a pelisse of sables with broad sleeves, valued at $5,000, and a diamond aigrette valued at $18,000, the most honourable badge among the Turks, and in this instance more especially honourable because it was taken from one of the royal turbans. "If it were worth $1 million," said Nelson to his wife, "my pleasure would be to see it in your possession." The Sultan also sent, in a spirit worthy of imitation, a purse of 2,000 sequins, to be distributed among the wounded. The mother of the Sultan sent him a box set with diamonds, valued at £1,000. The Tsar Paul, in whom the better part of his strangely compounded nature at this time predominated, presented him with his portrait set in diamonds, in a gold box, accompanied with a letter of congratulation written by his own hand. The King of Sardinia also wrote to him, and sent a gold box set with diamonds. Honours in profusion were awaiting him at Naples. In his own country, the king granted these honourable augmentations to his armorial ensign: a chief undulated argent, thereon waves of the sea, from which a palm tree issuant, between a disabled ship on the dexter, and a ruinous battery on the sinister, all proper; and for his crest, on a naval crown, or the chelenk or plume presented to him by the Turk, with the motto Palmam qui meruit ferat; and to his supporters, being a sailor on the dexter and a lion on the sinister, were given these honourable augmentations: a palm branch in the sailor's hand, and another in the paw of the lion, both proper, with a tricoloured flag and staff in the lion's mouth. It has been erroneously said that the motto was selected by the king. It was fixed on by Lord Grenville, and taken from an ode of Jortin's. The application was singularly fortunate, and the ode itself breathes a spirit in which no man ever more truly sympathized than Nelson. Concurrent paribus, cum ratibus rates, spectent numina ponti, et palmam qui meruit ferat. End of footnote. He was created Baron Nelson of the Nile and of Burnham Thorpe, with a pension of £2,000 for his own life and those of his two immediate successors. When the grant was moved in the House of Commons, General Walpole expressed an opinion that a higher degree of rank ought to be conferred. Mr. Pitt made answer that he thought it needless to enter into that question. Admiral Nelson's fame, he said, would be co-equal with the British name, and it would be remembered that he had obtained the greatest naval victory on record, when no man would think of asking whether he had been created a baron, a viscount, or an earl. It was strange that, in the very act of conferring a title, the minister should have excused himself for not having conferred a higher one, by representing all titles on such an occasion as nugatory and superfluous. True, indeed, whatever title had been bestowed, whether viscount, earl, marquis, duke, or prince, if our laws had so permitted, he who received it would have been Nelson still. That name he had ennobled beyond all addition of nobility. It was the name by which England loved him, France feared him, Italy, Egypt, and Turkey celebrated him, and by which he will continue to be known while the present kingdoms and languages of the world endure, and as long as their history after them shall be held in remembrance. It depended upon the degree of rank what should be the fashion of his coronet, in what page of the Red Book his name was to be inserted, and what precedency should be allowed his lady in the drawing-room and at the ball. That Nelson's honours were affected thus far, and no farther, might be conceded to Mr. Pitt and his colleagues in administration, but the degree of rank which they thought proper to allot was the measure of their gratitude, though not of his services. This Nelson felt, and this he expressed, with indignation among his friends. Mr. Windham must be excepted from this well-deserved censure. He, whose fate it seems to have been almost always to think and feel more generously than those with whom he acted, declared when he contended against his own party for Lord Wellington's peerage, that he always thought Lord Nelson had been inadequately rewarded. The case was the more flagrant because an earldom had so lately been granted for the Battle of St. Vincent, an action which could never be compared with the Battle of the Nile, if the very different manner in which it was rewarded did not necessarily force a comparison, especially when the part which Nelson bore in it was considered. Lords Duncan and St. Vincent had each a pension of £1,000 from the Irish government. This was not granted to Nelson in consequence of the Union, though surely it would be more becoming to increase the British grant than to save £1,000 a year by the Union in such cases. End of footnote. Whatever may have been the motives of the ministry, and whatever the formalities with which they excused their conduct to themselves, the importance and magnitude of the victory were universally acknowledged. A grant of £10,000 was voted to Nelson by the East India Company. The Turkish Company presented him with a piece of plate. The City of London presented a sword to him and to each of his captains. Gold medals were distributed to the captains, and the first lieutenants of all the ships were promoted, as had been done after Lord Howe's victory. Nelson was exceedingly anxious that the captain and first lieutenant of the Culloden should not be passed over because of their misfortune. To Trowbridge himself he said, "Let us rejoice that the ship which got on shore was commanded by an officer whose character is so thoroughly established." To the Admiralty he stated that Captain Trowbridge's conduct was as fully entitled to praise as that of any one officer in the squadron, and as highly deserving of reward. It was Trowbridge, said he, who equipped the squadron so soon at Syracuse. It was Trowbridge who exerted himself for me after the action. It was Trowbridge who saved the Culloden, when none that I know in the service would have attempted it. The gold medal, therefore, by the King's expressed desire, was given to Captain Trowbridge for his services both before and since, and for the great and wonderful exertions which he made at the time of the action in saving and getting off his ship. The private letter from the Admiralty to Nelson informed him that the first lieutenants of all the ships engaged were to be promoted. Nelson instantly wrote to the Commander-in-Chief. "I sincerely hope," said he, "this is not intended to exclude the first lieutenant of the Culloden. For heaven's sake, for my sake, if it be so, get it altered. Our dear friend Trowbridge has endured enough. His sufferings were, in every respect, more than any of us." To the Admiralty he wrote in terms equally warm. "I hope and believe the word engaged is not intended to exclude the Culloden. The merit of that ship and her gallant captain are too well known to benefit by anything I could say. Her misfortune was great in getting aground, while her more fortunate companions were in the full tide of happiness. No, I am confident that my good Lord Spencer will never add misery to misfortune. Captain Trowbridge on shore is superior to captains afloat. In the midst of his great misfortunes he made those signals which prevented certainly the Alexander and Swiftsure from running on the shoals. I beg your pardon for writing on a subject which, I verily believe, has never entered your lordship's heads, but my heart, as it ought to be, is warm to my gallant friends." Thus feelingly alive was Nelson to the claims and interests and feelings of others. The Admiralty replied that the exception was necessary, as the ship had not been in action, but they desired the Commander-in-Chief to promote the lieutenant upon the first vacancy which should occur. Nelson, in remembrance of an old and uninterrupted friendship, appointed Alexander Davison sole prize agent for the captured ships, upon which Davison ordered medals to be struck in gold for the captains, in silver for the lieutenants and warrant officers, in gilt metal for the petty officers, and in copper for the seamen and marines. The cost of this act of liberality amounted to nearly £2,000. It is worthy of record on another account, for some of the gallant men who received no other honorary badge of their conduct on that memorable day than this copper medal from a private individual, years afterwards, when they died upon a foreign station, made it their last request that the medals might carefully be sent home to their respective friends, so sensible are brave men of honour, in whatever rank they may be placed. 3 of the frigates whose presence would have been so essential a few weeks sooner joined the squadron on the 12th day after the action. The 4th joined a few days after them. Nelson thus received dispatches which rendered it necessary for him to return to Naples. Before he left Egypt, he burnt 3 of the prizes. They could not have been fitted for a passage to Gibraltar in less than a month, and that at a great expense, and with the loss of the service of at least 2 sail of the line. "I rest assured," he said to the Admiralty, "that they will be paid for, and have held out that assurance to the squadron. For if an admiral, after a victory, is to look after the captured ships, and not to the distressing of the enemy, very dearly indeed must the nation pay for the prizes. I trust that £60,000 will be deemed a very moderate sum for them, and when the services, time, and men, with the expense of fitting the 3 ships for a voyage to England, are considered, Government will save nearly as much as they are valued at. Paying for prizes," he continued, "is no new idea of mine, and would often prove an amazing saving to the state, even without taking into calculation what the nation loses by the attention of admirals to the property of the captors, an attention absolutely necessary as a recompense for the exertions of the officers and men. An admiral may be amply rewarded by his own feelings and by the approbation of his superiors, but what reward have the inferior officers and men but the value of the prizes? If an admiral takes that from them, on any consideration, he cannot expect to be well supported." To Earl St. Vincent he said, if he could have been sure that Government would have paid a reasonable value for them, he would have ordered 2 of the other prizes to be burnt, for they would cost more in refitting, and by the loss of ships attending them, than they were worth. Having sent the 6 remaining prizes forward under Sir James Saumarez, Nelson left Captain Hood in the Zealous off Alexandria, with the Swiftsure, Goliath, Alcmene, Zealous, and Emerald, and stood out to sea himself on the 17th day after the battle. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1, of The Life of Nelson, by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Nelson returns to Naples. State of that court and kingdom. General Mack. The French approach Naples. Flight of the royal family. Successes of the Allies in Italy. Transactions in the Bay of Naples. Expulsion of the French from the Neapolitan and Roman states. Nelson is made Duke of Bronte. He leaves the Mediterranean and returns to England. Nelson's health had suffered greatly while he was in the Agamemnon. "My complaint," he said, "is as if a girth were buckled taut over my breast, and my endeavour in the night is to get it loose." After the Battle of Cape St. Vincent, he felt a little rest to be so essential to his recovery that he declared he could not continue to serve longer than the ensuing summer, unless it should be absolutely necessary. For, in his own strong language, he had then been 4 years and 9 months without one moment's repose for body or mind. A few months' intermission of labour he had obtained, not of rest, for it was purchased with the loss of a limb, and the greater part of the time had been a season of constant pain. As soon as his shattered frame had sufficiently recovered for him to resume his duties, he was called to services of greater importance than any on which he had hitherto been employed, and they brought with them commensurate fatigue and care. The anxiety which he endured during his long pursuit of the enemy was rather changed in its direction than abated by their defeat, and this constant wakefulness of thought added to the effect of his wound, and exertions from which it was not possible for one of so ardent and wide-reaching a mind to spare himself, nearly proved fatal. On his way back to Italy he was seized with fever. For 18 hours his life was despaired of, and even when the disorder took a favourable turn, and he was so far recovered as again to appear on deck, he himself thought that his end was approaching. Such was the weakness to which the fever and cough had reduced him. Writing to Earl St. Vincent on the passage, he said to him, "I never expect, my dear lord, to see your face again. It may please God that this will be the finish to that fever of anxiety which I have endured from the middle of June. But be that as it pleases his goodness, I am resigned to his will." The kindest attentions of the warmest friendship were awaiting him at Naples. "Come here," said Sir William Hamilton, "for God's sake, my dear friend, as soon as the service will permit you. A pleasant apartment is ready for you in my house, and Emma is looking out for the softest pillows to repose the few wearied limbs you have left." Happy would it have been for Nelson if warm and careful friendship had been all that awaited him there. He himself saw at that time the character of the Neapolitan court, as it first struck an Englishman, in its true light, and when he was on the way he declared that he detested the voyage to Naples, and that nothing but necessity could have forced him to it. But never was any hero on his return from victory welcomed with more heartfelt joy. Before the Battle of Aboukir, the court of Naples had been trembling for its existence. The language which the Directory held towards it was well described by Sir William Hamilton as being exactly the language of a highwayman. The Neapolitans were told that Benevento might be added to their dominions, provided they would pay a large sum sufficient to satisfy the Directory, and they were warned that if the proposal were refused, or even if there were any delay in accepting it, the French would revolutionize all Italy. The joy, therefore, of the court at Nelson's success was in proportion to the dismay from which that success relieved them. The Queen was a daughter of Maria Theresa, and sister of Marie Antoinette. Had she been the wisest and gentlest of her sex, it would not have been possible for her to have regarded the French without hatred and horror, and the progress of revolutionary opinions, while it perpetually reminded her of her sister's fate, excited no unreasonable apprehensions for her own. Her feelings, naturally ardent and little accustomed to restraint, were excited to the highest pitch when the news of the victory arrived. Lady Hamilton, her constant friend and favourite, who was present, says, "It is not possible to describe her transports. She wept, she kissed her husband, her children, walked frantically about the room, burst into tears again and again, kissed and embraced every person near her, exclaiming, 'Oh, brave Nelson! Oh, God bless and protect our brave deliverer! Oh, Nelson, Nelson, what do we not owe you? Oh, conqueror, saviour of Italy! Oh, that my swollen heart could now tell him personally what we owe to him!' She herself wrote to the Neapolitan ambassador at London upon the occasion, in terms which show the fulness of her joy and the height of the hopes which it had excited. I wish I could give wings," said she, "to the bearer of the news, and at the same time to our most sincere gratitude. The whole of the sea coast of Italy is saved, and this is owing alone to the generous English. This battle, or, to speak more correctly, this total defeat of the regicide squadron, was obtained by the valour of this brave admiral, seconded by a navy which is the terror of its enemies. The victory is so complete that I can still scarcely believe it, and if it were not the brave English nation, which is accustomed to perform prodigies by sea, I could not persuade myself that it had happened. It would have moved you to have seen all my children, boys and girls, hanging on my neck and crying for joy at the happy news. Recommend the hero to his master. He has filled the whole of Italy with admiration of the English. Great hopes were entertained of some advantage being gained by his bravery, but no one could look for so total a destruction. All here are drunk with joy." Such being the feeling of the royal family, it may well be supposed with what delight and with what honours Nelson would be welcomed. Early on the 22nd of September, the poor wretched Vanguard, as he called his shattered vessel, appeared in sight of Naples. The Culloden and Alexander had preceded her by some days, and given notice of her approach. Many hundred boats and barges were ready to go forth and meet him, with music and streamers, and every demonstration of joy and triumph. Sir William and Lady Hamilton led the way in their state barge. They had seen Nelson only for a few days 4 years ago, but they then perceived in him that heroic spirit which was now so fully and gloriously manifested to the world. Emma, Lady Hamilton, who from this time so greatly influenced his future life, was a woman whose personal accomplishments have seldom been equalled, and whose powers of mind were not less fascinating than her person. She was passionately attached to the Queen, and by her influence the British fleet had obtained those supplies at Syracuse without which, Nelson always asserted, the Battle of Aboukir could not have been fought. During the long interval which passed before any tidings were received, her anxiety had been hardly less than that of Nelson himself, while pursuing an enemy of whom he could obtain no information. And when the tidings were brought her by a joyful bearer, open-mouthed, its effect was such that she felt like one who had been shot. She and Sir William had literally been made ill by their hopes and fears and joy at a catastrophe so far exceeding all that they had dared to hope for. Their admiration for the hero necessarily produced a degree of proportionate gratitude and affection, and when their barge came alongside the Vanguard, at the sight of Nelson, Lady Hamilton sprang up the ship's side, and exclaiming, "O God, is it possible?" fell into his arms, more, he says, like one dead than alive. He described the meeting as terribly affecting. These friends had scarcely recovered from their tears, when the King, who went out to meet him 3 leagues in the royal barge, came on board, and took him by the hand, calling him his deliverer and preserver. From all the boats around he was saluted with the same appellations. The multitude who surrounded him when he landed repeated the same enthusiastic cries, and the Lazzaroni displayed their joy by holding up birds in cages and giving them their liberty as he passed. His birthday, which occurred a week after his arrival, was celebrated with one of the most splendid fêtes ever beheld at Naples. But notwithstanding the splendour with which he was encircled, and the flattering honours with which all ranks welcomed him, Nelson was fully sensible of the depravity as well as the weakness of those by whom he was surrounded. "What precious moments," said he, "the court of Naples and Vienna are losing. 3 months would liberate Italy, but this court is so enervated that the happy moment will be lost. I am very unwell, and their miserable conduct is not likely to cool my irritable temper. It is a country of fiddlers and poets, whores and scoundrels." This sense of their ruinous weakness he always retained, nor was he ever blinded to the mingled folly and treachery of the Neapolitan ministers, and the complication of iniquities under which the country groaned. But he, insensibly, under the influence of Lady Hamilton, formed an affection for the court, to whose misgovernment the miserable condition of the country was so greatly to be imputed. The state of Naples may be described in few words. The king was one of the Spanish Bourbons. As the Caesars have shown us to what wickedness the moral nature of princes may be perverted, so in this family the degradation to which their intellectual nature can be reduced has been not less conspicuously evinced. Ferdinand, like the rest of his race, was passionately fond of field sports, and cared for nothing else. His queen had all the vices of the House of Austria, with little to mitigate and nothing to ennoble them. Provided she could have her own pleasures, and the king his sports, they cared not in what manner the revenue was raised or administered. Of course, a system of favouritism existed at court, and the vilest and most impudent corruption prevailed in every department of state, and in every branch of administration, from the highest to the lowest. It is only the institutions of Christianity, and the vicinity of better regulated states, which prevent kingdoms, under such circumstances of misrule, from sinking into a barbarism like that of Turkey. A sense of better things was kept alive in some of the Neapolitans by literature, and by their intercourse with happier countries. These persons naturally looked to France at the commencement of the Revolution, and during all the horrors of that Revolution still cherished a hope that, by the aid of France, they might be enabled to establish a new order of things in Naples. They were grievously mistaken in supposing that the principles of liberty would ever be supported by France. But they were not mistaken in believing that no government could be worse than their own, and therefore they considered any change as desirable. In this opinion men of the most different characters agreed. Many of the nobles who were not in favour wished for a revolution, that they might obtain the ascendancy to which they thought themselves entitled. Men of desperate fortunes desired it, in the hope of enriching themselves. Knaves and intriguers sold themselves to the French to promote it. And a few enlightened men, the true lovers of their country, joined in the same cause from the purest and noblest motives. All these were confounded under the common name of Jacobins, and the Jacobins of the continental kingdoms were regarded by the English with more hatred than they deserved. They were classed with Philippe Égalité, Marat, and Herbert, whereas they deserved rather to be ranked, if not with Locke and Sidney and Russell, at least with Argyle and Monmouth, and those who, having the same object as the prime movers of our own revolution, failed in their premature but not unworthy attempt. No circumstances could be more unfavourable to the best interests of Europe than those which placed England in strict alliance with the superannuated and abominable governments of the Continent. The subjects of those governments who wished for freedom thus became enemies to England, and dupes and agents of France. They looked to their own grinding grievances, and did not see the danger with which the liberties of the world were threatened. England, on the other hand, saw the danger in its true magnitude, but was blind to these grievances, and found herself compelled to support systems which had formerly been equally the object of her abhorrence and her contempt. This was the state of Nelson's mind. He knew that there could be no peace for Europe till the pride of France was humbled and her strength broken, and he regarded all those who were the friends of France as traitors to the common cause, as well as to their own individual sovereigns. There are situations in which the most opposite and hostile parties may mean equally well, and yet act equally wrong. The court of Naples, unconscious of committing any crime by continuing the system of misrule to which they had succeeded, conceived that in maintaining things as they were maintaining their own rights, and preserving the people from such horrors as had been perpetrated in France. The Neapolitan revolutionists thought that without a total change of system any relief from the present evils was impossible, and they believed themselves justified in bringing about that change by any means. Both parties knew that it was the fixed intention of the French to revolutionize Naples. The revolutionists supposed that it was for the purpose of establishing a free government. The court and all disinterested persons were perfectly aware that the enemy had no other object than conquest and plunder. The Battle of the Nile shook the power of France. Her most successful general and her finest army were blocked up in Egypt, hopeless, as it appeared, of return, and the government was in the hands of men without talents, without character, and divided among themselves. Austria, whom Bonaparte had terrified into a peace at a time when constancy on her part would probably have led to his destruction, took advantage of the crisis to renew the war. Russia also was preparing to enter the field with unbroken forces, led by a general whose extraordinary military genius would have entitled him to a high and honourable rank in history if it had not been sullied by all the ferocity of a barbarian. Naples, seeing its destruction at hand, and thinking that the only means of averting it was by meeting the danger, after long vacillations, which were produced by the fears and weaknesses and treachery of its council, agreed at last to join this new coalition, with a numerical force of 80,000 men. Nelson told the king in plain terms that he had his choice, either to advance, trusting to God for his blessing on a just cause, and prepared to die sword in hand, or to remain quiet and be kicked out of his kingdom. One of these things must happen. The king made answer he would go on and trust in God and Nelson, and Nelson, who would else have returned to Egypt for the purpose of destroying the French shipping in Alexandria, gave up his intention at the desire of the Neapolitan court, and resolved to remain on that station, in the hope that he might be useful to the movements of the army. He suspected also, with reason, that the continuance of his fleet was so earnestly requested because the royal family thought their persons would be safer, in case of any mishap, under the British flag than under their own. His first object was the recovery of Malta, an island which the King of Naples pretended to claim. The Maltese, whom the villainous knights of their order had betrayed to France, had taken up arms against their rapacious invaders with a spirit and unanimity worthy of the highest praise. They blockaded the French garrison by land, and a small squadron under Captain Ball began to blockade them by sea on the 12th of October. 12 days afterwards Nelson arrived, and the little island of Gozo, dependent upon Malta, which had also been seized and garrisoned by the French, capitulated soon after his arrival, and was taken possession of by the British in the name of his Sicilian Majesty, a power who had no better claim to it than France. Having seen this effected, and reinforced Captain Ball, he left that able officer to perform a most arduous and important part, and returned himself to cooperate with the intended movements of the Neapolitans. General Mack was at the head of the Neapolitan troops. All that is now doubtful concerning this man is whether he was a coward or a traitor. At that time he was assiduously extolled as a most consummate commander, to whom Europe might look for deliverance. And when he was introduced by the King and Queen to the British Admiral, the Queen said to him, "Be to us by land, General, what my hero Nelson has been by sea." Mac, on his part, did not fail to praise the force which he was appointed to command. It was, he said, the finest army in Europe. Nelson agreed with him that there could not be finer men. But when the general at a review so directed the operations of a mock fight, that by an unhappy blunder his own troops were surrounded instead of those of the enemy, he turned to his friends and exclaimed with bitterness that the fellow did not understand his business. Another circumstance, not less characteristic, confirmed Nelson in his judgment. "General Mac," said he in one of his letters, "cannot move without 5 carriages. I have formed my opinion. I heartily pray I may be mistaken." While Mac, at the head of 32,000 men, marched into the Roman state, 5,000 Neapolitans were embarked on board the British and Portuguese squadron to take possession of Leghorn. This was effected without opposition, and the Grand Duke of Tuscany, whose neutrality had been so outrageously violated by the French, was better satisfied with the measure than some of the Neapolitans themselves. Naselli, their general, refused to seize the French vessels at Leghorn, because he and the Duke di Sangro, who was ambassador at the Tuscan court, maintained that the King of Naples was not at war with France. "What?" said Nelson, "has not the King received, as a conquest made by him, the Republican flag taken at Gozo? Is not his own flag flying there and at Malta, not only by his permission, but by his order? Is not his flag shot at every day by the French, and their shot returned from batteries which bear that flag? Are not 2 frigates and a corvette placed under my orders, ready to fight the French, meet them where they may? Has not the King sent publicly from Naples guns, mortars, etc., with officers and artillery against the French in Malta? If these acts are not tantamount to any written paper, I give up all knowledge of what is war." This reasoning was of less avail than an argument addressed to the general's fears. Nelson told him that if he permitted the many hundred French, who were then in the mole, to remain neutral till they had a fair opportunity of being active, they had one sure resource, if all other schemes failed, which was to set one vessel on fire. The mole would be destroyed, probably the town also, and the port ruined for 20 years. This representation made Naselli agree to the half measure of laying an embargo on the vessels. Among them were a great number of French privateers, some of which were of such force as to threaten the greatest mischief to our commerce, and about 70 sail of vessels belonging to the Ligurian Republic, as Genoa was now called, laden with corn and ready to sail for Genoa and France, where their arrival would have expedited the entrance of more French troops into Italy. "The general," said Nelson, "saw, I believe, the consequence of permitting these vessels to depart in the same light as myself. But there is this difference between us. He, prudently and certainly safely, waits the orders of his court, taking no responsibility on himself. I act from the circumstances of the moment, as I feel may be most advantageous for the cause which I serve, taking all responsibility on myself. It was in vain to hope for anything vigorous or manly from such men as Nelson was compelled to act with. The crews of the French ships and their allies were ordered to depart in 2 days. 4 days elapsed, and nobody obeyed the order, nor, in spite of the representations of the British minister, Mr. Windham, were any means taken to enforce it. The true Neapolitan shuffle, as Nelson called it, took place on all occasions. After an absence of 10 days he returned to Naples, and receiving intelligence there from Mr. Windham that the privateers were at last to be disarmed, the corn landed, and the crews sent away, he expressed his satisfaction at the news in characteristic language, saying, "So far I am content. The enemy will be distressed, and, thank God, I shall get no money. The world, I know, think that money is our goal, and now they will be undeceived as far as it relates to us. Down, down with the French is my constant prayer." Odes, sonnets, and congratulatory poems of every description were poured in upon Nelson on his arrival at Naples. An Irish Franciscan, who was one of the poets, not being content with panegyric upon this occasion, ventured upon a flight of prophecy, and predicted that Lord Nelson would take Rome with his ships. His lordship reminded Father McCormick that ships could not ascend the Tiber, but the father, who had probably forgotten the circumstance, met the objection with a bold front, and declared he saw that it would come to pass notwithstanding. Rejoicings of this kind were of short duration. The King of Naples was with the army which had entered Rome, but the castle of St. Angelo was held by the French, and 13,000 French were strongly posted in the Roman states at Castellana. Mack had marched against them with 20,000 men. Nelson saw that the event was doubtful, or rather, that there could be very little hope of the result. But the immediate fate of Naples, as he well knew, hung upon the issue. "If Mack is defeated," said he, "in 14 days this country is lost, for the Emperor has not yet moved his army, and Naples has not the power of resisting the enemy." It was not a case of choice, but of necessity, which induced the king to march out of his kingdom, and not wait till the French had collected a force sufficient to drive him out of it in a week. He had no reliance upon the Neapolitan officers, who, as he described them, seemed frightened at a drawn sword or a loaded gun, and he was perfectly aware of the consequences which the sluggish movement and the deceitful policy of the Austrians were likely to bring down upon themselves and all their continental allies. "A delayed war on the part of the Emperor," said he, writing to the British minister at Vienna, "will be destructive to this monarchy of Naples, and, of course, to the newly acquired dominions of the Emperor in Italy." Had the war commenced in September or October, all Italy would at this moment have been liberated. This month is worse than the last. The next will render the contest doubtful, and in 6 months, when the Neapolitan Republic will be organized, armed, and with its numerous resources called forth, the Emperor will not only be defeated in Italy, but will totter on his throne at Vienna. "Down, down with the French," ought to be written in the council room of every country in the world, and may Almighty God give right thoughts to every sovereign, is my constant prayer. His perfect foresight of the immediate event was clearly shown in this letter, when he desired the ambassador to assure the Empress, who was a daughter of the House of Naples, notwithstanding the counsels which had shaken the throne of her father and mother, he would remain there, ready to save their persons and her brothers and sisters, and that he had also left ships at Leghorn to save the lives of the Grand Duke and her sister. "For all," said he, "must be a republic if the Emperor does not act with expedition and vigour." His fears were soon verified. "The Neapolitan officers," said Nelson, "did not lose much honour, for God knows they had not much to lose, but they lost all they had." General St. Philip commanded the right wing of 19,000 men. He fell in with 3,000 of the enemy, and as soon as he came near enough, deserted to them. One of his men had virtue enough to level a musket at him and shot him through the arm, but the wound was not sufficient to prevent him from joining with the French in pursuit of his own countrymen. Cannon, tents, baggage, and military chest were all forsaken by the runaways, though they lost only 40 men, for the French, having put them to flight and got possession of everything, did not pursue an army of more than 3 times their own number. The main body of the Neapolitans under Mack did not behave better. The king returned to Naples, where every day brought with it the tidings of some new disgrace from the army, and the discovery of some new treachery at home, till 4 days after his return the general sent him advice that there was no prospect of stopping the progress of the enemy, and that the royal family must look to their own personal safety. The state of the public mind in Naples was such at this time that neither the British minister nor the British admiral thought it prudent to appear at court. Their motions were watched, and the revolutionists had even formed a plan for seizing and detaining them as hostages, to prevent any attack upon the city after the French should have taken possession of it. A letter which Nelson addressed at this time to the First Lord of the Admiralty shows in what manner he contemplated the possible issue of the storm. It was in these words: "My dear Lord, there is an old saying that when things are at the worst, they must mend. Now the mind of man cannot fancy things worse than they are here. But, thank God, my health is better, my mind never firmer, and my heart in the right trim to comfort, relieve, and protect those whom it is my duty to afford assistance to. Pray, my Lord, assure our gracious Sovereign that, while I live, I will support his glory, and that if I fall, it shall be in a manner worthy of your Lordship's faithful and obliged Nelson." I must not write more. Every word may be a text for a long letter. Meantime, Lady Hamilton arranged everything for the removal of the royal family. This was conducted on her part with the greatest address and without suspicion, because she had been in habits of constant correspondence with the Queen. It was known that the removal could not be effected without danger, for the mob, and especially the Lazzaroni, were attached to the King, and as at this time they felt a natural presumption in their own numbers and strength, they insisted that he should not leave Naples. Several persons fell victim to their fury. Among others was a messenger from Vienna, whose body was dragged under the windows of the palace in the King's sight. The King and Queen spoke to the mob and pacified them, but it would not have been safe, while they were in this agitated state, to have embarked the effects of the royal family openly. Lady Hamilton, like a heroine of modern romance, explored, with no little danger, a subterraneous passage leading from the palace to the seaside. Through this passage the royal treasures, the choicest pieces of painting and sculpture, and other property, to the amount of 2.5 millions, were conveyed to the shore, and stowed safely on board the English ships. On the night of the 21st, at 8:30, Nelson landed, brought out the whole royal family, embarked them in 3 barges, and carried them safely through a tremendous sea to the Vanguard. Notice was then immediately given to the British merchants that they would be received on board any ship in the squadron. Their property had previously been embarked in transports. 2 days were passed in the bay for the purpose of taking such persons on board as required an asylum, and on the night of the 23rd the fleet sailed. The next day a more violent storm arose than Nelson had ever before encountered. On the 25th the youngest of the princes was taken ill, and died in Lady Hamilton's arms. During this whole trying season, Lady Hamilton waited upon the royal family with the zeal of the most devoted servant, at a time when, except one man, no person belonging to the court assisted them. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. On the morning of the 26th, the royal family were landed at Palermo. It was soon seen that their flight had not been premature. Prince Pignatelli, who had been left as Vicar-General and Viceroy, with orders to defend the kingdom to the last rock in Calabria, sent plenipotentiaries to the French camp before Capua, and they, for the sake of saving the capital, signed an armistice, by which the greater part of the kingdom was given up to the enemy, a cession that necessarily led to the loss of the whole. This was on the 10th of January. The French advanced towards Naples. Mack, under pretext of taking shelter from the fury of the Lazzaroni, fled to the French General Championnet, who sent him under an escort to Milan. But as France hoped for further services from this wretched traitor, it was thought prudent to treat him apparently as a prisoner of war. The Neapolitan army disappeared in a few days. Of the men, some, following their officers, deserted to the enemy. The greater part took the opportunity of disbanding themselves. The Lazzaroni proved true to their country. They attacked the enemy's advanced posts, drove them in, and were not dispirited by the murderous defeat which they suffered from the main body. Flying into the city, they continued to defend it even after the French had planted their artillery in the principal streets. Had there been a man of genius to have directed their enthusiasm, or had there been any correspondent feeling in the higher ranks, Naples might have set a glorious example to Europe, and have proved the grave of every Frenchman who entered it. But the vices of the government had extinguished all other patriotism than that of a rabble, who had no other virtue than that sort of loyalty which was like the fidelity of a dog to its master. This fidelity the French and their adherents counteracted by another kind of devotion. The priests affirmed that St. Januarius had declared in favour of the Revolution. The miracle of his blood was performed with the usual success, and more than usual effect, on the very evening when, after 2 days of desperate fighting, the French obtained possession of Naples. A French guard of honour was stationed at his church. Championnet gave respect for St. Januarius as the word for the army, and the next day Te Deum was sung by the Archbishop in the cathedral, and the inhabitants were invited to attend the ceremony and join in thanksgiving for the glorious entry of the French, who, it was said, being under the peculiar protection of Providence, had regenerated the Neapolitans, and were come to establish and consolidate their happiness. It seems to have been Nelson's opinion that the Austrian cabinet regarded the conquest of Naples with complacency, and that its measures were directed so as designedly not to prevent the French from overrunning it. That cabinet was assuredly capable of any folly and of any baseness, and it is not improbable that, at this time, calculating upon the success of the new coalition, it indulged a dream of adding extensively to its former Italian possessions, and therefore left the few remaining powers of Italy to be overthrown as a means which would facilitate its own ambitious views. The King of Sardinia, finding it impossible longer to endure the exactions of France and the insults of the French commissary, went to Leghorn, embarked on board a Danish frigate, and sailed under British protection to Sardinia, that part of his dominions which the maritime supremacy of England rendered a secure asylum. On his arrival, he published a protest against the conduct of France, declaring, upon the faith and word of a king, that he had never infringed, even in the slightest degree, the treaties which he had made with the French Republic. Tuscany was soon occupied by French troops, a fate which bolder policy might perhaps have failed to avert, but which its weak and timid neutrality rendered inevitable. Nelson began to fear even for Sicily. "Oh, my dear sir," said he, writing to Commodore Duckworth, 1,000 English troops would save Messina, and I fear General Stuart cannot give me men to save this most important island." But his representations were not lost upon Sir Charles Stuart. This officer hastened immediately before Minorca with 1,000 men, assisted in the measures of defence which were taken, and did not return before he had satisfied himself that, if the Neapolitans were excluded from the management of affairs, and the spirit of the peasantry properly directed, Sicily was safe. Before his coming, Nelson had offered the king, if no resources should arrive, to defend Messina with the ship's company of an English man of war. Russia had now entered into the war. Corfu surrendered to a Russian and Turkish fleet, acting now, for the first time, in strange confederacy, yet against a power which was certainly the common and worst enemy of both. Trowbridge, having given up the blockade of Alexandria to Sir Sidney Smith, rejoined Nelson, bringing with him a considerable addition of strength, and in himself, what Nelson valued more, a man upon whose sagacity, indefatigable zeal, and inexhaustible resources he could place full reliance. Trowbridge was entrusted to commence the operations against the French in the Bay of Naples. Meantime, Cardinal Ruffo, a man of questionable character, but of a temper fitted for such times, having landed in Calabria, raised what he called a Christian army, composed of the best and the vilest materials: loyal peasants, enthusiastic priests and friars, galley slaves, the emptying of the jails, and banditti. The islands in the Bay of Naples were joyfully delivered up by the inhabitants, who were in a state of famine already from the effects of this baleful revolution. Trowbridge distributed among them all his flour, and Nelson pressed the Sicilian court incessantly for supplies, telling them that £100,000 given away in provisions would, at this time, purchase a kingdom. Money, he was told, they had not to give, and the wisdom and integrity which might have supplied its want were not to be found. "There is nothing," said he, "which I propose that is not, as far as orders go, implicitly complied with. But the execution is dreadful, and almost makes me mad. My desire to serve their Majesties faithfully, as is my duty, has been such that I am almost blind and worn out, and cannot in my present state hold much longer." Before any government can be overthrown by the consent of the people, the government must be intolerably oppressive, or the people thoroughly corrupted. Bad as the misrule at Naples had been, its consequences had been felt far less there than in Sicily, and the peasantry had that attachment to the soil which gives birth to so many of the noblest as well as of the happiest feelings. In all the islands the people were perfectly frantic with joy when they saw the Neapolitan colours hoisted. At Procida, Trowbridge could not procure even a rag of the tricoloured flag to lay at the king's feet. It was rent into 10,000 pieces by the inhabitants, and entirely destroyed. "The horrid treatment of the French," he said, "has made them mad. It exasperated the ferocity of a character which neither the laws nor the religion under which they lived tended to mitigate. Their hatred was especially directed against the Neapolitan revolutionists, and the fishermen, in concert among themselves, chose each his own victim, whom he would stiletto when the day of vengeance should arrive. The head of one was sent off one morning to Trowbridge with his basket of grapes for breakfast, and a note from the Italian, who had what he called the glory of presenting it, saying he had killed the man as he was running away, and begging His Excellency to accept the head and consider it as proof of the writer's attachment to the crown. With the first successes of the court, the work of punishment began. The judge at Ischia said it was necessary to have a bishop to degrade the traitorous priests before he could execute them, upon which Trowbridge advised him to hang them first, and send them to him afterwards if he did not think that degradation sufficient. This was said with the straightforward feeling of a sailor, who cared as little for canon law as he knew about it. But when he discovered that the judge's orders were to go through the business in a summary manner, under his sanction, he told him at once that could not be, for the prisoners were not British subjects, and he declined having anything to do with it. There were manifestly persons about the court who, while they thirsted for the pleasure of vengeance, were devising how to throw the odium of it upon the English. They wanted to employ an English man-of-war to carry the priests to Palermo for degradation, and then bring them back for execution, and they applied to Trowbridge for a hangman, which he indignantly refused. He, meantime, was almost heartbroken by the situation in which he found himself. He had promised relief to the islanders, relying upon the Queen's promise to him. He had distributed the whole of his private stock. There was plenty of grain at Palermo and in its neighbourhood, and yet none was sent him. The enemy, he complained, had more interest there than the king, and the distress for bread which he witnessed was such, he said, that it would move even a Frenchman to pity. Nelson's mind was not in a happier state respecting public affairs. As to politics, said he, at this time they are my abomination. The ministers of kings and princes are as great scoundrels as ever lived. The brother of the emperor is just going to marry the great something of Russia, and it is more than expected that a kingdom is to be found for him in Italy, and that the King of Naples will be sacrificed. Had there been a wise and manly spirit in the Italian states, or had the conduct of Austria been directed by anything like a principle of honour, a more favourable opportunity could not have been desired for restoring order and prosperity in Europe than the misconduct of the French Directory at this time afforded. But Nelson saw selfishness and knavery wherever he looked, and even the pleasure of seeing a cause prosper in which he was so zealously engaged was poisoned by his sense of the rascality of those with whom he was compelled to act. At this juncture, intelligence arrived that the French fleet had escaped from Brest under cover of a fog, passed Cadiz unseen by Lord Keith's squadron in hazy weather, and entered the Mediterranean. It was said to consist of 24 sail of the line, 6 frigates, and 3 sloops. The object of the French was to liberate the Spanish fleet, form a junction with them, act against Minorca and Sicily, and overpower our naval forces in the Mediterranean, by falling in with detached squadrons, and thus destroying it in detail. When they arrived off Cartagena, they requested the Spanish ships to make sail and join, but the Spaniards replied they had not men to man them. To this it was answered that the French had men enough on board for that purpose, but the Spaniards seem to have been apprehensive of delivering up their ships thus entirely into the power of such allies, and refused to come out. The fleet from Cadiz, however, consisting of from 17 to 20 sail of the line, got out under Massaredo, a man who then bore an honourable name, which he has since rendered infamous by betraying his country. They met with a violent storm off the coast of Oran, which dismasted many of their ships, and so effectually disabled them as to prevent the junction and frustrate a well-planned expedition. Before this occurred, and while the junction was as probable as it would have been formidable, Nelson was in a state of the greatest anxiety. "What a state am I in," said he to Earl St. Vincent. "If I go, I risk, and more than risk, Sicily, for we know from experience that more depends upon opinion than upon acts themselves, and as I stay, my heart is breaking." His first business was to summon Trowbridge to join him, with all the ships of the line under his command, and a frigate if possible. Then, hearing that the French had entered the Mediterranean, and expecting them at Palermo, where he had only his own ship, with that single ship he prepared to make all the resistance possible. Trowbridge having joined him, he left Captain E.J. Foote of the Seahorse to command the smaller vessels in the Bay of Naples, and sailed with 6 ships, 1 a Portuguese, and a Portuguese corvette, telling Earl St. Vincent that the squadron should never fall into the hands of the enemy. "And before we are destroyed," said he, "I have little doubt but they will have their wings so completely clipped that they may be easily overtaken." It was just at this time that he received from Captain Hallowell the present of the coffin. Such a present was regarded by the men with natural astonishment. One of his old shipmates in the Agamemnon said, "We shall have hot work of it indeed. You see, the Admiral intends to fight till he is killed, and there he is to be buried." Nelson placed it upright against the bulkhead of his cabin, behind his chair, where he sat at dinner. The gift suited him at this time. It is said that he was disappointed in the son-in-law whom he had loved so dearly from his childhood, and who had saved his life at Teneriffe, and it is certain that he had now formed an infatuated attachment for Lady Hamilton, which totally weaned his affection from his wife. Further than this, there is no reason to believe that this most unfortunate attachment was criminal, but this was criminality enough, and it brought with it its punishment. Nelson was dissatisfied with himself, and therefore weary of the world. This feeling he now frequently expressed. "There is no true happiness in this life," said he, "and in my present state I could quit it with a smile." And in a letter to his old friend Davison, he said, "Believe me, my only wish is to sink with honour into the grave, and when that shall please God, I shall meet death with a smile. Not that I am insensible to the honours and riches my king and country have heaped upon me, so much more than any officer could deserve, yet am I ready to quit this world of trouble, and envy none but those of the estate 6 feet by 2. Well had it been for Nelson if he had made no other sacrifice to this unhappy attachment than his peace of mind, but it led to the only blot upon his public character. While he sailed from Palermo with the intention of collecting his whole force and keeping off Maritimo, either to receive reinforcements there if the French were bound upwards, or to hasten to Minorca if that should be their destination, Captain Foote, in the Seahorse, with the Neapolitan frigates and some small vessels under his command, were left to act with a land force consisting of a few regular troops of 4 different nations, and with the armed rabble which Cardinal Ruffo called the Christian army. His directions were to cooperate to the utmost of his power with the Royalists, at whose head Ruffo had been placed, and he had no other instructions whatever. Ruffo advancing, without any plan, but relying upon the enemy's want of numbers, which prevented them from attempting to act upon the offensive, and ready to take advantage of any accident which might occur, approached Naples. Fort St. Elmo, which commands the town, was wholly garrisoned by French troops. The castles of Uovo and Nuovo, which commanded the anchorage, were chiefly defended by Neapolitan revolutionists, the powerful men among them having taken shelter there. If these castles were taken, the reduction of Fort St. Elmo would be greatly expedited. They were strong places, and there was reason to apprehend that the French fleet might arrive to relieve them. Ruffo proposed to the garrison to capitulate, on condition that their persons and property should be guaranteed, and that they should, at their own option, either be sent to Toulon or remain at Naples, without being molested either in their persons or families. This capitulation was accepted. It was signed by the Cardinal and the Russian and Turkish commanders, and lastly by Captain Foote as commander of the British force. About 36 hours afterwards Nelson arrived in the bay, with a force which had joined him during his cruise, consisting of 17 sail of the line, with 1,700 troops on board, and the Prince Royal of Naples in the Admiral's ship. A flag of truce was flying on the castles, and on board the Seahorse. Nelson made a signal to annul the treaty, declaring that he would grant rebels no other terms than those of unconditional submission. The Cardinal objected to this, nor could all the arguments of Nelson, Sir W. Hamilton, and Lady Hamilton, who took an active part in the conference, convince him that a treaty of such a nature, solemnly concluded, could honourably be set aside. He retired at last, silenced by Nelson's authority, but not convinced. Captain Foote was sent out of the bay, and the garrisons, taken out of the castles, under pretence of carrying the treaty into effect, were delivered over as rebels to the vengeance of the Sicilian court. A deplorable transaction, a stain upon the memory of Nelson and the honour of England. To palliate it would be in vain, to justify it would be wicked. There is no alternative for one who will not make himself a participator in guilt, but to record the disgraceful story with sorrow and with shame. Prince Francesco Caraccioli, a younger branch of one of the noblest Neapolitan families, escaped from one of these castles before it capitulated. He was at the head of the marine, and was nearly 70 years of age, bearing a high character, both for professional and personal merit. He had accompanied the court to Sicily, but when the revolutionary government, or Parthenopaean Republic, as it was called, issued an edict ordering all absent Neapolitans to return on pain of confiscation of their property, he solicited and obtained permission of the king to return, his estates being very great. It is said that the king, when he granted him this permission, warned him not to take any part in politics, expressing at the same time his own persuasion that he should recover his kingdom. But neither the king nor he himself ought to have imagined that in such times a man of such reputation would be permitted to remain inactive. And it soon appeared that Caraccioli was again in command of the navy, and serving under the Republic against his late sovereign. The sailors reported that he was forced to act thus, and this was believed, till it was seen that he directed ably the offensive operations of the revolutionists, and did not avail himself of opportunities for escaping when they offered. When the recovery of Naples was evidently near, he applied to Cardinal Ruffo and to the Duke of Calvarino for protection, expressing his hope that the few days during which he had been forced to obey the French would not outweigh 40 years of faithful services. But perhaps not receiving such assurances as he wished, and knowing too well the temper of the Sicilian court, he endeavoured to secrete himself, and a price was set upon his head. More unfortunately for others than for himself, he was brought in alive, having been discovered in the disguise of a peasant, and carried one morning on board Lord Nelson's ship, with his hands tied behind him. Caraccioli was well known to the British officers, and had been ever highly esteemed by all who knew him. Captain Hardy ordered him immediately to be unbound, and to be treated with all those attentions which he felt due to a man who, when last on board the Foudroyant, had been received as an admiral and a prince. Sir William and Lady Hamilton were in the ship, but Nelson, it is affirmed, saw no one except his own officers during the tragedy which ensued. His own determination was made, and he issued an order to the Neapolitan Commodore, Count Thurn, to assemble a court-martial of Neapolitan officers on board the British flagship, proceed immediately to try the prisoner, and report to him, if the charges were proved, what punishment he ought to suffer. These proceedings were as rapid as possible. Caraccioli was brought on board at 9 in the forenoon, and the trial began at 10. It lasted 2 hours. He averred in his defence that he had acted under compulsion, having been compelled to serve as a common soldier till he consented to take command of the fleet. This, the apologists of Lord Nelson say, he failed in proving. They forget that the possibility of proving it was not allowed him, for he was brought to trial within an hour after he was legally in arrest. And how, in that time, was he to collect his witnesses? He was found guilty and sentenced to death, and Nelson gave orders that the sentence should be carried into effect that evening at 5 o'clock, on board the Sicilian frigate La Minerve, by hanging him at the foreyard arm till sunset, when the body was to be cut down and thrown into the sea. Caraccioli requested Lieutenant Parkinson, under whose custody he was placed, to intercede with Lord Nelson for a second trial. For this, among other reasons, that Count Thurn, who presided at the court-martial, was notoriously his personal enemy. Nelson made answer that the prisoner had been fairly tried by the officers of his own country, and he could not interfere, forgetting that if he felt himself justified in ordering the trial and execution, no human being could ever have questioned the propriety of his interfering on the side of mercy. Caraccioli then entreated he might be shot. "I am an old man, sir," said he. "I leave no family to lament me, and therefore cannot be supposed to be very anxious about prolonging my life. But the disgrace of being hanged is dreadful to me." When this was repeated to Nelson, he only told the lieutenant, with much agitation, to go and attend his duty. As a last hope, Caraccioli asked the lieutenant if he thought an application to Lady Hamilton would be beneficial. Parkinson went to seek her. She was not to be seen on this occasion, but she was present at the execution. She had the most devoted attachment to the Neapolitan court, and the hatred which she felt against those whom she regarded as its enemies made her at this time forget what was due to the character of her sex as well as of her country. Here, also, a faithful historian is called upon to pronounce a severe and unqualified condemnation of Nelson's conduct. Had he the authority of his Sicilian Majesty for proceeding as he did? If so, why was not that authority produced? If not, why were the proceedings hurried on without it? Why was the trial precipitated so that it was impossible for the prisoner, if he had been innocent, to provide the witnesses who might have proved him so? Why was a second trial refused, when the known animosity of the President of the Court against the prisoner was considered? Why was the execution hastened so as to preclude any appeal for mercy, and render the prerogative of mercy useless? Doubtless the British Admiral seems to himself to be acting under a rigid sense of justice, but to all other persons it was obvious that he was influenced by an infatuated attachment, a baneful passion which destroyed his domestic happiness, and now, in a second instance, stained ineffaceably his public character. The body was carried out to a considerable distance and sunk in the bay, with 3 double-headed shot, weighing 250 pounds, tied to its legs. Between 2 and 3 weeks afterwards, when the king was on board the Foudroyant, a Neapolitan fisherman came to the ship and solemnly declared that Caraccioli had risen from the bottom of the sea and was coming as fast as he could to Naples, swimming half out of the water. Such an account was listened to like a tale of idle credulity. The day being fair, Nelson, to please the king, stood out to sea, but the ship had not proceeded far before a body was distinctly seen upright in the water and approaching them. It was soon recognized to be indeed the corpse of Caraccioli, which had risen and floated, while the great weights attached to the legs kept the body in a position like that of a living man. A fact so extraordinary astonished the king, and perhaps excited some feeling of superstitious fear akin to regret. He gave permission for the body to be taken on shore and receive Christian burial. It produced no effect. Naples exhibited more dreadful scenes than it had witnessed in the days of Masaniello. After the mob had had their fill of blood and plunder, the reins were given to justice, if that can be called justice which annuls its own stipulations, looks to the naked facts alone, disregarding all motives and all circumstances, and, without considering character or science or sex or youth, sacrifices its victims, not for the public weal, but for the gratification of greedy vengeance. The castles of St. Elmo, Gaeta, and Capua remained to be subdued. On the land side, there was no danger that the French in these garrisons should be relieved, for Suvorov was now beginning to drive the enemy before him. But Nelson thought his presence necessary in the Bay of Naples, and when Lord Keith, having received intelligence that the French and Spanish fleets had formed a junction, and sailed for Cartagena, ordered him to repair to Minorca with the whole or the greater part of his force. He sent Admiral Duckworth with a small part only. This was a dilemma which he had foreseen. Should such an order come at this moment, he said in a letter previously written to the Admiralty, it would be a case for some consideration whether Minorca is to be risked, or the 2 kingdoms of Naples and Sicily. I rather think my decision would be to risk the former. And after he had acted upon this opinion, he wrote in these terms to the Duke of Clarence, with whose high notions of obedience he was well acquainted. I am well aware of the consequences of disobeying my orders, but as I have often before risked my life for the good cause, so I, with cheerfulness, did my commission. For although a military tribunal may think me criminal, the world will approve of my conduct, and I regard not my own safety when the honour of my king is at stake. Nelson was right in his judgment. No attempt was made upon Minorca, and the expulsion of the French from Naples may rather be said to have been effected than accelerated by the English and Portuguese of the allied fleet, acting upon the shore under Trowbridge. The French commandant at St. Elmo, relying upon the strength of the place and the nature of the force which attacked it, had insulted Captain Foote in the grossest terms. But Citoyen Mejan was soon taught better manners, when Trowbridge, in spite of every obstacle, opened 5 batteries upon the fort. He was informed that none of his letters, with the insolent printed words at the top, Liberté, Égalité, Guerre aux tyrans, etc., would be received, but that if he wrote like a soldier and a gentleman, he should be answered in the same style. The Frenchman then began to flatter his antagonist upon the bienfaisance and humanité, which were the least of the many virtues which distinguished Monsieur Trowbridge. Monsieur Trowbridge's bienfaisance was at this time thinking of mining the fort. If we can accomplish that, said he, I am a strong advocate to send them, hostages and all, to Old Nick, and surprise him with a group of nobility and republicans. Meantime, he added, it was some satisfaction to perceive that the shells fell well and broke some of their shins. Finally, to complete his character, Mejan offered to surrender for 150,000 ducats. Great Britain perhaps has made too little use of this kind of artillery, which France has found so effectual towards the subjugating of the continent. But Trowbridge had the prey within his reach, and in the course of a few days his last battery, after much trouble and palaver, as he said, brought the vagabonds to their senses. Trowbridge had more difficulty to overcome in this siege from the character of the Neapolitans, who pretended to assist him, and whom he made useful, than even from the strength of the place and the skill of the French. Such damned cowards and villains, he declared, he had never seen before. The men at the advanced posts carried on what he called a diabolical good understanding with the enemy, and the workmen would sometimes take fright and run away. I make the best I can, said he, of the degenerate race I have to deal with. The whole means of guns, ammunition, pioneers, etc., with all materials, rest with them. With fair promise to the men, and threats of instant death if I find any one erring, a little spur has been given. Nelson said of him with truth upon this occasion that he was a first-rate general. I find, sir, said he afterwards in a letter to the Duke of Clarence, that General Kohler does not approve of such irregular proceedings as naval officers attacking and defending fortifications. We have but one idea, to get close alongside. None but a sailor would have placed a battery only 180 yards from the castle of St. Elmo. A soldier must have gone according to art and the army way. My brave Trowbridge went straight on, for we had no time to spare. Trowbridge then proceeded to Capua, and took the command of the motley besieging force. 1,000 of the best men in the fleet were sent to assist in the siege. Just at this time, Nelson received a peremptory order from Lord Keith to sail with the whole of his force for the protection of Minorca, or at least to retain no more than was absolutely necessary at Sicily. You will easily conceive my feelings, said he, in communicating this to Earl St. Vincent. But my mind, as your lordship knows, was perfectly prepared for this order, and it is now more than ever made up. At this moment I will not part with a single ship, as I cannot do that without drawing 120 men from each ship now at the siege of Capua. I am fully aware of the act I have committed, but I am prepared for any fate which may await my disobedience. Capua and Gaeta will soon fall, and the moment the scoundrels of French are out of this kingdom, I shall send 8 or 9 ships of the line to Minorca. I have done what I thought right. Others may think differently, but it will be my consolation that I have gained a kingdom, seated a faithful ally of His Majesty firmly on his throne, and restored happiness to millions. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of The Life of Nelson by Robert Southey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. At Capua, Trowbridge had the same difficulties as at St. Elmo, and being further from Naples and from the fleet, was less able to overcome them. The powder was so bad that he suspected treachery, and when he asked Nelson to spare him 40 casks from the ships, he told him it would be necessary that some Englishmen should accompany it, or they would steal one half and change the other. Every man you see, said he, gentle and simple, are such notorious villains that it is misery to be with them. Capua, however, soon fell. Gaeta immediately afterwards surrendered to Captain Lewis of the Minotaur. Here the commanding officer acted more unlike a Frenchman, Captain Lewis said, than any one he had ever met, meaning that he acted like a man of honour. He required, however, that the garrison should carry away their horses and other pillaged property, to which Nelson replied that no property which they did not bring with them into the country could be theirs, and that the greatest care should be taken to prevent them from carrying it away. "I am sorry," said he to Captain Lewis, "that you have entered into any altercation. There is no way of dealing with a Frenchman but to knock him down. To be civil to them is only to be laughed at when they are enemies." The whole kingdom of Naples was thus delivered by Nelson from the French. The Admiralty, however, thought it expedient to censure him for disobeying Lord Keith's orders, and thus hazarding Minorca, without, as it appeared to them, any sufficient reason, and also for having landed seamen for the siege of Capua, to form part of an army employed in operations at a distance from the coast, where, in case of defeat, they might have been prevented from returning to their ships, and they enjoined him not to employ the seamen in like manner in future. This reprimand was issued before the event was known, though, indeed, the event would not affect the principle upon which it proceeded. When Nelson communicated the tidings of his complete success, he said, in his public letter, that it would not be the less acceptable for having been principally brought about by British sailors. His judgment in thus employing them had been justified by the result, and his joy was evidently heightened by the gratification of a professional and becoming pride. To the First Lord he said, at the same time, "I certainly, from having only a left hand, cannot enter into details which may explain the motives that actuated my conduct. My principle is to assist in driving the French to the devil, and in restoring peace and happiness to mankind. I feel that I am fitter to do the action than to describe it." He then added that he would take care of Minorca. In expelling the French from Naples, Nelson had, with characteristic zeal and ability, discharged his duty, but he deceived himself when he imagined that he had seated Ferdinand firmly on his throne, and that he had restored happiness to millions. These objects might have been accomplished if it had been possible to inspire virtue and wisdom in a vicious and infatuated court, and if Nelson's eyes had not been, as it were, spellbound by that unhappy attachment which had now completely mastered him, he would have seen things as they were, and might, perhaps, have awakened the Sicilian court to a sense of their interest, if not their duty. That court employed itself in a miserable round of folly and festivity, while the prisons of Naples were filled with groans, and the scaffolds screamed with blood. St. Januarius was solemnly removed from his rank as patron saint of the kingdom, having been convicted of Jacobinism, and St. Antonio as solemnly installed in his place. The king, instead of re-establishing order at Naples by his presence, speedily returned to Palermo to indulge in his favourite amusements. Nelson and the ambassador's family accompanied the court, and Trowbridge remained groaning over the villainy and frivolity of those with whom he was compelled to deal. A party of officers applied to him for a passage to Palermo to see the procession of St. Rosalia. He recommended them to exercise their troops and not behave like children. It was grief enough for him that the court should be busied in these follies, and Nelson involved in them. "I dread, my lord," said he, "all the feastings, etc., at Palermo. I am sure your health will be hurt. If so, all their saints will be damned by the navy. The king would be better employed digesting a good government. Everything gives way to their pleasures. The money spent at Palermo gives discontent here. 50,000 people are unemployed, trade discouraged, manufactures at a stand. It is the interest of many here to keep the king away. They all dread reform. Their villainies are so deeply rooted that, if some method is not taken to dig them out, this government cannot hold together. Out of 20 millions of ducats collected as the revenues, only 13 million reached the treasury, and the king pays 4 ducats where he should pay 1. He is surrounded by thieves, and none of them have honour or honesty enough to tell him the real and true state of things. In another letter he expressed his sense of the miserable state of Naples. "There are upwards of 40,000 families," said he, "who have relations confined. If some act of oblivion is not passed, there will be no end of persecution, for the people of this country have no idea of anything but revenge, and to gain a point would swear 10,000 false oaths. Constant efforts are made to get a man taken up in order to rob him. The confiscated property does not reach the king's treasury. All thieves. It is selling for nothing. His own people whom he employs are buying it up, and the vagabonds pocket the whole. I should not be surprised to hear that they brought a bill of expenses against him for the sale." The Sicilian court, however, were at this time duly sensible of the services which had been rendered them by the British fleet, and their gratitude to Nelson was shown with a proper princely munificence. They gave him the dukedom and dominion of Bronte, worth about £3,000 a year. It was some days before he could be persuaded to accept it. The argument which finally prevailed is said to have been suggested by the Queen, and urged at her request by Lady Hamilton upon her knees. He considered his own honour too much, she said, if he persisted in refusing what the King and Queen felt to be absolutely necessary for the preservation of theirs. The King himself also is said to have addressed him in words which show that the sense of rank which sometimes confer a virtue upon those who seem to be most unworthy of the lot to which they have been born. "Lord Nelson, do you wish that your name alone should pass with honour to posterity, and that I, Ferdinand Bourbon, should appear ungrateful?" He gave him also, when the dukedom was accepted, a diamond-hilted sword, which his father, Charles III of Spain, had given him on his accession to the throne of the Two Sicilies. Nelson said the reward was magnificent and worthy of a king, and he was determined that the inhabitants on the domain should be the happiest in all his Sicilian Majesty's dominions. "Yet," said he, speaking of these and the other remunerations which were made him for his services, "these presents, rich as they are, do not elevate me. My pride is, that at Constantinople, from the Grand Signior to the lowest Turk, the name of Nelson is familiar in their mouths, and in this country I am everything which a grateful monarch and people can call me." Nelson, however, had a pardonable pride in the outward and visible signs of honour which he had so fairly won. He was fond of his Sicilian title. The signification, perhaps, pleased him. Duke of Thunder was what in Dahomey would be called a strong name. It was to a sailor's taste, and certainly to no man could it ever be more applicable. But a simple offering which he received not long afterwards from the island of Zante affected him with a deeper and finer feeling. The Greeks of that little community sent him a golden-headed sword, and a truncheon set round with all the diamonds that the island could furnish in a single row. They thanked him for having by his victory preserved that part of Greece from the horrors of anarchy, and prayed that his exploits might accelerate the day in which, amidst the glory and peace of thrones, the miseries of the human race would cease. This unexpected tribute touched Nelson to the heart. No officer, he said, had ever received from any country a higher acknowledgment of his services. The French still occupied the Roman states, from which, according to their own admission, they had extorted, in jewels, plate, specie, and requisitions of every kind, to the enormous amount of 8 millions sterling. Yet they affected to appear as deliverers among the people whom they were thus cruelly plundering, and they distributed portraits of Bonaparte with the blasphemous inscription, "This is the true likeness of the Holy Saviour of the world." The people, detesting the impiety and groaning beneath the exactions of these perfidious robbers, were ready to join any regular force that should come to their assistance, but they dreaded Cardinal Ruffo's rabble, and they declared they would resist them as banditti who came only for the purpose of pillage. Nelson perceived that no object was now so essential for the tranquillity of Naples as the recovery of Rome, which, in the present state of things, when Suvaroff was driving the French before him, would complete the deliverance of Italy. He applied, therefore, to Sir James St. Clair Erskine, who, in the absence of General Fox, commanded at Minorca, to assist in this great object with 1,200 men. "The field of glory," said he, "is a large one, and was never more open to any one than at this moment to you. Rome would throw open her gates, and receive you as her deliverer, and the Pope would owe his restoration to a heretic." But Sir James Erskine looked only at the difficulties of the undertaking. 1,200 men, he thought, would be too small a force to be committed in such an enterprise, for Civita Vecchia was a regular fortress. The local situation and climate also were such that, even if this force were adequate, it would be proper to delay the expedition till October. General Fox, too, was soon expected, and during his absence, and under existing circumstances, he did not feel justified in sending away such a detachment. What this general thought it imprudent to attempt, Nelson and Trowbridge effected without his assistance by a small detachment from the fleet. Trowbridge first sent Captain Hallowell to Civita Vecchia to offer the garrison there and at Castle St. Angelo the same terms which had been granted to Gaeta. Hallowell perceived by the overstrained civility of the officers who came off to him, and the compliments which they paid to the English nation, that they were sensible of their own weakness, and their inability to offer any effectual resistance. But the French know that while they are in a condition to serve their government, they can rely upon it for every possible exertion in their support, and this reliance gives them hope and confidence to the last. Upon Hallowell's report, Trowbridge, who had now been made Sir Thomas for his services, sent Captain Lewis with the squadron to enforce the terms which he had offered, and as soon as he could leave Naples, he himself followed. The French, who had no longer any hope from the fate of arms, relied upon their skill in negotiation, and proposed terms to Trowbridge with the effrontery which characterises their public proceedings, but which is often as successful as it is impudent. They had a man of the right stamp to deal with. Their ambassador at Rome began by saying that the Roman territory was the property of the French by right of conquest. The British Commodore settled that point by replying, "It is mine by reconquest." A capitulation was soon concluded for all the Roman states, and Captain Lewis rode upon the Tiber in his barge, hoisted English colours on the capital, and acted for the time as governor of Rome. The prophecy of the Irish poet was thus accomplished, and the friar reaped the fruits, for Nelson, who was struck with the oddity of the circumstance, and not a little pleased with it, obtained preferment for him from the King of Sicily, and recommended him to the Pope. Having thus completed his work upon the continent of Italy, Nelson's whole attention was directed towards Malta, where Captain Ball, with most inadequate means, was besieging the French garrison. Never was any officer engaged in a more anxious and painful service. The smallest reinforcement from France would at any moment have turned the scale against him, and had it not been for his consummate ability and the love and veneration with which the Maltese regarded him, Malta must have remained in the hands of the enemy. Men, money, food, all things were wanting. The garrison consisted of 5,000 troops, the besieging force of 500 English and Portuguese marines, and about 1,500 armed peasants. Long and repeatedly did Nelson solicit troops to effect the reduction of this important place. "It has been no fault of the navy," said he, "that Malta has not been attacked by land. But we have neither the means ourselves nor influence with those who have." The same causes of demurral existed which prevented British troops from assisting in the expulsion of the French from Rome. Sir James Erskine was expecting General Fox. He could not act without orders, and not having, like Nelson, that lively spring of hope within him which partakes enough of the nature of faith to work miracles in war, he thought it evident that unless a respectable land force, in numbers sufficient to undertake the siege of such a garrison in one of the strongest places of Europe, and supplied with proportionate artillery and stores, were sent against it, no reasonable hope could be entertained of its surrender. Nelson groaned over the spirit of over-reasoning caution and unreasoning obedience. "My heart," said he, "is almost broken. If the enemy get supplies in, we may bid adieu to Malta. All the force we can collect should then be of little use against the strongest place in Europe. To say that an officer is never, for any object, to alter his orders, is what I cannot comprehend. The circumstances of this war so often vary that an officer has almost every moment to consider, what would my superiors direct, did they know what is passing under my nose? But, sir," said he, writing to the Duke of Clarence, "I find few think as I do. To obey orders is all perfection. To serve my king and to destroy the French I consider as the greatest order of all, from which little ones spring, and if one of these militate against it, for who can tell exactly at a distance, I go back and obey the greater order and object, to down with the damned French villains. My blood boils at the name of a Frenchman." At length General Fox arrived at Minorca, and at length permitted Colonel Graham to go to Malta, but with means miserably limited. In fact, the expedition was at a stand for want of money, when Trowbridge, arriving at Messina to co-operate in it, and finding this fresh delay, immediately offered all that he could command of his own. "I procured him, my lord," said he to Nelson, 15,000 of my cobs. Every farthing and every atom of me shall be devoted to the cause." "What can this mean?" said Nelson, when he learned that Colonel Graham was ordered not to incur any expense for stores, or any articles except provisions. "The cause cannot stand still for want of a little money. If nobody will pay it, I will sell Bronte and the Emperor of Russia's box." And he actually pledged Bronte for £6,600 if there should be any difficulty about paying the bills. The long-delayed expedition was thus at last sent forth, but Trowbridge little imagined in what scenes of misery he was to bear his part. He looked to Sicily for supplies. It was the interest as well as the duty of the Sicilian government to use every exertion for furnishing them, and Nelson and the British ambassador were on the spot to press upon them the necessity for exertion. But though Nelson saw with what a knavish crew the Sicilian court was surrounded, he was blind to the vices of the court itself, and resigning himself wholly to Lady Hamilton's influence, never even suspected the crooked policy which it was remorselessly pursuing. The Maltese and the British in Malta severely felt it. Trowbridge, who had the truest affection for Nelson, knew his infatuation, and feared that it might prove injurious to his character, as well as fatal to an enterprise which had been begun so well, and carried on so patiently. "My lord," said he, writing to him from the siege, "we are dying off fast for want. I learn that Sir William Hamilton says Prince Lucy refused corn some time ago, and Sir William does not think it worth while making another application. If that be the case, I wish he commanded at this distressing scene instead of me. Puglia had an immense harvest. Near 30 sail left Messina before I did to load corn. Will they let us have any? If not, a short time will decide the business. The German interest prevails. I wish I was at your lordship's elbow for an hour. All will be thrown on you. I will parry the blow as much as in my power. I foresee much mischief brewing. God bless your lordship. I am miserable. I cannot assist your operations more. Many happy returns on this day to you. It was the first of the new year. I never spent so miserable a one. I am not very tender-hearted, but really the distress here would even move a Neapolitan." Soon afterwards he wrote, "I have this day saved 30,000 people from starving, but with this day my ability ceases. As the government are bent on starving us, I see no alternative but to leave these poor unhappy people to perish, without our being witness to their distress. I curse the day I ever served the Neapolitan government. We have characters, my lord, to lose. These people have none. Do not suffer their infamous conduct to fall on us. Our country is just but severe. Such is the fever of my brain this minute, that I assure you, on my honour, if the Palermo traitors were here, I would shoot them first, and then myself. Girgenti is full of corn. The money is ready to pay for it. We do not ask it as a gift. Oh, could you see the horrid distress I daily experience, something would be done. Some engine is at work against us in Naples, and I believe I hit on the proper person. If you complain, he will be immediately promoted, agreeably to the Neapolitan custom. All I write to you is known at the Queen's. For my own part, I look upon the Neapolitans as the worst of intriguing enemies. Every hour shows me their infamy and duplicity. I pray your lordship be cautious. Your honest, open manner of acting will be made a handle of. When I see you, and tell of their infamous tricks, you will be as much surprised as I am. The whole will fall on you." Nelson was not, and could not, be insensible to the distress which his friend so earnestly represented. He begged almost on his knees, he said, small supplies of money and corn to keep the Maltese from starving. And when the court granted a small supply, protesting their poverty, he believed their protestations, and was satisfied with their professions, instead of insisting that the restrictions upon the exportation of corn should be withdrawn. The anxiety, however, which he endured affected him so deeply that he said it had broken his spirit for ever. Happily all that Trowbridge, with so much reason, foreboded, did not come to pass. For Captain Ball, with more decision than Nelson himself would have shown at that time upon that occasion, ventured upon a resolute measure for which his name would deserve always to be held in veneration by the Maltese, even if it had no other claim to the love and reverence of a grateful people. Finding it hopeless longer to look for succour or common humanity from that deceitful and infatuated court of Sicily, which persisted in prohibiting, by sanguinary edicts, the exportation of supplies, at his own risk he sent his first lieutenant to the port of Messina, with orders to seize and bring with him to Malta the ships which were there lying laden with corn, of the number of which he had received accurate information. These orders were executed to the great delight and advantage of the shipowners and proprietors. The necessity of raising the siege was removed, and Captain Ball waited in calmness for the consequences to himself. But, says Mr. Coleridge, who it is to be hoped will do that full justice to the memory of this great man which he is so fully capable of doing, not a complaint, not a murmur proceeded from the court of Naples. The sole result was that the governor of Malta became an especial object of its hatred, its fear, and its respect. Nelson himself, at the beginning of February, sailed for that island. On the way he fell in with a French squadron, bound for its relief, and consisting of the Genereux, 74, 3 frigates, and a corvette. One of the frigates and the line of battle ship were taken, the others escaped, but failed in their purpose of reaching La Valette. This success was peculiarly gratifying to Nelson for many reasons. During some months he had acted as Commander-in-Chief in the Mediterranean while Lord Keith was in England. Lord Keith was now returned, and Nelson had, upon his own plan and at his own risk, left him to sail for Malta, for which, said he, if I had not succeeded, I might have been broke, and if I had not acted thus, the Genereux never would have been taken. This ship was one of those which had escaped from Aboukir. 2 frigates and the Guillaume Tell, 86, were all that now remained of the fleet which Bonaparte had conducted to Egypt. The Guillaume Tell was at this time closely watched in the harbour of La Valette, and shortly afterwards, attempting to make her escape from thence, was taken after an action in which greater skill was never displayed by British ships, nor greater gallantry by an enemy. She was taken by the Foudroyant, Lion, and Penelope frigate. Nelson, rejoicing at what he called this glorious finish of the whole French Mediterranean fleet, rejoiced also that he was not present to have taken a sprig of these brave men's laurels. They are, said he, and I glory in them, my children. They served in my school, and all of us caught our professional zeal and fire from the great and good Earl St. Vincent. What a pleasure, what happiness, to have the Nile fleet all taken under my orders and regulations. The 2 frigates still remained in La Valette. Before its surrender, they stole out. One was taken in the attempt, the other was the only ship of the whole fleet which escaped capture or destruction. Letters were found on board the Guillaume Tell, showing that the French were now become hopeless of preserving the conquest which they had so foully acquired. Trowbridge and his brother officers were anxious that Nelson should have the honour of signing the capitulation. They told him that they absolutely, as far as they dared, insisted on his staying to do this, but their earnest and affectionate entreaties were vain. Sir William Hamilton had just been superseded. Nelson had no feeling of cordiality towards Lord Keith, and thinking that, after Earl St. Vincent, no man had so good a claim to the command in the Mediterranean as himself, he applied for permission to return to England, telling the First Lord of the Admiralty that his spirit could not submit patiently, and that he was a broken-hearted man. From the time of his return from Egypt, amid all the honours which were showered upon him, he had suffered many mortifications. Sir Sidney Smith had been sent to Egypt with orders to take under his command the squadron which Nelson had left there. Sir Sidney appears to have thought that his command was to be independent of Nelson, and Nelson himself, thinking so, determined to return, saying to Earl St. Vincent, "I do feel, for I am a man, that it is impossible for me to serve in these seas with a squadron under a junior officer." Earl St. Vincent seems to have dissuaded him from this resolution. Some heart-burnings, however, still remained, and some incautious expressions of Sir Sidney's were noticed by him in terms of evident displeasure. But this did not continue long, and no man bore more willing testimony than Nelson to the admirable defence of Acre. He differed from Sir Sidney as to the policy which ought to be pursued towards the French in Egypt, and strictly commanded him, in the strongest language, not on any pretence to permit a single Frenchman to leave the country, saying that he considered it nothing short of madness to permit that band of thieves to return to Europe. "No," said he, "to Egypt they went with their own consent, and there they shall remain while Nelson commands this squadron, for never, never will he consent to the return of one ship or Frenchman. I wish them to perish in Egypt, and give an awful lesson to the world of the justice of the Almighty." If Nelson had not thoroughly understood the character of the enemy against whom he was engaged, their conduct in Egypt would have disclosed it. After the Battle of the Nile, he had landed all his prisoners upon a solemn engagement made between Trowbridge on one side and Captain Barre on the other, that none of them should serve till regularly exchanged. They were no sooner on shore than part of them were drafted into the different regiments, and the remainder formed into a corps called the Nautic Legion. This occasioned Captain Halliwell to say that the French had forfeited all claim to respect from us. "The army of Bonaparte," said he, "are entirely destitute of every principle of honour. They have always acted like licentious thieves." Bonaparte's escape was the more regretted by Nelson, because if he had had sufficient force, he thought it would certainly have been prevented. He wished to keep ships upon the watch, to intercept anything coming from Egypt, but the Admiralty calculated upon the assistance of the Russian fleet, which failed when it was most wanted. The ships which should have been thus employed were then required for more pressing services, and the bloody Corsican was thus enabled to reach Europe in safety, there to become the guilty instrument of a wider spreading destruction than any with which the world had ever before been visited. Nelson had other causes of chagrin. Earl St. Vincent, for whom he felt such high respect, and whom Sir John Orde had challenged for having nominated Nelson instead of himself to the command of the Nile squadron, laid claim to prize money as Commander-in-Chief, after he had quitted the station. The point was contested and decided against him. Nelson, perhaps, felt this the more because his own feelings with regard to money were so different. An opinion had been given by Dr. Lawrence which would have excluded the junior flag officers from prize money. When this was made known to him, his reply was in these words: "Notwithstanding Dr. Lawrence's opinion, I do not believe I have any right to exclude the junior flag officers, and if I have, I desire that no such claim may be made, no, not if it were 60 times the sum, and, poor as I am, I were never to see prize money." A ship could not be spared to convey him to England. He therefore travelled through Germany to Hamburg, in company with his inseparable friends, Sir William and Lady Hamilton. The Queen of Naples went with them to Vienna. While they were at Leghorn, upon a report that the French were approaching, for, through the folly of weak courts and the treachery of venal cabinets, they had now recovered their ascendancy in Italy, the people rose tumultuously, and would fain have persuaded Nelson to lead them against the enemy. Public honours, and yet more gratifying testimonials of public admiration, awaited Nelson wherever he went. The Prince of Esterhazy entertained him in a style of Hungarian magnificence. 100 grenadiers, each 6 feet in height, constantly waiting at table. At Magdeburg, the master of the hotel where he was entertained contrived to show him for money, admitting the curious to mount a ladder and peep at him through a small window. A wine merchant at Hamburg, who was above 70 years of age, requested to speak with Lady Hamilton, and told her he had some Rhenish wine of the vintage of 1625, which had been in his own possession more than half a century. He had preserved it for some extraordinary occasion, and that which had now arrived was far beyond any he could ever have expected. His request was that her ladyship would prevail upon Lord Nelson to accept 6 dozen of this incomparable wine. Part of it would then have the honour to flow into the heart's blood of that immortal hero, and this thought would make him happy during the remainder of his life. Nelson, when this singular request was reported to him, went into the room, and taking the worthy old gentleman kindly by the hand, consented to receive 6 bottles, provided the donor would dine with him next day. 12 were sent, and Nelson, saying that he hoped yet to win 6 more great victories, promised to lay by 6 bottles of his Hamburg friend's wine, for the purpose of drinking one after each. A German pastor between 70 and 80 years of age travelled 40 miles with the Bible of his parish church to request that Nelson would write his name on the first leaf of it. He called him the saviour of the Christian world. The old man's hope deceived him. There was no Nelson upon shore, or Europe would have been saved. But in his foresight of the horrors which all Germany and all Christendom were threatened by France, the pastor could not possibly have apprehended more than has actually taken place. End of chapter 6.